great fear, brothers and sisters. Great fear, we're told that men's hearts be failing for fear. Those things coming upon the earth. The powers of heaven be shaken. So we already defined, right, what the situation would be like emotionally when that war takes place, when the realization of what's happening is realized. Fear, it will bring great fear and anticipation. So if the fear is so great in anticipation, what do you think the fear would be like when it actually hits here? Men's hearts failing and having strokes. Not just men, women. That means where will you be when you have that heart attack? Where would you be? You had a stroke. You'd be on a plane. You'd be flying a plane. You'd be driving a car. Chaos. And that's anticipation. Great fear is racing towards America at full speed. Full speed. They happen to have some technical difficulties, brothers and sisters. Yes, they had I spent a lot of time and that was terrible. And I want to do a comprehensive. I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to wait till I get my sound. Okay? I think I got my sound under somewhat control today. So I'm going to give a brief rendition of what I talked about yesterday. I'm going to keep it brief because I don't want to bump into the broadcasts at 3 o'clock today. Right? Plus, I want to make sure I don't want to spend 2 and 3 hours again and the sound as poor as it was. Because this information, this is not a movie. You just sit around and eat popcorn and, no. This is information you need to know. That's why Muhammad didn't say you have to have a thorough viewing. They say you have a thorough knowledge of self, knowledge. I said, I saw the movie. And I don't think anyone really got anything out of yesterday because I couldn't hardly understand what I was saying myself. It's very technical stuff. Can't say, I heard it. Because I guarantee, I'm not going to say that. But I'm pretty much assured if I ask questions about it, I wouldn't get good answers. Because it's very technical. It's mathematics. And I'm upset about yesterday because I double-checked it, my sound, and kept spot checking it. And then when I went back, it was like, what? Almost 2 or 3 hours. Why was I upset about that one? Because I wanted to give I'm going to give a brief rendition of it today. Right? And I plan in the future to do it very detailed. But it's going to take several hours, probably a whole day to put it together like I want to. Move on. So again, I want you to understand this concept. Right, we actually get into it, right? The concept of momentum. Look up momentum. Momentum means you're not under power. You're just gliding along. No power. It's like, a bird just is not flapping his wings anymore. He's just gliding. Okay? So he's moving off the power that gave the previous power. So now the power got him up there in the sky. Right? That way, now he's up there. Now he just holds wings out. He don't do anything. He's in momentum at that point. If you travel along, the basic idea of momentum is you got 3 stages of movement. You got acceleration, means you're changing. Right? You're putting on brakes, or you're stopping, or you're moving, you're going, you're stopping, or going. Right? I mean, you're moving forward faster, or you're slowing down. Any change in motion, that's acceleration. Velocity is like you're going at constant speed. Or you go 60 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, no changing. That's velocity. Momentum is you're not putting no power. Your foot's not on the gas. It's not on the brakes. You're just sitting there. So in other words, you're moving off the velocity or off the previous acceleration or previous velocity, because you're no longer applying energy anymore. You're just momentum. But see, someone from the outside, let's say, for instance, you was sliding along on an icy road. You was driving along an icy road. Well, if you stop putting gas, since the ice is so slick, you probably still moving 60 miles an hour. You probably still be moving 60 miles an hour, even though you're not applying any gas, because the road is so slick. So someone, an observer, would not know that you were not put on the gas. They say, man, he's moving 60 miles an hour. They better get out of his way. Because you move 60 miles an hour, they don't know that that's, you're in momentum stage, because you're not putting your foot, right? You're not trying to stop it. You ain't trying to put your foot on the gas, and you're putting your foot on the brakes, just moving. And so, but you have no power. It's momentum. Because as soon as you hit something, you're going to stop. Because you have no power. You hit a tree or something, anything you hit, it's going to stop you or divert you, whatever. That's momentum. And so America had 5 years of acceleration. 5 years of acceleration. Taking everybody out, kicking everybody's ass. And so their power ended at 2020. They had no more power anymore. But they're on momentum. So everybody thinks, hey, look, they still think they can kick people's ass because they're still moving. They're still doing it, threatening at people. But they're on momentum. And so people backing off. Some people may be doing it on purpose. They just understand what's going on, right? For other reason I explained earlier. But, right? Everybody said, hey man, look, they got America's way, man, they're kicking ass. No, they're momentum. They don't have the power to do that anymore. They're momentum stage. See? And so what happens is they'll keep going until it hits something. And then you realize, oh, they'll have no power. You hit a bump. Right? Or the ice runs out and they hit a dust road. And all of a sudden they slows down because, it's not sliding anymore. Wait, they don't have no power. How come they slow down? The road's slowing them down. See? That's what. But you keep going on momentum. See, the law of physics says anything, any opposite in action will continues in their action, and their action until they meet, a force changes their action. It has to be a vector. A force has to act upon them. Otherwise, just keep on any motion. I forget exactly what they said, right? But once you're in motion, you continue staying in motion until a force acts upon you. Okay? So you put something in motion, it's going to keep on going. It'll go forever unless something acts upon it. In momentum stage. Okay? So the thing is that everybody's fear of America, but America's in momentum. Has no power anymore. You got to sign that. She's got to sign that with Afghanistan. Okay? So America's going, and the last thing America wants, they don't realize it. They hit something, and then everybody realizes, hey, they have no power. They hit that tree and they knocked the tree down. The car just stopped. If they had power, they would knock that damn tree down. Crash the car and everything. No, it's boom, stop. They say they're about to hit Iran. If you understand, they're about to hit Iran, and that's when everybody realized their power is broken. She says, men's hearts failing for fear of those things coming upon earth because the powers have been shaken. In other words, when they realize the powers were shaken, they say, oh man, the power's shaken. They had no power. And fear comes on them because they thought they had momentum. They thought they had velocity or acceleration. They found this momentum. America had no power. And so they come, oh, we're in trouble. Because Iran going to kick America's ass so solid, so firmly, that it's going to be no doubt. America has no power. As they going to come at them like a whirlwind. And when they see that, all the nations going to jump on them. Because now that's when the dam breaks. They're going to hit that dam. They're going to break it. The momentum is going to break. I keep saying, Mass Promise is going to break that dam, but that's where it's going to be broken in that situation. And then the flood comes through. Because all of a sudden, everybody realizes they have no power. And then everybody jumps on them. They're going to face the consequence of every nation that they did something to. I said it's a ripple effect, right? Well, not a ripple effect, but all the nations, they got to pay for what they did, but then all the nations got to pay what they did to us. It was like a reverse movie. But everybody's going to jump on them because they realize they have no power. See, Trump is bluffing. He ain't going to do a goddamn thing because he don't realize America's in momentum. Everybody's getting out of the way because they fear. Like the bully had fear. Like the bully was kicking everybody's ass. Now the bully got no strength, but everybody's scared of him because he been kicking everybody's ass. He don't have the ability to do that anymore, but they don't know that. Until you mess around getting a fight, and then damn, you guys, remember that Tyson thing? That's similar, right? He was, I gotta tell everybody, nobody listened to me. I said, Tyson, I didn't say momentum, I said, he don't have no power anymore. His power is fear, psychological. Nobody would fight the man. He get in the ring, they're running from him, he's run behind him and knock him out. And then he ran to Buster Douglas, a third-rate fighter. He should have never been in the ring. They just gave it to him and said, hey man, Tyson gonna knock this guy out. And Buster Douglas was too damn stupid, ignorant, to be afraid of Mike Tyson. he didn't buy it. He didn't buy the hype. So he fought him. And he knocked Tyson out. And Tyson never won a fight ever after that, never. Because he was on momentum. It was psychological. And neither did Buster Douglas either, for that matter. As far as I know. That's where America is right now. And so we wait and hit that wall. They're going to push at the king of the north. Once you hit it, they're going to be exposed as powerless. Power will be broken. Because remember, the powers of heaven be shaken. Right? What does that mean? Well, it tells you in the sixth seal, right? Great shaking occurred. That war. Counterfeit power. Yeah. I mean, America is counterfeit. Look at the debt. It's $32 trillion in debt. That means they're bankrupt. They got counterfeit. The money is counterfeit. It's not worthless. I know you can see your money's worth anything when you're $32 trillion in debt. What are your national, what do they call it? The national, whatever. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. You need to understand this because you may not realize this. You need to understand these concepts. These are angel concepts. Angel mind. If you don't cheat the angel mind, you will not get out of here. That's why Muhammad said himself, you will not return. You have thorough knowledge of self. Okay. Let me get to my main subject here. I'm going to try to talk clearly and slowly. Hopefully, I can get through this. Let me see. Okay, my sound don't look too bad right now. I'm checking it. Okay, I'm going to try to give a short version. What I talked about yesterday. I want to get a very lengthy version. I'm going to talk slowly. Right? It's a very powerful. I mean, The stuff I'm telling you right now, brothers and sisters, you never heard any place before. No one knows it. No one understands it. They didn't understand how Scripture comes. Elijah Muhammad told you, but he didn't know about computers at the time. He didn't use Satan computers. He had another. The bottom line is, the first being, I'm not going into all the detail I want to go into. The first being, if you want to call it the first being, when the universe was totally contracted, there's one being there. And you got the brain and you got the mind. I tell you, mind's like software. Right? Okay. And I told you scriptures are minds for the season you're in. It's so that like you upgrade Windows. Okay, this our version of Windows is active right now. That's the only one we support because it's for the way technology exists at that time. See, one of the reasons I upgrade Windows is because technology keeps changing, right? And so the operating system has to keep up with. Because remember, the operating system runs on computers. Those computers keep changing. They get more advanced and better. And so they have to keep operating the operating system to deal with, to work with those computers. See? So they say, I can't support it anymore because it won't run. I mean, that version won't run because the computer's too advanced. And it needs an advanced operating system. Right? So as time changes, you go from winter to spring, you need to do an operating system. I mean, that should be obvious. You need a new operating system for the spring. You can't use the same operating spring system for the winter. In the spring that you had in the winter, you can't do it. Unless you want to freeze to death, unless you someplace where winter, summer, and spring and winter, same thing. So the first being, right? Just the first computer, first mind. That's the mind they use to write prophecy. Not prophecy, but scripture. But scripture not necessarily prophecy. You see prophecy, that's scripture, not necessarily prophecy. Everything in the angel is not prophecy. He's just telling you how you need to be successful in this time, what you need to do. Right? And so we need that. Otherwise, we go through blind. Oh, man. You can new season what we do. So we have scripture. And Elijah Muhammad tell you every 25,000 years, probably 25,000 years, they write for the next 20, right? And then the scriptures given at appropriate times. So you be successful if you're a believer. If you accept the scripture, they use the word believer. I don't like those particular words like that, but that's words used because that's the idea, that's the language of the time. If you deal with mathematics, it's the one that can, if you deal base or clear mathematics, it's simply those who can upgrade and those that can't. The believers can upgrade, and the disbelievers, they're not able to upgrade. So they get destroyed. They can upgrade to the spring, so they die in the winter. We break the language down mathematically, and I'm looking at the language mathematically, so those words, I'm getting hung up on those words because, some are inflammatory, or the disbelievers and the believers. No, the bottom line is the believers can upgrade, and the disbelievers not able to. I'm not able to get to the high school. I can't get to past grammar school. That means you're lost. That's the language of the sealed Bible. So you're going to have different language when you get your new book after the angel. Okay. So that's like the mother, like the mother mind, the computer he wrote like the mother mind, I guess you call it, right? And that 25,000 years, scientists control it. But that's the way they need to see. Because they can't do it themselves. Their brain can't do it. And they can't be, look, I see somebody 1,000 years from now doing this. I mean, how could you be sure that that's going to happen? It's because you see ahead of vision. But mathematically, you can know. They say, okay, And I'm not going into all the details how they do it, but the point is they have it, and it's offshore right now, where they can never, off planet, where they can never, they'll never get to it. That's the mind of Allah, if you will. And it generates minds for each season as we go along. Right? And we use the same tool to navigate the universe. Okay? So, now, you got two stages of the universe. You got the contraction stage and the expansion stage. And right now, we're in the expansion stage, which means all the energy that was all locked up, the devil's called the Big Bang, surround the Earth, the atmosphere of Earth, is out there now. It means as you expand, it's less Earth here, less energy here, less and less and less. Right? We take the energy to make stars and galaxies and all those type of things, right? But that's less and less energy here for us. The energy levels go down, 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 because we have to use the energy to build the creation. Right? Now, I'm not going. I wanted to go into all the excruciating details about all of that. I'm saying do it in the future. I just want to get the general. Let's move on. Now, see this. I'm gonna get to my main point here. The arrow going down. That means universe energy getting less and less and less energy because more energy is out there. I mean, the energy levels are going down. When you understand energy takes energy for everything. Energy levels going down, 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 down. It takes energy to maintain yourself, energy to think, energy to procreate. Whatever, it takes energy to do it. There's nothing no action that can be done without energy. And we only have it's only a certain amount of energy in the universe. Okay. So what I'm showing the short version. I'm showing that up top there, where we started out in the original, way in the 17 years ago, we started the computer, right? And now we're sitting down. And at the bottom, we get that agricultural age. In other words, we get to the point where we have less energy. So, man, we can't maintain the technology that we had 72 trillion years ago because we get less energy. See, the first God was able to build that computer. Because we can't do that today. We couldn't build that computer today. See? Yeah. Because all the energy, I mean, you can't imagine how much energy that God had and all of his offsprings at that point. So we start, right? Less and less energy. Technology. So you need energy to run this technology. So the technology gets simpler and simpler and simpler, right? Until about 50,000 years ago, we say, oh, we're going to run into energy deprivation because it's going to be a period of time where we can't even maintain civilization. Not enough energy to maintain civilization. We're going to get to the point where we're not even going to maintain ourselves. Because all the energy is out there. We're pushing. And so we got to go to that period. That's at the bottom down there. And so we go from one age to lower age to lower age to lower age to less technical ages. Less technical. And the bottom of that is the agriculture age where there's no technology at all. That's the agriculture age. No technology at all. And then on top of that, there's not that much energy on the planet. So now 50,000 years ago, you start having deserts, famines, because there's less energy on the planet. So the planet can't produce as much food and stuff it used to be. So you start having deserts. Because Saudi Arabia wasn't a desert. Because Saudi Arabia wasn't a desert 50,000 years ago. That's how you know all that oil's underground, because you know it had to be a paradise, because that's where all comes from, all kind of abundant life. But couldn't have been a desert. I try to explain it to you. Right? So, deserts pop up, famines, not enough food for everybody. People can't maintain civilization anymore. Not enough power, energy to do that. So we said, okay. We decided to make Yaqub. Excuse me. We have Yaqub take, because everybody had the idea how to deal with this. Right? So Yaqub says, okay, his tribe, Ishmael tribe, says, we didn't go there. We're gonna go to the ruler. We want to be the rule. So in other words, they went through a process that allowed them to rule because they stripped down versions themselves. They didn't require as much energy to survive. So they had enough energy for a civilization. It'd be a bad civilization, but it's better than no civilization. It'd be a civilization making men shed blood. It'd be a system, a civilization that required to be run by force. You had to force people into submission. Right? But it would be still maintain civilization. Everybody just be go wild and crazy and just tear the place apart. Because people be hungry, people fighting for food. There's not enough food for everybody. See, people understands about Adam, and I sound like I'm trying to help Adam out, make him feel good. Well, no, Adam was a positive figure for that 6,000 years. That's why God chose him. He was a positive figure. Because without Adam, right, there's been chaos. And that transformation to God's would never have happened. See? But he's still wicked. But remember, he's a winner person, so we're doing the winner. Submit to him. The winner. 6,000 years of winner. Submit to him. Because in the winter, he's good. He's a winner. That's the one you listen to in the winter. In spring, you don't listen to that clown anymore. Because he's no value anymore. You don't need him. But during the winter, you understand? So we descended into our culture age. Because our culture age, there's no machines. You don't have anything. You struggle to get food. You got to go out and farm and struggle to get food and stuff. And fight for it. Who controls the food? There's not that much food. Who controls it? Controls the people. Because then you got to work for people. Because you can't have a farm. Your land turned into a desert. Now can I work for you? Get some food for you? Oh yeah, if you work on my farm for me, let me grow it. Because now you got to grow food. You didn't have to do that before. You do all that stuff. Our culture age didn't exist. Because there was abundance of food and everything all over the place. But now culture age, there wasn't. So now you had to actually go and farm, work the earth to get food. You had to work it before you didn't have to. There was so much abundance of food. It was everywhere. You got to work the earth for food. Because it's less. It's our culture age. And so then you got to start employing people and stuff. And the worst part of it, you start enslaving people. You get it? See? Now they tried. The point is, and I'm not going into detail about this, but if you want to buy a mule that's going to work, you want to buy a strong mule. You don't want a weak mule. And so they tried enslaving their own people and ditch a slave. That didn't work. They tried enslaving American Indians. That didn't work. They went and got the best mule they could. That was us, because we're most productive. But we had no control. We lost control of ourselves. Lost control about everything. We had less control than anyone else because we require more energy than anyone else. Right? That's the industrial age. Right? So agricultural age. Got a farm, you got to make a living, you got to scratch. You got to scratch the earth for food. Remember, it tells you in Genesis that was Adam's. Right? They was thrown out the garden. In the garden, they had to do for food. But they was thrown out the garden, and they had to go out and work the earth to eat. That's what they tell you. They had to work the earth. During that period, Adam's period, they had to work the earth. They was thrown out the garden. You got to put that in context. But that's what happened. We had to work stuff. People didn't have to do that before. Because remember, we had the computers. We had I want to say machines or whatever you want to call it. It got less and less and less till we had nothing. So we had to actually do it with our hands. We had to work with our hands. We didn't have plows, any of that stuff. But then you get people to do it because it had to be done. So the strongest people make the weakest people do it. That's capitalism, slavery. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm watching the clock here. Okay, now keep that in mind. Okay. So in the 1860s, right, still industrial, remember Yaqub, his 6,000 years is an agricultural age. As far as they know, the last 6,000 years has been agricultural. You go back, Roman times, Greek times, go back. They call it Stone Age or something. Coach, people had to farm and stuff. No machines. Anybody knew anything about a machine or nothing? This is where the crucial point comes in. So now we're at the bottom down there, the agricultural age. And now the universe starts contracting, energy starts coming back. And we start going back up again. See the arrow going up. And so we start going back up. Because remember, we got down to the bottom. Our costs, we had nothing. Our costs, we had nothing. Picking hands, working hands, no tools, anything. Because energy deprivation, that was in charge. No industry, no idea of it. And then what happens? The industrial age came to America in the 1860s. What happened in the 1860s? Because they started industry. But also, there was Civil War. Also, black folks coming out of the field. That means we started getting energy back. We had enough energy, we had to break that agricultural cycle, move to the industrial age. Check it out. I Googled it this morning. The industrial age came to America in 1865. That's around the time of the Civil War and everything. I told you, Civil War wasn't about slavery per se, about freeing you, about the industrial age. Let me go a little particulars here. Watching the clock here, right? I want to go into more detail another time. But now we're the best mules, the most productive. So when the industrial age came in, they didn't need in the fields anymore. But remember, the industrial age is against them because our culture age is the winter season. We had to use people. So the stronger was the weaker ones to work for them. So now you don't need it anymore. So what happened is that, but remember, the industrial age is against them because that's spring. But they can't control it because now the universe is contracting, we're energizing, right? Because now we ain't in the fields anymore. We're stronger now. We got the blues because we broke out of the cultural age. We did it, but they don't understand the connection that we actually was causing this to happen. I'm not going into that right now. Because the industrial age is against them. Spring is against winter, but they don't know it. So now industrial age come in, and they have a problem. Because the slave master was putting you in the factories, and the factory always rather have you working than because you was more productive. And they had to pay you as much, but you was more productive because you're a strong mule, they weak mule. You understand? So that was what war was about because the devil said, hey, we can't compete against them. I gotta stop this. They used to call them plants. I gotta stop this. And so that's what he did. Became a work guilds and all these different things, unions, to keep you out so they can have those jobs. Because you would have been better at it. You would have controlled an industrial age, and then that means that would be the end of them. Because they're trying to hold on. The winter's over. They're trying to hold on. That was spring. Right? Spring has come in. That's your season. Industrial age was your season. That's why they took the jobs. Detroit was like an industrial mecca. That's why they sent the jobs overseas and everything else. Because you would have took control in industrial age. Because now you move back into your arena. The industrial age was a winner. It wasn't for you because you had to pick. But now, industrial age, that's what that was all about, to keep you out. Because everywhere black folks, they burn all your towns down. Every place that you in industrial age, you start being successful. Because industry, you start, go check it out. They start, all the places that you built, towns and everything was coming together, you was better than them. They burn them down. Because now you coming in to your own. You're moving back to the computer age, back to our true time, our true self. Remember the original computer? Because when we get home, we're going to tap back into that again. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's what then the next stage, the computer age, moving up. That's against them. They lose control. They lost control of the industrial age because how China get powerful? Because they send the jobs over there. That's how China got, all China's power. How did they get powerful? Because you send jobs there to keep us from getting it. Because we would have mastered it. Who was the best at it? The industrial age is computers. I wanted to go into analog, digital, the difference between the two, right? Basically, industrial age is computer age is like analog computers. Now, if you want to understand the difference between analog and digital, if you got an old camera and they put film in it, light hits the film, develop the film, that's analog. New cameras don't work that way. It comes in, it takes, process that light right into electronics. And then you can manipulate that, all that kind of stuff. You move it around, whatever you want to do with it. Right? Special effects and stuff. That's the difference between analog and digital, basically. So, industrial age was like the analog computer. But now they move into digital, which is still computer age. Industrial age was computer age. It was just like analog computers. It still processes stuff. You put information in, right? Material, whatever, and you get something out. Didn't have that in industrial agriculture. These are our ages. But the point is, they're trying to hold on to it. They're trying to hold on to it. They're trying to hold on to the winter. So the spring comes in, they want to still maintain control. And they can't let you around in the spring because that'll be your season and you wipe them out. They got to wipe you out. They got to wipe you out. They can't let you be around when spring comes in. And the thing is, they can't stop spring coming in. So they try to do everything they can to control the spring. Okay, let's get some air conditioners in there. Let's get some fans. Let's get some icebergs. Whatever. Keep it cool. If you can put this in your mind, what's going on here? Because they lose control. See, because they couldn't go past the agriculture age, but they're trying to maintain control. And one way is keep you, right, from upgrading to those, because if you do, as I told you, they found out that you're the best programmers. It's all evidence. In fact, you got the best music. Music is programming. You program the atmosphere. Whether it's atmosphere, all this, you control the atmosphere. The lessons tell you that. But you don't know it. It's like a baby. You're controlling the atmosphere. He's babbling, but it don't make sense because he ain't good at it yet. But you're controlling it. So he ain't good at it yet. So he's babbling. Nobody understands what he talks about. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. They got you babbling right now. Because the weather, you control the weather, but it's babbling, so it's all over the place because you ain't learned to control it yet. I mean, same thing. Your music is what's rocking the world. You're in control, you just don't know it. You're like a baby. You're alive. You can talk, but nobody understands what the hell you're saying. You don't know what you're saying either. But you're still saying, you're making sounds. The sounds are affecting people. Right. Well, yeah, he must be upset. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. You need to understand this. So, what's the evidence? Why are they bringing people? Okay, if they're the ones, the most wise and powerful, why are they bringing people from all over the world in here to do this stuff? Because they can't do it. They don't want you to do it. Because they know if you do it, you just bring people. And you master them, and then you might want some revenge. Because spring does take revenge, doesn't it? When you look around spring come in, what happened to the winter? It's gone. Spring got the hell out of the winter. I mean, you may think that's simplistic, but spring eradicated the winter. Spring eradicated. And the winter doesn't want to be eradicated. I talk about personification. Personification. It's going to resist eradication. And so it's a conflict between the spring and the summer and the winter. And there's a conflict between the two. And winter is going to try to stop spring from taking control, from coming in. Because as it comes in, the dragon watched the devour child soul was born. If they talk about the dragon, if you understand the dragon angel, some of you probably just thought the dragon just meant Arabia. But it describes the dragon. It said the dragon has 7 heads and 10 horns. That means all the nations want the spring to come in. Because they didn't qualify to the Holocaust. I'm not going to that here. So, all on board. Everybody's running after trying to get control of this computer age and keep you out. America's can't keep you out. They bring in all these Indians in. So how come they don't get their own people? If they're so good at it, how come they not bring their own people in to do this? They bring millions of people over here because they can't do it themselves. And they don't want you to do it. They bring all these in to control because they can't. This age is coming in. They can't stop it because we the one to bring this age in. You can't stop the spring. And you don't understand that. You're the one that's causing this. You the spring people. You bring the spring in, and you don't realize it. And they realize it. Because you're still embryonic. You're still, that's the way the Bible says it. You're still in the embryo. You're still in the womb. So you're alive, but you just don't know it. You're developing, but you just don't know it. You're still in the womb. It said you won't find out, realize it, what to tell you. Until you're born, because it's right in the angel. I told you, you don't understand the angel. You're looking at it and you're reciting and all that kind of stuff instead of pen. Looking it deep into it, because it tells you right there. Right? We're still in the womb of these devils. When they attack, we're in the womb. But once we come out, man, I've seen the great army. Because right now, we're embryonic. We don't, you're developing, but you don't know that you're developing. You're developing, but you don't know it. You're causing all these things and you just don't know it. See? And they can't control the computer age. They're trying to. They can't control the spring. And the only bottom line they have is, well, let's get rid of spring people. Vacation. Get rid of the spring people. Because if we don't, they're going to be empowered when spring comes in. Because that's their season. Like we had our season. And so they're doing everything they can to prevent the spring from coming in. If it comes in, make sure you're not around. And they can take and bring their air conditioners and whatever they need to survive during the hot spring. Right? Their robots and all this stuff they're talking about. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. Okay? Let's bring people across the border. What's he bring all this stuff for? You don't see China doing that. You don't see India. They got their own people. They're doing it because they can't control it. They need people to help them control it. So they go to the Indians and say, oh, you could do the computers. You better than us. That's what they're saying. They bring the millions of them in here. While they sitting around here, what are they doing? What is devil doing? They bring these Indians in to do it for them because they can't do it. And they don't want you to do it. And so now we're moving back up. Because once we're bringing in the computer age, industrial ages, analog computers, right? Trombone, all those are computers. All computers. You just don't understand it. They produce literacy music. It's computerized, it's code. The angel is code. That's why you can figure it out, it's code. That's why you got to figure it out. The sealed Bible, oh, well, you just take it literally. But the angel is code, it's computer code. Very complicated computer code that they can't figure out and their computers can't handle it. And that's why you got to start, that's the ladies love you got to upgrade too. Because that's the new mind that's coming in. That's the spring mind. It's on the scene right now. They're starting to feel the heat from it. The angel is the sun for the spring. It's melting the winter. That's why it's cast as the sun. It's melting the winter. There's not a goddamn thing they can do about it. They're doing everything they can. They're trying to block it. Oh man, let's put some shades up. Anything. And the sun just burning the damn shades up. So you have to have the spring mind when spring, just like the devils, you had to have a cultural mind to be successful during the agricultural season. Now in industrial, same thing. Yeah. Now, computer, the angel. That's going to get you on that level. And then keep moving up. Okay. Higher levels. Higher levels of sophistication, higher level of mathematics. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. That's the long and short of what I wanted to talk about yesterday. I've been almost 3 hours. I'll give you the brief version. Hopefully you understand it. That's why you know what's going on right now. They have momentum. They have no control anymore. There's no momentum. And then spring is coming in. They're trying to control it. So they bring all these Indians and everything else because they can't do it. But spring's coming in. The age is coming in. There's nothing they can do about it because we're the one bringing it in. How can they bring something in they can't even imagine themselves? This is coming out from us. But it's coming from the angel mind. That's the most powerful mind on the planet right now. And it's code, it's computer code that you have to figure out. It's not like you got to assume. You don't have to. You could actually, it's mathematical. You could actually prove everything you say. Like you say, oh, I think it's a dragon, or I think it's a gin. I need to tell you exactly. It's computer code. And they can't handle it. And their computers, they run into their computers can't handle it because it's not sophisticated enough. It's way behind their comprehension. It's more like you'd be better off trying to teach a dog calculus. That's what angel is. That says no one could do it, not even the God himself. He has his own scripture. But no one could do it because it's the next level up. To get you home, get you thinking on that level. If you're a believer, you accept it, that's great. I told you there's a book coming after that. It's got the next level, higher, higher, higher. Then you have more sophistication. But the technology will be far superior to this. This technology they have, right? They got from us. We can prove it. But the point is, this was unimaginable 100 years ago. Unimaginable. Even 50 years ago, they didn't have cell phones and things like that. 50 years ago. They didn't have laptops and things. Some stuff unimaginable. And that's why it says no one can imagine the new world's coming in, because computers will be so sophisticated, so powerful, so sophisticated, till we actually eventually ride back the mind of Allah all together to the back world. But only one individual can get back there. Total comprehension of the universe, total. Like the Quran says, the individual can tell every tree that drops, a leaf and everything. It's a whole different. That's another ball game altogether. If you understand any of this, brothers and sisters, but the point is that the industrial age shows they're in decline. They had to empower their enemies to get control of it. They didn't want to have control. So they sent industry to China. Now, China's strong. How do they get strong? Because you sent industry over there. Because you didn't want us to have it. Because you couldn't control it. If you control it, you would never let us have it. Detroit was like, where did Motown come out of? Out of Detroit. Motown sound. Out of Detroit. And it was a black Mecca. They had control of the industry, car market, the whole thing, building cars and everything. Black folks was doing great. And they said, oh, man, can't have that. Like every place else, every time they saw blacks got hold of the industry, they excelled. They're going to burn the damn towns down because they know they couldn't keep up with you. They burn you down. That's why they was doing it. I think they said like 160 towns they had that black folks had built and was successful in the industrial age because they was just good at it. They burned them down. They built prisons and things for you because they know they couldn't keep up with you. They couldn't do it. And you out there in the gun, somebody got your own town. Black folks are doing good, and they down the road. You out there trying to figure out where they're gonna get the next meal from. Man, look, niggas got the machines, man. How you run the machine? I don't know. You can see, they didn't want to come and ask you to run the machines for them. The way to do that is enslave your ass and then tell you to run a machine. And that's another thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. Here's another trick they use. Now, when I was in the military, if you was an officer, you knew the whole program, A to Z. You knew the whole thing. You had to. And then what you do is you delegate, okay, I want you troops, you take care of A. You troops take care of B, C. You troops take care of X, Y. They take parts. But you had to know the whole thing. You had to know the whole strategy because you had to plan the whole thing. You know it all. And then you tell them what they need to do. But that's not what happens in the industrial world. That's not what happened when you was in the fields either. Because you knew how to pick the cotton and all that stuff. But the taskmaster didn't know that. He was just standing there, make sure you did it. Watch you, make sure you didn't run away. You didn't know any of that stuff. But you did, because you was doing it. And the same thing. They had these supervisors, they call them supervisors. See, I know because I've been through this. I used to be an employee. I started my own business. But if you check your supervisors out, they don't know shit. But how you going to supervise all the people who know more about what's going on than you do? Because your job is just to watch them, make sure they stay online, they get the work done, and you're getting paid more than them, and you don't know a goddamn thing. That's no things going on, brothers and sisters. So that's how they white folks keep themselves in control. Okay, man, I know you don't know how to run no damn computer. I know you don't know how to run these machines. But those niggas, they do. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put you in charge. Just make sure they do it. That's what's going on. There's so much stuff going on. But you're still in womb, and when you gonna come out that womb, you're gonna come out blasting. Because this is your age. The industrial age got you out of the field. So who benefited from the industrial age? You did. Because you went on the according to age, you was in that field picking cotton 24/7, getting your ass kicked with industrial age that ended because they didn't need you in the field anymore. So who benefited? So it came out of your mind. They didn't tell you that. Because you listen up. That's when you came out of the fields, Civil War. You moved up. Started out with the blues. See? Now you're moving up. And then they try to stop you from getting in the computer age. Trying to blind you on that one too. Like I said, I ran my own consulting company. I was the best. And they didn't like it. I saved them millions of dollars. ATT, Blue Cross, all of them I worked for. I saved them tons of money. And they had to get rid of me after I finished because they would take credit because I showed them stuff. And they didn't want me to be around to take credit for stuff I showed them. But I had an excellent reference. They couldn't do that, mess with that. They had no problem getting contracts. But they had to say I was great. They just didn't want to run me around because I made them look bad. They had no degree. I just got a GED. Nigga. And they were PhDs and bachelor's degrees and master's degrees. I run circles around. How come you didn't figure that one out? Well, he did. Who was he? Him. They ain't anywhere near as smart as you think they are. That's why they bring all these Indians and everybody else in to run this stuff because they can't do it. They don't want you to know it. And you can, but they don't want you to do it. They send it to other people. And the only option they got right now is to eradicate you. Otherwise, you're going to wake up and get it, and they're through. Because you're the best at it. You're the best at music. Every time you get your foot in the door, you knock the goddamn door down. You get your foot in sports, you knocked it down. You got foot in music, you knocked it down. And they was always saying, you couldn't do this, you can't do this stuff. You got foot in boxing, you knocked it down. Oh, they can't. And every time you got in there, you knocked it down. You were the best soldiers they had. That's everything. Even golf, they go. And you're the best at this too. So they can't let you get that. Because that means you control the mind of America. You might want some revenge. That's where you are right now, brother. Says that's the long and short of it. So right now, America's on momentum. They're about to hit Iran. When they hit Iran, everybody's going to realize they're on momentum. They have no power anymore. Great fear is going to come upon these people because they know they're in trouble. And there's no salvation for them. Got to that. The story today is repent. He's a devil. That's what I'm trying to put all this together for you so you understand it, brothers and sisters. What's happening right now? That's what's happening. That's the choice they got. Either submit to you or get rid of you. They ain't going to submit. But they can't stop the spring from coming in. So how do we control it? How do we get control of it? They're desperate to control it. That's the decision they got. That's how it affects you. That's what's going on. And it's getting stronger and stronger. You're getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It says you'll come out with a new music. That means there's a whole new idea programming. Soon, in a minute, you'll come out with a single great army with great transformation. You have control of all of this. But they watch you to make sure that don't happen. They say, Their job was watching to devour you as soon as you was born. They put all this together. Why? Why are you so afraid of you? Why are you so afraid? Why bring those Indians in? Why bring people across the border? You ask yourself these questions? That's why. They can't tell you that. Spring is coming. They cannot control it. They cannot stop the spring. The best to try to control it the best they can. Right? Get rid of the spring, people. Bring air conditioners in and fans and whatever. Stay cool. Right? If you understand it, bro and sisters, that's long and short of it. We'll close out right now. Right? Because that forecast come on in a few minutes. This should be a blast. I don't know if I want to watch it, bro. It's going to be a 3 or 4 hour thing. This shit is brain cancer. And based on what they're saying, Ishmael is going to speak for Farrakhan. So I guess God told Farrakhan to still be quiet. It's so much bullshit over there. 6,000 cars. It's about 6,000 cars. You ever been to that place? They can't put 600 cars in parking space. But they said they go with tents there. So they ain't got a place to put cars. So where you can put 6,000 cars on the street? That means you're going to walk, what, 2 miles to get to the place? It's cold in Chicago right now. So they got tents out there. So that means they're going to build tents. That means they got to put heat in those tents, don't they? They got to put electricity in those tents, don't they? They got to put toilets and stuff in those tents, right? In those tents too. You believe this shit? It's bullshit. That's what they said they got to do. They're going to put enough tents out there to 6,000 people or whatever. Yeah, big those tents had to be. They had to be, right? Heated. They had to be heated such a way so nobody get no fumes and carry on. They got to install electricity, toilets, portable toilets or whatever. Then you got to put TVs and everything so people can see what's going on. Not to mention where you're going to park at. You believe that? You believe that? How much money that would cost? And then they got to put chairs in it, right? So 6,000 chairs. What chair? $10 a piece? That's $60,000 right there just on the chairs. How much this thing whole price would cost? Probably close to $1 million. $500,000. If they beg for money, they can't afford that. They might show some pictures. There ain't gonna be nobody out there. I told you months ago, Farrakhan was out of it. See, I wasn't lying to you. I'm not to you. I told you he was out of it months ago before they said that. But he won't die before the war takes place. If we see where we are critical, that's why I'll bring all these things together. I was going to do that today, but running out of time here. Everything is right at the critical point. Assalamu alaikum. brothers and sisters. Great fear is about to grip America. Unrelenting, relentless fear. Unimaginable fear. It tells you their hearts be failing, just in anticipation of the disaster is coming. Just in anticipation what will happen once they hear. Like it says in the Bible, it says, if men are crying when the bottle is wet, what will they do when the bottle is dry? What it means is, if they're crying when they got everything, what are they going to do when they lose everything? And they're about to lose everything. That American thing that you hold on to, you grip into, is about to be totally eradicated. And so now you have nothing to hold on to. So you either dive into the pit or climb a mountain, right? But there's nothing, no anchor. The anchor is going to be taken away, brothers and sisters, immediately, if not sooner. Fear. It's going to touch, it's going to rock the whole planet, right? But it's going to specifically target America. But the shock of the hour is going to rock the planet. It's going to rock the planet, brothers and sisters. So let me say a couple of things. I like criticism. I don't have a problem with criticism. But criticism is, in my experience, right, it's helpful because you don't see yourself from one perspective. But it's 360 degrees. You only see a part, but you're in a world, and we're part of a body, but there's several bodies here, right? And all you see is one part of yourself, but everybody sees the other parts, right? And like they had this thing where Trump was Trump or whatever. He was going to a plane and a tall teacher hanging out his butt. He couldn't see that. Somebody had to tell him. See? Because we're not here by ourselves. And our vision is not 360 degrees. And we have two basic perspectives in the world, the male and the female. And we have to respect, because that's the reality. Reality is not male, it's not female, it's both. And yet, to be able to navigate properly, you have to be aware of both and accept and respect both perspectives. That doesn't mean it's the other one's right. It means, you have to respect it. And then check, see if it's, valid or not. And so recently I got a criticism about a presentation I did yesterday. A valid criticism. Like I said, I don't have a problem with criticism. Okay? Because when somebody criticizes, I've made critical changes to my life based on criticism. And I said, hey man, so I look at it. So my response to criticism is that I hear it and I evaluate it. That's my first response, evaluate it. To see if it's valid or not, Because you get criticism from your enemies, you get criticism from your friends, your family, because anybody. And sometimes your enemy's criticism is more valid than anyone else, because they don't care about your feelings. They're going to tell you the truth. Well, your family member tell you, how cute you are, and you're ugly as hell. Okay? So an enemy can probably be more of a friend to you than your friend, because your friend won't tell you. So they don't hurt your feelings. So you walk around ignorant and stupid because they don't help your feelings, and your enemy going to tell you, man, you stupid. And now you got an opportunity to correct it. So like I said, I first evaluate it. I evaluate it, look at it, and okay, if adjustments need to be made, I make adjustments. And I I go kill the person that gave me the criticism. Yeah, well. But anyway, brothers and sisters, Elijah Muhammad said you get a new mind, a new way of thinking, meaning a new mind. Okay? And I'm what you got. See, I don't know what people are expecting. Expect somebody to walk on water, float on clouds, like Farrakhan. He's so holy. No. They say you see him as he is. Okay? When you look in the mirror, you see God because you are God. At that point, you're in a bad state. And that's my job to correct that. But it's a lonely job, and I don't want it. I've asked for it. You know, when I was with Elijah, I was totally happy to stay in Elijah's shadow. I was totally happy in Elijah's shadow. I was a former Muhammad Street newspaper. I stole my papers. I was FOI 100% standing, right? No problem whatsoever. Ain't causing anybody any problem. Doing everything I was supposed to do. But they tried to get me to be a minister. I said, no, I wasn't interested. Because I don't want to step out front. That ain't me. I don't want to be bothered with people. Not that I dislike people. Well, many people I do dislike, right? But I've always been myself. Studying, learning. I'm a hermit by nature. I think I am. Right? Because I really don't really deal with people. And I don't want to step out front. I never look for glory, praise, worship. Like these clowns out here. Look at somebody worship them, look up them. You know? I really demand respect for things I've accomplished. Without tolerating disrespect, I don't want anybody to disrespect me because I don't disrespect other people. Oh, that's it. I didn't ask for this. I felt I got tricked into it, and I still kind of bugged about that one. I was going along one way, and all of a sudden, bam, run into this brick wall, wham, and then the angel. And then it's the longest job. You know, it's two things, and I reflected on this recently. You know, the first, I hate to say, it wasn't the first, right? But the being that kicked off the expansion universe, originator, some people call them, right? That person was by themselves. And no one knows how long it was because there was no moon or sun to tell time with. It could have been billions of years. It could have been millions of years. No one knows because there wasn't any way to compare time as we know it time now because that time is related to the sun, the moon, that kind of thing. So alone, until that being got to the point where they can expand the universe, and then at that point, right, he started replicate itself. But for who knows how long, alone, all by itself. And that reminds me because it said soon I'll be the same way. If we're all alone, we can determine how much time. It's just the point is, you know, how long you'll be alone because it depends upon that's from Muhammad to make a move. But you'll be alone because it's a lonely job. Picture yourself, say for instance, you spoke a language, and that's the only language you spoke, and no one else spoke it. And you couldn't communicate with anybody, nobody understood what you're talking about. He was talking about, so you can't communicate, because they can't speak your language, you can't speak theirs. And that's what angel is. Because once you learn that language, no one speaks it, and that's the only language that's valid. So therefore, over 30 years, and no one to talk to. No one. That's why you see everywhere in there, you never see anywhere in there where Solomon or what you're going to call him, Joshua or They was all excited about what they was doing. Job, they wasn't excited about it at all. You know, if you see different phases. In fact, Jonah, he wanted to die. He begged for death. Job, man, he was suffering constantly, suffered everything. He lost everything, family, everything. He just held on. His wife told him, "Why don't you just curse God and die?" You see, Jesus, he crying. He's in the garden. He's sweating blood. He said, "Can you get to somebody else? Can you get to somebody else? If you can, I'll do it. But damn, can you give somebody else?" That's why these clowns out here with their bullshit. What's going to happen to them is off the page. The chastisement they're going to get, and it's not a chastisement. Because what's going to happen to them is not to be correction. Chastisement is corrective method to correct your actions. No, destruction. Total destruction. And some say they're so wise. Oh, well, Elijah said, you only live one life, you die. And I say, okay, go with that. The Quran says go with that one if you think. Because they're going to bring your ass back here and they're going to tear your ass up forever. So everlasting shame and torment. Okay? Because few things make me angry. The main thing that made me angry is what they did to our women. I mean, if it wasn't for that, I think I probably just walked away from this. That's the only thing that made me go ahead, go okay. Somebody got to stand for them, because no one stands for our women. There's no one out there. Now, he's whipping them, he's raping them. He's using them. He's a pimp. He had to pimping his sisters in the Nation of Islam, so he could have a nice $500 glasses and all this bullshit. Ooh. There's no one out there standing for our sisters, not no one. Even as for Muhammad, as a little slant there, because if you read the lessons right, he still he called it MGT class, Muslim girl. No. Women. Well, I hear use women too. We gotta use the Arabic term. Because that women stuff and that female stuff and lady stuff is always subject to male. There's no one out there standing for these females, no one. And I'm probably more hated by them than anybody else. I don't stand for our sisters. Not 100%. I ain't saying that's wrong, I'm not standing for him. I'm just saying he has a slanted view. He has a slanted view because, like I said, you see, he can call the MWT, Muslim girl, woman girl trainer. And we know where all that's coming from. Okay? But when someone comes here and big dossier, he says, we'll make man in our like an image, male and female, both be raised to godhood. And that's going to happen. Right? And that's the only thing that's keeping me going, bosses, because I tell you, every day I say, man, I just get the hell up out of here. And leave us alone. Because it takes a lot of patience. And I didn't know I had so much patience. Okay? I didn't know I had as much patience as I have. It's a lot of patience. Because I said, I don't want to do this to begin with. And all the stuff I had to go. It tells you that some men will suffer many things and then even be put to death. So the sins of the world, see, you don't understand this stuff. And you can't understand it. So the person that experiences has to understand it. You understand it. And then he's doing it not for his own reason, because he gives it away. So why is he doing it? That's a big question right there. I mean, yeah, he's doing it with sisters, but wow. Your sisters need a champion, and no one's going to take away what they did. They're going to be lifted to godhood, and nobody's going to give them their, oh, y'all going to be secondary and all that bullshit. No, unless I disappear. Because it never happened to me, because that's when I'm standing away that, make sure they establish back to full position better than before. Because remember, there was just angels before. All out there, you was just angels before. Now you're being lifted to Godhood. Who does that? The angel. Let's make man our likeness, our image. That's not Master Muhammad's doing. That's the Lamb's doing. You have to be in the Lamb's book of life, not Master Muhammad's book of life. He's going to make sure you raise to Godhood. And the females too. And I said, well, y'all still angels and the men are gods. No, ain't going to be no bullshit like that. Okay? And women, I use those words. They're more powerful than ever been because you got two sides to everything. Quran tells you that. Universe open and close, open, close. So in the expansion, that came out of strength. See, you build a house, that takes a strength, right? And now you build it, but once you get there, you sit and enjoy it. That's the beauty. So whether or not understood or not, when he said, they're our heaven, that's what it means. They're going to be in control hereafter. They're going to be in control. Because it's all about beauty. And you want them in control. Because they're going to make your life wonderful, beautiful. They're going to make you, you're going to be like how your mama take care of you. They don't take care of you, but your mama did. After you secure the creation, secure the security, after you, right, respect them, right? When they're secure, happy, and peaceful, all of a sudden, all that beauty comes flowing back to you. See, because you pay for it. Remember, you read what you sow, you pay for it. You pay for 73 years, you pay, he was investing in his beauty. He's investing in it. And now it's coming back at you. So why would you need strength? Who's going to oppose you? You already put down everybody that could oppose you. You've already put down everybody that could oppose you. And there's no nation that could oppose you. So strength not needed. That's why it's hereafter. Now, what it is just beauty. It's not what you think of hereafter. You want beauty. You want happiness. You want pleasure. You want joy. Where do you get that? Where do you think you get that from? From brothers? You get it from these sisters. They have it all. They have everything you need. Everything you need. They will be in control. And you want them to be in control. Like I said, I saw this thing I sent around a while back. This lion, he was laying on, and he was lying there. The man lion, he's tough, right? He's laying on his back. And all these female lions, they just biting on everything. He's just happy as hell. He was rolling. He could, hey, they was biting on everything else. He just rolled in there. Because he could have jumped up and knocked them out. He was bigger than them. But he just rolled on his back. And they biting and carrying on. He was happy as hell. See, you never heard that before. The soldiers won't tell you that. Somehow they're going to be in charge. In charge of what? In charge of the women? There's nobody going to oppose you. So that's when you're going to approach the women? That's where your power is going to be? Oh, boy, let me move on. Get myself worked up again. You got to understand. And sisters don't understand either. Yeah, they will understand. They will be in control. Right? They'll be responsible for the beauty. Because they are the beauty. And they'll make you so happy. And put you in a state of bliss. Because everything that we need, they have. That's why I said stay in heaven. So if they're in heaven, it means they're in control. And don't you want heaven to be in control? You're in control of heaven. Because if you get in control of heaven, hell's going to turn into hell. Let me go on. There's so much, like it's a lonely job. There's so much I need to say. So much I can say. And quite frankly, I'm getting really tired. 37 years will wear me out. It says be worn out. 7 times could be worn out. And that's what dream I had when I was a child. I saw just before the heavens open up, I'd be totally wasted. I mean, I'm on my last breath. I had one breath left. One breath left. All my strength was gone. Basically, I'll just go over it and I'll move on. found myself going up this mountain. And the more I went higher the mountain, I couldn't see the top of the mountain. And it was dark. And the more I went up, the darker it got. Where I couldn't see anything. And then I couldn't work. I had to start crawling. I was actually crawling, right? And I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see myself, anything. All I do is I'm still in this mountain. And I was tired. I'm crawling. I couldn't walk. I'm crawling now. And I get to where I can't move anymore. I'm so tired. And it's totally dark. And I can't see anything. You might as well be totally blind. I can't see anything. And I'm just, oh man. And I can't see anything. I just don't have any strength. And I get to where I can't move anymore. All my strength is gone. And then I get inspiration. I can't move anymore. I just gave up. And I get inspiration. Just like you're crawling like this, like right. So it's just like, just one more stroke, right? Just one more stroke. So I brought enough strength to do that. When I did that, I touched the top of the mountain. I didn't know where I was on the mountain. And top of I hit a button. And then everything just, oh man, the sky opened up. It was so beautiful. I felt like, I don't know what crack was like, but I don't know it could be anything like that. But oof. It was like a rainbow. You know, he said rainbow, but this was different. It was like a bullseye on a target, and it goes out like that, rings. So it started like that there. It's like the rainbow like that, started in the center and spread out like that all around. And the sky got beautiful. And it was so beautiful, it was so mellow, and it was so unbelievable. But it didn't happen until I was totally wasted. I had no more strength. And when I gave a point, I said, and I just did made a last move, and I had no idea. I had touched it. Oh, what the? And then boom. I never liked that. Right? But that's the way it is. And so, if there's anybody out there that wants this job, can handle it, it's all yours. That's why these clowns out here, Ben X, Eric, forget about the demons. And see, they sound so wild. They say, oh, I said, you only live one life, man. I ain't going to worry about nothing. If there's something that happen, man, you're okay, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. So we're in the age of the Messiah, Mr. Trump. Big hint about Mr. Trump. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. See? All the contradictions. You know, I mean, these people, very few things made me upset, but I need to stop watching news. I mean, I can't stop watching, on Sundays, because I got to deal with these demons, and that's one of the first things I got to do. My mission to get rid of them. But that's a total waste of time, 2 hours. So it's brain cancer. It is brain cancer. That's what it means. Like, I watch this thing, these guys, they make you sick. Oh, them disgusting demon devil Hamas. They sick, they kill children. And these people, these devils, it says, words are also called evil good and good evil. These people are absolutely sick. Absolutely shit. Absolutely sick. Right? It's like they got a bowl of shit in their mouth, telling me, man, and when you sure meat you got cooked is cooked good. And they got, man, you should be eating so much candy. And they got mouthful of shit. Could criticize you for what you eating, and your mouth's full of shit. I mean, literally. And it's like, man, don't you smell your own damn breath? I mean, look how America got started. And they make it look like this was some angel came from planet heaven, came down here and brought Columbus over here on a chariot or something, right? And brought down himself, and all the Indians look, oh man, look at that. It's not rich for you. I said, can we get a country to you? And then we bring some, Africans over here, go like see them too. So when you see her brothers, I mean, and you listen, and you say, God damn me. Ooh. See? It's like you wake up in the morning, man, you find yourself in a pig pen surrounded by pigs. And you're hungry, it's only food to eat is raw pig. I said, damn, what happened here? And that's what our situation's like. Great people sick. I was struggling with PlayStation the other day, and they YouTube did something, messed my whole thing up. This guy said, man, I'm filthy sick. Hamas, man, they kill little children. Oh, see, that was I gotta kill because the words that you need to use to explain them, it's not proper, it's not good for play company. I'll use the F word on that. What the hell am I thinking of doing there? I mean, they kill women, children, and like, what the hell? What have y'all been doing for hundreds of years? See, it's something, you know, I mean, you know, I don't know if you know this or not, you know, I believe it's true. You know, homeless people that's out there homeless and they ain't had a breath, they don't smell themselves because their nostrils and everything used to smell, so they don't smell themselves. But you walk up on them, oh, God damn. They don't smell themselves because they're so used to, they're just to it. That's what devils. They don't smell themselves. They're used to lying and everything else, they don't smell themselves. And you walk up on them and damn, you get a full contact. God damn, oh, man. That's the reaction I get. That's the reaction. That's my reaction. I look at these people, I say, and my wife look at me, she said, you're going to get a stroke over there. You're going to get a stroke over there. Because, I mean, how can you not react? You walk with somebody that's stupid and you take a bath in a year, how can you not react? Your body's going to just react normally. And so these people, when they talk, that stuff they say is like, and intellectually, even emotionally, it just goes through you. What the? And see how people been around so long. So if you're around those people long enough, you will be taking a bath. And you adjust to it too, so you don't notice it. And that's to see how people in. They don't notice it because they've been around these things for 40 years. They're used to it. See? But once you clean yourself up and get away from it for a while and step back, oh, God damn, what the hell? Oof. And they got to go. They got to go. It's not giving a bath. I mean, you can't give a bath to a rotten corpse. If it's rotten, you can't go anywhere near it. You got to bury it. And do a rotten corpse. See, I say these things, you know, most people, like I say, I'm talking to myself because most people not listening, hearing this. Or there's some people hearing it. Like I said, that presentation I did yesterday, I purposely did that. I'm not going into details. See who's paying attention. One person did, and that was it. And like I said, in the whole world, all the time, dictator, and nobody asks the question. What's a dictator? When you hate dictators, what's a dictator? And then you find that Jesus is a dictator. He's not? Tell me, he's a good dictator. Some dictators are good then, right? So why are you after him? Someone good. How do you determine who's good and bad? See what I'm saying? He's a good dictator. But he's a dictator. Am I having a problem with sound? Okay, well, it's probably not that clear. I don't know how to do my sound, brothers and sisters. I don't know how to do my sound. Let me check something right here. Let me do something. Not much I can do. And that's one of the things they do is they mess with that so people, even if they were listening, say, man, I can't understand what he's saying, you know, and turn off that. No, it's still not going to change. It doesn't change the amplitude, doesn't change the wavelength, doesn't change the frequency, right? And that what matters. You try to put some static in there. Okay? But again, dictator, authoritarian. Now both of those are evil. That's where I'm going to have an orgasm on. Amen. Oh, he's a dictator, authoritarian. Yeah, that's the system the Bible God represents. That's the biblical system. You don't see democracy in the Bible either. He said God says of the king. And Jesus said Jesus said that his kingdom, he'd be the king and you're voting, and you better do what he tells you to put your ass in hell. Well, that's a dictator. You do what I tell you to do, well, your ass going to hell, period. And the Christians tell you that. They don't tell it that away, but that's what he's saying. You got to obey Jesus. You got to go with Jesus. They don't tell you. So the point is, they totally against the Bible, totally against Jesus, because this system is Satan's system, but he can't say it. This is not God's system. Because God says king. He says you have a king over you. I will appoint a king over you, not a president, and you won't appoint it, I will. You will decide who's going to be king with, I will decide. And you're going to do what he says do, or I'm going to put your ass in hell. Now what the hell is that? But they are, because you ain't paying attention. It says they were paid to make war against God. Well, that's war against God on the mental level right there. They're already declaring against war of God. When they said democracy, that's the first shot across the bow of the will of God. Because their kingdom is opposed to God's kingdom. They said, no, we're going to have Satan's kingdom. And Jesus said, Satan is the God of this world. He telling me that's what he worship. All this stuff is perfectly clear, brothers and sisters. You don't have to read a slide rule. You need a computer. All this stuff perfectly clear. As the Quran says, and the Bible too, you deceive because you want to be deceived. Because you're with Satan. This is Satan's kingdom. Show me wrong. You don't hear anybody coming attacking me directly because they can't. They'll be just demolished, to be destroyed in a second. But just what I say right now is totally accurate. It's easy to understand. Just ask them, who's going to be king in here? Jesus? Did you vote for no? Well, how are you king? Because God said he is. Is he going to come back and have a march? You're going to do a mean man's march? No, he's going to come back and kick ass. He come with a sword. Oh, he's going to take the king by force. Yeah. He's going to kill all the enemies. Oh, he's going to kill those enemies. Is that gymnast inside? And those that believe in him, what? But now believe that obey him, those on, they don't throw him in hell forever. Isn't that the story? When he had a goddamn dictator? Authoritarian? But they hate dictators and authoritarian. So they hate that, Jesus, they hate that system. Because anybody who represents that system, they destroy. And they're will of God. Period. But you don't get it. Because it says Satan is God of this world. And it is. They do what you say. Jesus said it right there. He said it very clear. He said, you are not Abraham's seed. Your father is the devil. And you do his works. What's the works of America? Make America great again? Where? Back to slavery? Rape, oppression? Well, where is it great? These simple little questions destroys all this. So how come no one's asking them? I had to go in a big debate. Just those simple little questions right there. It's obvious. It exposes who they are. That's why they run for cover. Because the superior mind is on the scene. Right? It's clear. Greater pressure is greater pressure overcomes lesser pressure. Because the greater pressure is more enlightening, while lesser pressure is confusing. The greater pressure, the more confusing it becomes. I don't know if you look at it that way. Right? Higher pressure is clearer than lower pressure. So this is a clear thing that I just said right now. It's clear. You don't need to go into scriptures. You need to go into seminary school and all that stuff, right? Just ask yourself a simple question. Democracy is opposed to authoritarian. What does the Bible say about it? And then right there, you say, okay, well, how come you with Satan's system? How come you with God's system? See, and they finish. They won't touch you. They won't come argue with me. That's a powerful angel. And they're just in that respect, in respect to capitalism. Let's deal with capitalism. That's about usury. That's clear in the Bible and the Quran. The usury God's against that. But how come you for it? How come America is built on the usury when it's clear in the Bible and the Quran that God's against? In fact, God in the Quran says, He would war with him if you pursue usury. So that means you're born with God. I mean, you, this whole nation, this God that make God has been born with God for 500 years. 500 years total, absolute war. Not just here. Physically too. Because 1990, it says they try to take the kingdom by force. They try to go into and try to take us physically. That's where we are right now. And they're attacking the people of God directly. But it's, right? Your identity and everything is taken off from you. So you know who you are. Then you don't get it. And you think this is a joke? No, this is a real war. And it's about to take awesome proportions in a minute. But right now it's on the mental level, primarily, physical level too. But everything you do is simple, just like with Farrakhan. It's easy to see them, easy to see these people. So why don't you see them? Not because of energy deprivation anymore. It's energy mismanagement, energy deception, but it's not because you have enough energy, right? But now you're being deceived. It says God will deceive the whole world. How do they deceive you in what way? I mean, whatever they tell you, it's not the way things are. They see the whole world. It means the way if you're with them, then you're deceived. Counterfeit power. Their power ran out. They don't have any power anymore. They tell you that. America's with $32 trillion in debt. That means if look, okay, here you are. Say for instance you're $10 million in debt, right? And you make $100,000 a year. You don't have anything. You're at the mercy of the bank. You don't have any power, you don't have any wealth, you don't have anything. They just subsidizing your ass, but you have nothing. America's been subsidized. And part of the reason is because they're in momentum phase. Because people still fear America because they saw what America was doing for the last 5 years. And think America, like I say, you fill with food and gas, and you go now. In Germany, they change it. You try to order by me, there's no speed limit. So you got your phone to gas, man, you go 150 miles an hour, right? Everybody said, watch out that guy, man, look. And then you take first the gas. But then you're coasting 100 miles an hour. But they don't know you're coasting. All you see is you move 100 miles an hour, man. But you have no power anymore. You have no power. You're coasting. You don't have any power. Right? You have always coasting. He's been carried along based on what you used to do, on memories. Until you hit something, then you stop. Then when you realize, they have no power. And that's where America is right now. They're in counterfeit. Your power is gone. And you're about to hit something. About to hit a land. And we're going to stop them cold. And everybody realizes America has no power anymore. The powers have been broken. And that's going to come and tear their ass up. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. Don't admit them. See, you know, but these things I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, you have no idea about these concepts. Anybody's paying attention to this, if you're paying attention at all, your thinking has been 360 degrees from where you were before you started hearing this. Because you're in concepts you never heard before. That's why Muhammad said you can get a new mind, a new way of thinking. Because you're in concepts you never heard before. Energy deprivation, you heard that before. You've opened the closers. That's in the Quran, but you never, right? About man carries a seed, you never pay attention to that. Demons, dragons, God of Magog, justice. The idea of justice like a scale that goes like that, and that's not justice. That's just justice with the scales and it focuses on the center. Where's blessings then? Because we're not, if justice, if God is just, right, according to you, then hereafter is, no paradise there. Because you just read what you sow. That's not the Quran says. You put 100 and you get 1,000 back. Well, you get a lot more than you sow. That's not justice. That is not, yes, it's a justice. It is justice. And the fulcrum changes. You have no idea about that kind of idea. You never heard anything like that before. Nothing. The things you hear now, you never heard anything like that before. Zero. Male and female. That relationship. I'm the only one. False Israel. Samson, the demons. All these concepts. Pressure. Antichrist. How all these things work together. Right? Vectors. You hear stuff you never heard before, anything, nothing like it. Anywhere. And they bring it all together for you. But America has no power anymore. They sure can't stop this mission. They would like to, but they can't. They have no power anymore. They don't need them. People say to it, oh, see, look at Gaddafi. Look at Osama. They don't have power to do it anymore. Unless you just give it to them. So you're afraid. Yeah, that's why I say fear no one but Allah. Because you feel unreasonable fear. You have fear of what you think they might be able to do to you, and they can't have power to do it anymore. And once you realize that, then it's trouble for them. Once you realize that they're momentum, they have no power anymore. Everybody's coming down on them. And those my teaching people, I mean that right there, 666. People got all the ideas. It's simple. It tells you who 666 is. It tells you who one of them is. The one that puts sanction on everybody. That's his power. Your power puts sanction on everybody. Especially right, anybody here in the power, but the second six, false Israel. Because if you didn't go along with them, then they now put sanction on you, they attack you. Who's putting all these things in the world? Who's doing this to America? All 666, whatever. All this stuff is simple. It's simple. And once they hit a ring, that's when the power will be broken. Because they will not prevail because they have no power anymore. They have momentum. And when momentum will take you off the gas, you just go coast till you hit something. And so they're coasting now. See, Mr. Trump got them all coasting, but they got them coasting based on their previous, when they were hit for the gas, they think he still got his foot in the gas. No, he has no gas. They're going to find out in a minute. Everything, this whole thing going to collapse because you're holding on to a dream. No, they have no power. This whole reality has no power either. But you're holding on to a dream. You hold on to a dream. How do you hold on to? Right? And you cling to it. Because you have energy mismanagement. Because holding on something that's evaporating. So then you put your energy in the wrong place. You're going backwards. You put your energy into moving into hereafter, the transition. But you're holding on to the past. Or holding on to America. Instead of those who seek to save their lives or lose it, seek to lose their lives for the sake of this message will gain it. But it means if you try to hold America, you're going to die. Because America's going to burn up, and you're investing in something, you're investing your life in something that's about to burn up. So you're burn with it. Instead of building an ark, you have to throw it in the water. And the flood comes and drowns your ass. You've been told. But Master Muhammad, like Master from Muhammad said, he's going to take and whoosh. So you see the mountain, you think it's strongly fixed, it's called a rule. You think that's what it's saying. You think it's strong, and power is not. That's what it says it's Christ. You see this mountain, you look at it's firmly fixed. No. And it's called a rule, it's nothing. The wind just blows away, but you don't see that. All you see is, look at that mountain. And then you see America, oh, look at man, America, the powerful they are. Great time. And they have no power. They have no anymore. And the Master from Muhammad going to expose that. And here women, they will be devastated. They will be just like run out of Afghanistan or Vietnam. No. They're going to be devastated. Rain's going to hit them, so it's like a whirlwind. What do you think is a whirlwind? Going to hit them like a 10-wheeler, Mack truck full loaded. Right? Hitting a puppy dog. How do you think that's going to work out? No, when they hit, it's going to come like a whirlwind. They don't say powers heavy book, but everybody's going to see it. It's going to cause panic all over the world. Because everybody's depending on America. See, everybody's hiding on being of America over, especially these the Indians over here, right? And they have America's protection. That's a shock. Because all of a sudden, you think got this big umbrella, and then lightning bolt hits it, and bam, and umbrella's gone. And you say, yeah, and then here comes the hail and the snow. So you think America will protect them? No, they found out America has no power. Because the way they're going to be whipped, it'd be so humiliating and so devastating, right? And so cruel. It would be no mistake, right? What it says. Right? So they come in a whirlwind. So they're not going to be able to defend themselves. That's how. Because that's going to show, because they're all this, oh, I got this, I got the cruiser. All that stuff going to be totally devastating, like sit there, they can do anything. They can do anything against them, man, just wipe their ass. The Air Force and everything is totally devastated. So how the hell did that happen? And that's going to be so clear sign to everyone. That's where the power is broken, their power is crippled, their power of heaven is broken. And that false Israel, the destruction will be horrific. What they're doing right now, it will be just, why the hell would you say it? Paying your own obituary? Because all they're doing right now, for the last 76 years, all that's coming down on them. And those Palestinians are not forgiving. And they've really made the point. Because in the last, year and a half, they've been burning up women and children and stuff they've been doing. So therefore they underscored it. So any mercy that the Palestinians might have had is all exhausted. They will show no mercy whatsoever. And it says they will not be escaped. False Israel will not be escaped. It says they'll be horrific and be on TV and everything for everyone to see. And they're going to escape, and their food comes instantly. Instantly come out, remember they surrounded. And America's not going to help them. They can't. Because they got their ass broken over there. They're out of here. So false Israel is surrounded with no friends or anything, and they can't escape. And when the enemy's closing on them, full of hatred, 76 years of it. In the history, they got killed in women, children, Carolina. The devastation been awesome. It says they were eating their own children. It's a father and son eating each other. And it's going to be for the whole world to see. Okay? That's phase 2. If you look at that, with phase 1, the power broke is phase 2. And what's phase 3? The shock that comes out of it. Because when false news goes down, that's going to shock the whole Christian world. All that's going to be one shock after another. Shock waves, wow, boom. Next shock wave, big on the ass, boom. Okay? One shock wave after another. First they get boom, they get their ass kicked and thrown out of here. Then false Israel go under siege, fights, shock 2, bam. See them eating each other, everything else, and then found destroyed. Okay, Jesus come back and save them. Phase, shock 3, it rocks the whole, all of them rock the world on different levels. Okay? First on the military level, then the political level, then the religious level, because now all of a sudden, they're not false. It's true, it couldn't be false Israel. I mean, it couldn't be Israel because they're destroyed. That means, that's a shock right there. Not just for America, the whole world. Because the whole world has been shitting us for 5 years. The whole world has been shitting us for years. Okay? And then the third shock, fourth shock, right? I got how many shocks I said, right? They come together. Oh, damn. And then they come together as a nation. With an invincible Air Force, Master Fard Muhammad. And the injured mind. And Son of Man as the high priest. Invincible. That's going to send shockwaves in the world. Because they know what that means. And so when we tell them, you finish. He doesn't have time. We're going to wipe all your asses out. Because we're going to tell them all what you've done. Ishmael, Esau, he's the high priest. He's the judge. Judge the world say, okay, this is your judgment. This gospel preaching all the world. That's going to put fear in everyone. See? Because now the God's on the scene. God, high priest, with an invincible army. Right? And an overpowering mind. A mind much greater than anything you can imagine. Okay, I'm going to point out a few things here, brothers and sisters. Not going to a critical point. Because there's a critical point when the water boils. It's a critical point when the water turns to ice. You might call it an inflection point. It's a critical point. Okay? Somebody criticized me for drinking. Well, you have to criticize what you want. I have no choice in that one because my voice is... So, when you reach a critical point, something like dramatic is about to happen. I think we're 120 degrees, I think, and the world turns steam. We're at a critical point. something has to happen. Either it retreats or it goes forward. At a critical point, it has to change. That's just mathematics. So we're at a critical point now. Because it says, when the end comes, certain things you look for. And so, if you look at it and it says, well, when the Son of Man shows up, right, it says, he will consume some magician, spirit his mouth and destroy him. So that some magician had to be alive at the time of the apocalypse. We had to be alive, because that does happen simultaneously. When he shows up, that's when he destroys them. Right? So where we look right now, so we see Farrakhan, he's dead on his deathbed, so that means it must be close. Because he still has to be alive when it happens. You see what I'm saying? So he's narrowed down there. But it had to be, Farrakhan had to be alive. But he had to be damn near dead, somewhere in that, real close. But he had to be alive. And if he's close to death, that means this got to happen soon. That's no way of saying. If he has to be alive when this happens, and he's close to death, that means this has to happen soon before he dies. See? So we're going to lock some things in, right? And then the seer has to be taken down. Well, that happened. That happened. And this little hint here, because they call this, those seven trumpets supposed to be so powerful, they signal destruction, right? There's a little hint there. Because they didn't have to call them trumpets. They could call them all kinds of names that have horns. They don't have to call them trumpets. That's a hint. See? I'm only saying that now because I don't do it because that's too nebulous. Right? But you got a president as Trump. One seen at the same time, and there is one. Also, according to, at that time, Russia and America, mother against daughter, would be at each other's throat. Now, Trump took those bills, he's going to get peace, no, it's not going to happen. But anyway, that's what's happening right now. That wouldn't happen 10 years ago, wouldn't happen 5 years ago, wouldn't happen maybe 2 or 3, a couple years ago. But see, these things are lining up. This scenario it would be, right? Let's skip the political strife for right now, right? Demons and devils. Okay, because of Trump, these Christian blacks with demons, they're already up in uproar. You've never seen as uproar as they are right now. They're about David a tizzy. See? It's devils against demons. That's what it is. It says mother-in-law against daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. So you see a constant building up between so-called Democrats or the demons, Democrat, and Trump. As I was talking about this partially, the abomination of desolation that we perceive, that's phase 1 of the war. That's going on. They're talking about ceasefire, that kind of stuff, but that's what's going on. See, all these things are in place right now. And these things weren't in place like this 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. All these things are in place right now. And these are things that will just precede the inflection point, that critical point where it starts boiling. So we see that, that's like the bubbles in the boiling thing. See the bubbles, it was about to boil. And political strife, right? Look at political strife in the country now. It's about, is Trump going to build a law? The courts build up. They said they never seen this much political strife in America in my lifetime. All these things are happening right now. And these things did not line up like this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Some of them not even a year ago. All these things are lining up, critical point. So we don't have to know the exact time, but we know that part's about to boil. Because we reached a critical fill point. So there's only 2 things that happen. Tomorrow, if peace breaks out, I can shut down and close up and take mass to Mars or someplace. Or it blows up. Because the critical point's got to be one or the other. The temperature got to go down, which is not going down if you understand how the universe works. The temperature could increase. They're trying to lower the temperature. It can't. Because they understand how the universe works. It's not dangerous in the heavens and earth coming all of a sudden. That means we get a 50-year energizing. That means the temperature is rising. It's not global warming. That's what we think it is. Temperature is rising. So if it's rising, that means you turn up the fire, it's got to boil. It's not going to go cold. I'm trying to point out, brothers and sisters. So let me go over some of this, and then I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. I was, like I said, I'm going to do a whole full, but I'm still not going to do it today either. Because a couple of hours, I did some of it here and there, so I'm going to talk some of it, right? Let's do this Farrakhan God and call it. You know, this controversial will call it. Now, I don't know him personally, but I listened to him. If you listen to Khaled, he was, if you was in when Elijah Muhammad was around, you know Khaled was desperately trying to teach Elijah's teachings. But Farrakhan claimed that's what he was doing. But it wasn't. That's why he had to get rid of him. That's why he had to get rid of him. And notice, a lot of brothers went with him because they was with Farrakhan. They had an alternative, and he went with Khaled. And the government says, he's got to go. Because Farrakhan worked for the government. I told you he's going to be exposed in a few minutes. He got to go because we don't want that teaching anymore. You know, we're supposed to put a cap on that. That's Farrakhan's job. He's the guardian over the sealed Bible mind. To make sure we keep that mind. Scientology, all that bullshit. And Khaled, see, Farrakhan claimed he was teaching that team, but Khaled was trying to do that. Called devil and everything else, so they had to get rid of him. And so they used Farrakhan's people. So if anybody got caught or anything, they could go back to the book, go back to the government, and you always hold on to Farrakhan. Because they got Farrakhan. They've had Farrakhan much longer than you think before Elijah left. They've had Farrakhan for a long time. Also will come out in a few more days. He's the guardian over your lack of knowledge. Make sure you never rise up. Make sure, because the demons follows the devil. Right there, that should tell you everything you need to know. Yeah. He said he guardian some perditions in Elijah's seat. Make sure we never unify. And keep watching. Any signs of it, like Khaled, right? Get rid of it. See, he's an inside man. Yaqub's tribe. Now, on that note, like I said, 50,000 years ago, all the signs of tribes got together, had a meeting, Elijah Muhammad talked about it. But according to deprivation, he says there was a time, right? A time of trouble. I don't know how Elijah Muhammad expressed it, but he said it was deprivation. Right? I think the way he said, like, Dr. Yaqub was coming anyway, I mean, they could have stopped him, they knew it was coming. But everybody else, now, Elijah Muhammad didn't mention this, but they back there, they knew about deprivation. So Elijah Muhammad may have never known about deprivation, he never talked about it. I mean, he knew everything, he was just a messenger. Right? So they decide what we're going to do about it. No, we cannot change the mechanism of the universe. We're going to change the quality, not the process. So everybody here on rationale. And they disagree with Dr. Shabazz. Dr. Shabazz said we should go head on. It's not, I mean, I don't know, because that's so it would be. Humiliation, all the stuff that would go through it. Right? And they said, man, we don't do that. Right? So the Buddhists, they separate out, you know, that's what you call Hinduism now, pretty much. Right? And then came, so what you call American Indians, right? They came out because they was exiled from, because they was in rebellion for the Buddhists, I mean, all the Hindus. Right? Because Buddhism, as we know it, some people say Jesus is the one that started Buddhism, because Buddhism started the same. Well, that's it. That's I'm leaving alone. Because see, they tell you the modern Buddhism started 5 years ago. And that's what I'm going to say it started. So I'm not leaving alone because there's some not confusion there, but it needs some explain all that. So leave that alone for now. But they're ex-Avir, and they said they was the first enemy to Islam. So according to Master Muhammad, someone went to Mars. Everybody has some kind of, right? But Master Dr. Shabbat said, no, we'll go head on. We're going to go head on, right? Because we're going to take advantage of it. We're going to use it to our advantage. We're going to use that to finish the creation off. Because before that, you had the gods, the angels, the animals, plant life, insect life, so forth. Right? All the servants of the gods, including the angels. So you had the gods and you had the angels, which was regular black folks, regular people. Okay? But the creation, coming creation, you had to take first, I don't want to go into details, but like I said, as the universe expanded, you took smaller, bigger parts, big parts out, separated, and gave them back. We kept the genetic code, we just turned it off. We still had the whole range, it's just most of it's turned off. And there's subsets of it. So you got bees, okay, then bees do whatever we had before to produce honey, now we have bees do it. So forth, so on. Up, down the ladder. That's what the final creation is. We need the servants. So the final creation is to move the servants, angels, up to gods, and produce another class of servants. It's like we produce the gorillas and the horses and everything else, right? And that's the devils, taking captive all the lands. Then they're going to be the servants in the hereafter. Then the creation is complete because there'll be interface between us and the beast. That's why I call them beasts. Interface between us and the beast. See, because they can relate to the beast. And they will not be on our level. They will not speak our language. They can't. Because we're speaking angel. Well, no. Angels, angels just get you into mathematical thinking. As Master Muhammad said, if you want to be successful, learn the mathematical language. So once we learn the mathematical language properly, the grammar is Arabic. They can't speak it. No more than a 1-year-old can speak a calculus, can't do it. Brain's not developed enough to do it. So once we start speaking our native tongue, our real tongue, and mathematically side of it, the language of gods, they will not be able to speak it. We have to speak a lower language to them to understand. And then communicate between us, they be between us and the animals. And they'll be our servants. See? And primarily it's female servants. Because females are heaven and they're going to control everything. And they'll be their servants. They'll watch their children and everything else. They're going to be perfect servants. The females will be free from all that kind of duty. Because now you got servants that can be afraid like they try to do us. They try to do that to us, and that's reverse to them. Go to our women, had our women raise their children, breastfeed them and everything else. Understand? Okay. Oh, we're breastfeeding. Well, where do you get milk from? When you get them cows, you get them animals, don't you? Come on, small one. Oh boy. It's a lonely job here, brothers and sisters. Lonely. I feel so lonely. I'll be glad it was over, to tell you the truth. Because when it's over, you're going to see a cloud of dust and streak of light. What was that? That was Suleiman, man. He's getting up out of here. You think I'm kidding? You see, watch. I did not think about this because it's depressing. I don't think about it. Just keep moving forward, brothers and sisters. Right. So, that tribe, remember Dr. Yaqub, he was living in Arabia. So he was a part of the Ishmael tribe. And that's why, according to that, he must be a part of Ishmael's tribe also. Because he's a Levite. Now I said before he might be a Levite. If they living in there. I'm going to be our own brothers and sisters because it's not that important at this point. Right? But Ishmael, the devils you see right now, they came out of Ishmael's tribe. And they said, they were going to say, Dr. Yaku told us, look, if you go this process, you'll be the rulers doing Egypt. Oh, man, we the rulers. We're the kings. And, yeah. Well, yeah, that's cool, man. We don't suffer anything. Mm-hmm. The brothers of the jinn. He says, man, they would do that. See? They went against that. I'm getting too deep here, bro. So let me leave that alone. But that's the tribe you're dealing with. So they took, and he went through the process, so they'd be the rulers. They'd be the rulers. Right? So, in a sense, right, they are brother tribe. Because they are the tribe of Ishmael. But the devils reduce themselves to devils. So you got the devils coming out of here, you got the jinn coming out of here. And then you got the God coming out of here, a lot of stuff coming out of here. But remember, that's why you see this situation where Jesus was conflicted in the Bible. And somebody says a bad translation. Because at one time he says, right, you're Abraham's seed, and they say, you ain't Abraham's seed. Let's move on. Okay, so when they get rid of Kahalit, because he was trying to teach a lot of Muslims teachers, they want to eradicate that. Now the preachers, you got a couple of classes of preachers. You got the adult preachers, and a lot of them are agents, FBI agents, so forth, so on. Keep the confusion going. And you got a lot of Medinas. Either way, all your job is to keep you in the sealed Bible. And there's a topic all by itself, that sealed Bible. I think I'm going to get to a little bit, then I'm going to close. Let me talk about a little bit. Now it says it over and over and over again. Right? And I know most people understand what I'm talking about, probably don't give a damn. That's the own peril. Because I don't give a damn if you believe it or not. You make the grade or you don't. And your everlasting shame or part of your everlasting life. That's your choice. We're not going to make it so. All we can do is create the environment so you can make a clear choice. Valid decision. So you need the facts. You can make a clear choice. That's what Matt's from. I'm going to disable this whole reality, the source of it. So now you can decide and be clear. That means all the obstacles taken out of the way. False Israel's going. Okay, that confuse you anymore. American Dream is going. That will confuse you anymore. You can't go back on that. Say, well, I thought that was false Israel. No, false Israel gone. You can't. False Israel gone. You can't say that. You can't fall back on that one. America, you can't fall. American Dream is going too. Oh, we put America belongs to us. Well, that lie is gone because America's gone. The communists destroyed. False is that lie is going because they destroyed. See, two lies are going right there. By doing that. Fair kind goes, okay, that lie is destroyed because now you got Suleiman here. So when he makes his move, all the anchors that you anchored down are gone. So now you have to decide what you want to do. And you got a great light over there, and you got to let his darkness. You can run to the light, or I go out there with these demons and say, well, we're going to turn lights back on in the darkness. Okay, we go ahead then. They don't have a choice. See? So, what man's from him is going to just give you a choice. He's not going to deny anything. Give you a choice. Okay, man, it's a clear choice. Because we know the situation you've been in, we know how you got here, and so you're going to need some help. Right? And the help you'll give is you will destroy the anchors that's keeping you from having lives that will save you. And then you have to make a choice once you get it. And so these preachers, like Muhammad said, he would not be in his shoes with the way to go, sin, or whatever. Because they're going to be destroyed. I mean, if they're demons, they're going to be lucky they get burned up right away. Otherwise, they're going to be crushed. Everlasting crushed. Because especially these Negro butt demons. I ain't talking about the demons. I mean, Negro butt preachers. No. I ain't talking about infiltrators. I'm talking about what do you call it? The traitors. And the infiltrators are traitors. Oh, God, says, let me check something here real quick. See, we're not playing with brothers and sisters. You're not playing here. We're not playing at all. Because it says, so man, all those who offend him, as in the man's message, because he makes his great sacrifice, they will be tormented, everlasting torment, severe. Most of these preachers, there's somebody on, he got a 12 member church. He's teaching up there in that church. She said Bible time was over. It was over in 2020. That's why we did the so-called 1619 project. Now that speaks directly to that. 1619 or 1219. Okay. That's sealed by the mind. That was the mind that was in force. And you better go around that mind, you will not be successful. So he said, Will Smith said, I said, how are we successful? Successful is the transformation. We transform into something else. That's success, isn't it? If you call transforming into demons, is that success? It may took a lot of hell, a lot of pressure to do it. But if a cold transformed into a demon, it's not success, and that's what happened to us. And now we're hardest substance on the planet, and the pressure can crush us. But the pressure that's coming is going to crush everyone else. Why is it going to crush everybody else? Because we could be personification of that. I keep talking about personification. And so when they come in, the new man come in, it's going to crush enemies on a low level. Is that too complicated still? That's the personification. Because we come in with a burning mind. If you still have a cold mind, you're going to be burned up or crushed. It's too late to transform into gold, to diamonds now. Because the new mind is coming in. This, you see right here, this is the man right now. This is the best that man could produce. About 5 years ago, the mind they had then, the man Sue's had. This man superior. Look, this man kicks that one ass. They got guns, they got planes, they got trains, they got all this stuff. That was the mind of these devils. They wasn't in mind Sunnism. Mind Sunnism was have a lot of horses, prayer beads, prays 5 times a day, do Ramadan. So forth. No industry at all. No industry. Let's speak a little about industry for a minute. every season brings a new mind, bring a mind for that season. Every season brings a mind for that season. So a season 2,000 years ago, that brought in the Catholic mind, which was superior to the Roman mind. It was mixed in with it, sealed Bible mixed in with it, but superior, so it put out, I'm going to talk about that in a minute, and I'm going to close. Then 5 years later came the how would you say Sumer mind for now? I'm saying it loosely. And it put out the Catholic mind. In fact, it locked it down for 1,000 years. It was much more powerful. I mean, people was taking baths. There was, in fact, they had guns too. Not like they have now, but so they didn't have any technology. But the mindset was superior. And so for 1,000 years, right? Until a new mind came, the sealed Bible mind, right? Because remember, they were still in the agricultural age. The industrial age came in. The industrial age is a computer age. It's analog computer. See, you might look at it this way. If you got robots and you got people, you got two types of computers there. We analog. Robots is digital. Program it. We can say I program ourselves too, but so it was machines and things. That's automation, machines and things like that, right? And that's mechanical, but it was analog. See, and then now it's moving to digital. Now you may not notice progress. It's the trajectory, right? And this gets complicated, so I'm just going to touch on it. But I've been telling you about this computer that we need to write history, to navigate the universe. You understand? And so we failed 50,000 years ago from that standard, and now we're rising back up. And so the spring doesn't come in cold. Spring just doesn't come in cold. Right? The wind starts warming up, and right? And eventually spring is gone because I should say winter's gone because spring. That's what you're witnessing right now, brothers and sisters. Because this is the dawn of the digital age. Agriculture was the analog computer age, analog age. It was the digital age. That's our age. They don't know it. And like when spring comes in, people in the winter, oh man. Right? This is free. At first they don't feel it. They say, oh man, because they think this is a continuation of what they got. They don't realize the danger. That when spring comes in, so I see some warm weather coming, okay, maybe just a breeze or something, right? They don't realize that it's going to get, it's going to get stronger and stronger. After a while, all the winds are going to be gone. Okay? Because we have superior computers. Interface with the master computer. This is our age coming in. I give you his all the time, but I told you when they did their study back in the 70s, they found that black folks, original people, were the best programmers. And you always got, what you do music is also programming. You program in the air. And they just produce this type of music, you program in the air. When you see a music sheet, right, you see the programs this way, I do it this way, or that way. Who's doing it? You're doing it. You're the best programmer. when it comes to music. In fact, every time the arena opens up, you knock the door, you open up, you knock the door out. And so now we're about to knock the door down on this. That's what we do. They're going all out to make sure you don't. Maybe I told you that another time. That's what it brings the enemies over. They can't make sure you get your hands on that. But you don't know this is your ones coming in. Okay? Spring's coming in, and you spring people, but they want you to get control of the spring. So everybody else in. Hey man, what we can do here? They don't want you to get control. Because you spring people, and spring people, you're going to be in charge. And you got to give it a mind. You have a mind for it. I told you, I know the scriptures are mine, and I come from a computer. They didn't know anything about 500 years ago, 100 years ago. I don't know anything about a computer, never mentioned it. I believe I want to continue this subject of my brothers and sisters. But that's the sign the spring is coming in. This computer age coming in, the sign the spring is on the way. They're trying to control it. They lose control of it. They tell them lose control of it. Because always, how you know you can control it? Because now they're bringing people from other countries in to do it for them. If we're the best at it, that means Esau will be second best, right? That means Ishmael will be third best, but they'll be better than the devils. So when spring comes in, right, you got different categories. You got people that spring people, you got people that's in between. They like the spring, they like the summer. And they like the spring, they like the winter, right? The transition. So that transition period, they probably do good. Because man, they like both. The Quran talks about them, says, for those who live the way of life, there's no point hereafter. And some people say, well, can we get some both? Because if they was the best at it, why are we bringing other people in to do it for them? You have millions of Indians here doing it perfect. They're here for that specific purpose. While they're locking you up, putting you in jail, they don't keep you from getting that stuff. And they already know they're best at it. That's a fact. I went to the program, and I ran an IT business, and I was good at it. I'm still good if I do it. Right now, I said I'm going to the transition period. I tell you about now. I lost all my clients, everything. I'm pretty much almost totally disconnected from this world life almost at this point. I don't own anything. I don't own any cars. I only own a house. I don't own anything. Release everything. I don't own anything because I'm going to transition. And everything I did have is also almost all gone. Lease a car and all that stuff. Just all my clients, all my business is gone. Right? And I just let it go. Because I understand I'm going to transition. And that's winter, bro. You can't get into the real summer, spring, by bringing in the winter. Or bring my snowman in, or bring igloo in. How's that going to work? You got to let that shit go. So I'm trying to give you evidence of what's happening. What you're witnessing is the spring coming in. A new technology that they can't handle. If they can handle it, why would they bring other people in to do it for them? And why would they beat all over the world by China and everybody else with it? Why? Why can't they have their own people if they're so good at it? And why don't have their own people doing this computer programming? Why do you got them people from India? Second best, third best. Why do you bring people across the border? You ask yourself these questions. Because they're going through transition and they lose control. They're trying to make you control. They can't tell you that. They're trying to control the winter. They're trying to keep us control of the spring that's coming in. And lose control of it. Right? So the worst case is, right, is to somehow get control of the spring. Right? How do you get control of the spring? Okay, we're here. We got air conditioners and everything else. And get rid of the people of the spring. What did I say that? Get rid of the people of the spring. Get rid of them. So if spring comes in, we can't bring igloos and that stuff anymore. We can bring air conditioning in. We do that kind of stuff. But when we're controlled by the people of spring, we got to get rid of them. Get rid of them. Otherwise, we're controlling them. So we can bring our winter into the spring. Fans, right? Air conditioning. What do we do to survive the spring? Am I doing through to you, brothers and sisters? I told you, this is not, this something's going to happen, some mystery God. Everything happens because some occasion I think of it. You think of it. Eh? Bring people across the border. Why? These are going to operate those. They don't need you around. They need to operate those air conditioners and the fans and all that stuff, right? Because they can't operate, man, it's too hot. They got to stay inside. So how do they operate that stuff? They can't operate it. They're trying to maintain control when they're losing it. And so the fallback position is, they got to make sure you never get it. That's what it says. That, watch and see the dragon. When they say dragon, be careful. Not just talking about, when I say dragon, remember, the dragon has 7 years and 10 horns. Then when they take the dragon, we're also including American business fellows Israel. We talk about dragon, just dragon like that. All of them is watching you. They will devour you. As soon as you're born, they say the dragon. Remember, they say, how do you describe a dragon? The dragon is 7 or 10. That means the horns are part of the dragon. The hairs are part of the dragon. That means all of them, they will devour you as soon as you're born. All of them. That's why I tell you, you're abound the winds. Everybody's waiting. That we're going to kick ass. All of them will destroy us. All of them. I don't know if you got that before. I see the guy say everything. It just says the dragon, but the dragon is saying, he's telling me everybody. I told you before, all the nations after us. That verse tells you right there. When it says dragon in that sense, it means all of them. China into all of them. The Shia will be on board too, and from Master Muhammad. They control that situation. They don't have it about you either. But they're going to turn on Master Muhammad, right? And they're going to submit. Right? They got to be in his book of life too. Now they're going to get the angel. Because Muhammad, he's got his own script. He's got a scripture. I don't know what the scripture is, but it tells you, and the Quran, and I know you don't pay attention to it, but the Quran tells you, he got a scripture called Zabah. Don't explain it. Why? Don't need to explain it, because he's a guy that don't tell you what it is. They call it the Old Testament something, I don't know what it is. It says David had the Zabah. He had his own scripture. So his scripture tells him what he needs to do from a technical point of view. I don't know that scripture. I don't know what's in it. Or I know he has it. And my opinion is that's where he probably got that from the scientists. Because his father went to the scientists and got this scripture. You understand? And still, that's not him who told you that. And that's where spiritual wisdom came out of. Right? That's his scripture. I worry about mine. I got the angel. So we was talking about these preachers confusing everybody and everything else. They go, oh, the price they're going to pay is heavy. The demons don't always get a break because it is wiped out. Others, I'm the son of man, I'm been eggs, okay. We should be praying to the sons of the covenant. Now, who's going to take down the nation of Islam? We'll see. He says it's going to be taken down from within. That's going to happen soon. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Now, I'm running out of juice here. My throat is more gone. It's burning up. Understand this concept of personification, brothers and sisters. See, that's why this mystery, spirit, all that kind of stuff, it's bullshit. Because we understand that we can personify everything, everything can be seen, touched, felt. God and everything else. So negative luck. Negative luck means you have bad experiences, means you meet a person, people that's going to cause you problems. The people that are not going to cause you problems, that's negative luck. Because it's personified. You meet somebody that maybe you love, and that person's causing you all kinds of trouble. You may not realize they're causing you trouble. Or they may cause you trouble just by being around you and giving some kind of disease or something. They don't even realize it. Like you fall in love with somebody, right? And they got a bunch of dogs. And you realize those dogs are giving you cancer. I'm not going to get you that, brothers and sisters. If you smart, you get them damn dogs out your house. Those animals out your house. That's something I need to probably talk about in more detail. You need to get them out your house. It's a challenge to your immune system. And so you come and tell me, I got cancer, I got all this kind of crap. Get out of my face, because that's where you got it from. Because you challenge your immune system, because you want that dog in there that you licking in the mouth, kissing everything else. Pin up dog shit. And you don't see nothing wrong with that? See? Or like I said, you take and say, okay, I got negative luck, I done stole a lot of money from people, right? And so now I made $5 million, right? And someone will say, man, I got this island out here, man. Would you like to own a house? Oh, man, yeah. It costs $4 million for an island. I own an island to myself, man. Yeah. Right? So you need a whole family in State Island. You're in the islands. You got a volcano that's about to blow up. You see what I'm saying? So you met this person, he's the personification of bad luck. It's like they did was they're the personification of Holocaust. And when the Holocaust wasn't for them. See, otherwise we just went into, like all other nations, into deprivation. But we took the form of Holocaust because we wanted to be transferred into diamonds. It takes pressure to do that. So there's all kinds of pressure. Right? You put coal under enough ground, it turned to that kind of pressure. But you also put pressure, you put coal at the bottom of the ocean to be under pressure, but it won't, that's not the pressure you turn to a diamond, it won't do it. And that type of pressure. All kinds of pressure. Right? You put in boiling water. That's pressure. Boiling water is a lot of pressure. But that won't turn it into a diamond, cook it. Well, I don't know what to do with it, but it won't turn into a diamond. So understand the idea of, so as in my case, right, I've been married to demons and stuff, right? But because of what I do, I was protected from the damage they was able to do, because I generate positive energy. So you start generating positive energy, right? It's hard for me to penetrate or do any harm, because the mathematics will come out positive on your side. So anything we try to do is going to come out against them. Like that one demon I was married to, right? Oh, that was, she took me, hit me with demons out, all kinds of stuff. Everything she did backfired. Everything she did backfired. Had to throw me in jail and everything else. Everything she did backfired totally. And she was totally defeated, and she couldn't understand why. Even having a trial. They didn't say how the hell I will beat them. I just beat them. That's no story together. See, I'm not turning that positive energy. But she was a personification of it, a negativity. Oh, my camera's going again. understand the concept of personification? Because that's what you're going to be going through the tribulation. The time of unprecedented trouble, there will be personification of okay, it's two sides of the time of unprecedented trouble. The side of us against them, consequence, and them against us, trying to stop us. Right? So it's no time of unprecedented trouble for them, because we're going to do them double as they did to us. Time of unprecedented trouble to them, from us. Unprecedented trouble from them back the other way, because all the hell's going on here, trying to destroy us, trying to stop us. Remember, it says the virus was born, all stuff. People go through the tribulation, but it's still personification, not just like, oh, just bad weather. It's people that control the weather. And right now, you are controlling the weather. You just don't know how to, like a child. If a child is talking, babbling, they're talking. They're controlling the air. It's just their control is really weak. So they're babbling. They're still controlling the air. They're talking. They're controlling the air. The vibrations, everything. It's just the control is weak. So babbling, they don't know what they're talking about. They get better and better and better. After a while, they get enough control. Now, the communication becomes effective. But they're controlling the air. On that level, just communication. Same thing with music. And you start playing music, look, okay, it's bad because you don't know how to play piano yet, you don't know how to play the violin yet, but you're still controlling the air. And you get better and better at it. And when you get better and better, what happens? You start moving people. Well, is that like Darth Vader? You see somebody over there, you see anything between you and that person? You see anything between you and that person, and they're moving. They're like, that's a Darth Vader type of thing? You over here, you playing this, and that person jumping, and you see a string between you and that person? You see a rope between that person? No. You don't see an air, you don't see anything. All you see is you playing this, and they're moving. Why? Because you control the air. And where's the air? Air is weather, currents. I'm trying to bring it home to you, brothers and sisters. The more control you have, Elijah Muhammad talk about that. You control the weather. Right now, like if you play violin, they're moving. They might be moving towards knock you out, so you shut up. Right? Make a noise. Right? But you're not controlling emotion in a positive way. You may control it in a negative way, but you're still affecting your emotions, aren't you? Same thing with the weather. You learn how to play the weather. You don't know how to do it yet, but you're playing it. And the weather's reacting. And the weather's going to get worse and worse and worse, especially through tribulation, because you can get more and more control of it. And eventually you're going to see where, all of a sudden, man, right? It's going to be expressions of ways. Otherwise, the devil's going to come and attack you. Right? And you're going to be, especially if you, okay, say you're playing an instrument, right? You play it, but what if you're playing an orchestra? That's dramatic, man. Boom, you're rocking the whole damn block. Because everybody's playing in symphony, in sync, right? So when you achieve highs, everybody's on the same wavelength, on the same page, right? Same wavelength, same frequency, right? Amplitude. And all of a sudden, these devils come at you. All of a sudden, a tornado will come up and just tear your ass up. You're going to see things like that. Because you make it on the creative plan of God in the universe. When you come to understand that, bosses, you control the weather. Right now, you're like a baby babbling. So we're just going all over the place. Because you don't know how to, you're still trying to know how to do it. Your emotions are all over the place. You don't have much control yet. And if you have much control, even if you get control, if there's an emotion level, then you might even run yourself away. So once you get emotion control, then you control the weather clearly. The storms, everything else. Because the weather is just the air. It's expression of your emotions. It's like music, expression of emotions. That's why new music is coming in. Let me tell you, I talk about that like that. New music is coming in. A new music is coming in. Because you can get a music level now. When you get an angel mind, a new music is coming out of the angel. I'm not saying it's going to be me. I can't play the music. Maybe I can, I don't know. But that's what it's coming out of. Because you know, like a new reality, otherwise you'll be hush. And you'll be feeling good and positive. So it was, right? I will prove to you that the music right now is a reflection of you, not the world. Blues came out when we had the blues. Jazz came out 50 years later when we got jazzy. Rock and all that stuff came out, right? We started Afrocentric. Say it loud, I'm black and proud. I don't got no nose anymore. I'm a Negro. Every 50 years. The world is reflecting your music, not theirs, not Bach. Not what's his name, Santana or whatever his name is. It's reflecting your music. And it's moving people. People brains every day. It's moving people. It's having an effect on people. It's not just there. I'm trying to bring you up to who you are, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on. And that's what's going on. You come up to that. It's reflecting on your emotions. And so now, when you come together and see what's going on, what you think your music's going to be like then? The music's going to reflect that. You be talking about hip-hop stuff. You be talking about taking God, taking control, power music. Inspiring, firing you up. And the musical brothers and sisters, right? They bring music themselves, so they can bring it through. It was coming. It's like the North Side outside, West Side of nowhere. About 50 years ago. Jazz, nowhere. But blues came out right after the so-called Civil War. When you know the blues, you know what the hell to do. Get victorious, I don't know what they want to call it, but victorious. But now you're victorious now. Now you overcome the devils. You overcome all this bullshit, you overcome the demons, and you're going home, you're going to kick ass, take control of the planet. And you're a God, you're going to have God music. Male and female. I'm trying to tell you, you know, our brothers, what's going to happen to you. Because, I mean, what I'm saying right now, you see it right in front of you. This music came out of nowhere. Who came out? Came out from you. It's rocking the planet. Your music is rocking the planet. The whole goddamn planet. Your music is rocking the whole planet. And the whole planet is trying to stop this information. This information is universal because it speaks the whole universe, puts everything in perspective. Right? You understand? I hope you understand. So when does it end? So you say, how do we know it end? Because you see spring stars showing up, and I'm trying to give you an idea. Right? You see this computer age, remember the agriculture age. Not the agriculture, but the industrial age. It was computer age, but it was analog. Okay. Machines and things like that. But that shows you was rising. Because when did that happen? When did the age come in? It came in right around the Civil War, when you started rising. So now your age is coming in. Or you started affecting the winter. See? Remember, we went through the winter, 5-year winter. So the industrial age was the first signs of spring. First signs of spring. Machines and things like that. They never had anything like that before. 6,000 years, they've never seen anything like that before. Those are 6,000 years, they've seen anything like that before. All of a sudden, machines and things like that, right? That came from you. Because now you start rising, you start moving back to ourselves again. And so that's the analog. And now you shift to the next level, digital. Right? And they lose control. See? Because ever since they got the analytical, even they got the analytical, right? They was losing control because they fighting with each other and everything else, trying to fight, trying to get control of that. And they was losing total control of that. And then now we got the digital, and now we can't control it. They're bringing people from all over the country talking about diversity. No, they can't control it. That's why they bring those people help. If you've got control of something, you need help, do you. If you have control of something, you need help, do you. So why they bring people in to help? They run the stuff for them. They don't want you to do it. But they don't want you to, because you spring people. You be empowered when spring comes. They're going to get rid of you so they can still control the spring. Right? With their fans and air conditioners and carry on. Hope you understand, brothers. I'm trying to make it clear as possible. So, industrial age, that was computer age, was analog. That was you. Because that got you out of the fields, didn't it? Industrial age got you out of the fields, didn't it? You started rising up in the industrial age, didn't you? You put that two and two together, when industrial age start. You start rising up, because that's, and now you're into the AI age, and that's a big conflict. Because now, they have to get rid of you, because they see you control this damn thing. If you control it, that means you're the boss now. Oh no, let's bring them images in. This is, what do we do? Control, we get some news back home. Bring them in, because we can't control it. Why we got big music? Don't you have music? White folks here? And another thing about that, I don't know if you catch on, it's not brothers and sisters, but this same thing they did back in the fields and everything, right? They do it big time now. See, a supervisor is supposed to be supervisor, right? They go manager. They're supposed to know. Like if you're an officer in the military, right? You're supposed to know all the stuff that your men know. And then you delegate. You're supposed to know the whole picture, A to Z. And say, okay, you take care of A, you take care of B, you take care of C. But you're not supposed to know the whole thing. How can you run it and then the whole thing? See? And then you say, okay, because you can't do it all yourself. But you know you got it all here. So, okay, now you do this part, right? That's the way it's supposed to work. That's not the way it works in history. Because all of you that work in this universe time, you know more than the boss. You know more than your supervisor knows. Because supervisor knows a goddamn thing. But they're there to control you, to make sure you stay under control. So they put them in charge and to watch you, and you don't know what they do. To watch you, that's their purpose. They don't know you, and they get paid more than you just to watch you and to keep you under control. That's their job. Because they don't know goddamn thing, because they're people who know shit. But they want to keep them in charge. They want to keep them in charge. So, okay, you be a supervisor. I don't know, I can't be a officer. You can supervise though, can't you? Just tell me what they're doing. That's what it works, brothers and sisters. Because I know I was employed for once, and I got my own business, but I do contracting work. I always knew more than people. So the managers, I always knew way more than them. I always tell them what to do. They would consult me, and then they let me go because, right? Because then people knew that they was getting information from me. That look good. That's not a trick you might not love. I was at McDonald's, I went to meet a client. It was about a year ago, I guess. I think it was at McDonald's or Burger King, one of them. And this level, she had about middle age. You can't tell the age, right? But she was, and you know these brothers and sisters outside, on the side, and And she got a thing on her face. And she was a supervisor. I'm saying, well, I wanted to take her right there and knock this. Ooh, why we got to prove that shit? Because she don't know a goddamn thing. But see, she's put in charge. The people out in the room because she don't know shit. And she didn't put the finger, y'all gotta do this. Ooh. And you're the gods. I'm gonna put in that shit in a minute. Head's gonna be the tail and the tail's gonna be the head. Because they know what's the tail change. See? And I'm gonna give you a little story. When I work in Montgomery Woods, I'm gonna close out. We've been in so yeah, I'm gonna do. Wow, yeah. And I went to this program I told you, but they found the black folks the best, and I went to that program. So I knew I'm not just talking out. And I came out, I made sure I was in first class with men like Raheem, right? Ooh. And I refused to, obey their agreement, because they were supposed to take, they're supposed to take top 10%, and I was the best, and I said, I'm going to go right behind them. And they wouldn't take me, they went over there. So I wanted them to come to the woods. Right bottom line is, this last story, I'm going to get to the point here. I was a hot shot boy. I didn't realize, I work with devils in the military. I always know it's smarter than them. But I got it, this is new experience, working, because that's such a lot of memory departed. So I didn't have to work with devils before that, not in the States. So now I'm working my first job with devils. And it's a computer thing, and I'm a rookie, right? I just went to the class. They had too many degrees back then, right? Because people they wouldn't have any degrees and stuff back then, right? Just like in the 70s. So some people had minor degrees, right? But these people went to college, at least that much, right? I ain't had no college. I had high school. But I went to that class. So I'm getting all these degreed people. And I'm whooping their ass. I thought I didn't hold it. I didn't even finish high school. I didn't finish freshman. I was out there after about 6 months, right? I got a GED in the military. Right? And I just went to a 3-month class for the Urban League, and I took the computer class. And if you got degrees and everything else, right? So I just got a 3-month class on computers, and they were working there. And I got there, these people been working 4 or 5 years, whatever. So they know whatever background, they know how the system, everything work, right? I'm whooping their ass. For the first 2 or 3 months, they reached the bed, because maybe I should mention that. Other black folks went to the class, right? And when you first got there, now, Gamora put a special thing in. You had to go to their class too. After you went to get there, then you had another class for about a month to whatever. Their own computer class, you had to go to that, then so you can start actually working as an employee. So I went to that, and I made sure I aced that too. And there was this white boy, and he went to that, and he barely made it. Keep that in mind. So now I'm an employee, right? And I'm a rookie, right? So I'm going to ask people questions. And there's a lot of talk, man. All these cuckoos. Hey, man, you don't know this. Or they made me feel, try to make it like I was like because there wasn't that many blacks, right? Very few. And I was, And there's a lot of talk to me. And I didn't say nothing. I swear, and I kept asking my questions. You don't know that. You've been here 6 months. You've been here. So after about 6 months of that, about a year of that, I knew all the system, because I didn't know. They let them talk. I don't care. I told them, I kept asking questions. The other black folks near, they were scared. They felt bad, embarrassed. Oh, man, they were asking. I said, why don't you ask? Oh, man, they're going to embarrass me. I said, man, get the information. You don't give a damn about that. They wouldn't do it. So by the time a year ago, they was all gone, because they couldn't keep up. They was all gone. I was the only black person left. Right? I didn't give it. After a year, I knew. And there was white folks asking me questions, man. Because I knew how all this is going to work. See? So I don't give a damn. I always know how to get past the bullshit. You want to embarrass me? Go ahead. You go ahead. Just give me the information. I don't care how you give it to me. If you got good information, I don't care. I want it. I don't care if it comes from English, whatever. If information, I want it. Now you can. get you out anywhere you want to. It was good information I want. It's bad information I don't want. I don't care if you put it on a diamond plate, put hot sauce on it. Anyway, so I'm and man, they keep giving me promotions and stuff, right? And I'm really good with man, take care of business, right? And I got to be a long title. And so then they said, okay, well, we're going to move you into payroll. You're going to work on the payroll system. That was a real big system, right? Okay. So I got on the payroll system, and I see. But see, they reflex actions. They think we're stupid. And even if we see a car coming, we won't get out of the way. That's how these think of us. That's their natural reflection. I get on payroll, and I'm looking at how many everybody's making. I said, I got this towel this long. And if you got a towel like that, they're making twice as much as me. And the guy told you that I came in with the right boy, he barely made it. He was making double now, and I was on higher level than him. Double. See? I guess they think I'm really supposed to see that? I'm looking at it. That was I shortly after I moved to New Jersey, I started my own business. I was in Chicago at the time. I started my own consulting business. I ain't doing that no more. I negotiate my pay, and you give me what I ask for, and I'll come in and do contract work for you. That's what, and you don't see that. Do you know that? He was a supervisor. And I said they put them in supervisor because they don't know nothing. All they just watch, they don't need anything to watch you. And you're smarter than them. They don't want you to do that. Okay, let's move on. So anyway, I talked about winners in. So that's a sign that you know. So you don't know these signs. The sign that the computer age came in with the Industrial Revolution, that was the analog computers, machine, all that kind of stuff. That comes from you. That got you out of the fields. It was an advantage for you because at Roosevelt, you're still doing damn fields. They got machines to do it. And now it advanced to the digital, right? Which would be better for you, but they don't want you to have that. They bring images in. Because the images were really doing it. You're making $8 an hour and all that stuff. Buying those homes and everything else. They don't want you having that. That's why we're going to shut it down. They bring you in. Because then you'll be empowered. You have control. And you don't see that. So the alternatives, they got to get rid of you. They can't let you get that control. And can bring the images in, right? And try to control the spring coming in. But spring is the AI age. And I said it. That's the AI age. Right? Because we're going to take to a level they can't imagine. Because remember, they tell you, oh, AI, they tell you it's embryonic right now. They say nothing compared to what it's going to be. We're going to take to the next level. They can't get there. They can't do it on this level. You understand the same bonuses? They can't deal with on this level right on this embryonic level. That's why they're bringing aliens and everybody over. They can't deal with it. They lose the control. They're trying to bring in control. And the thing is, they bring them in, hoping they control them. Right? That's why they're trying to be buddy in and everything else. And the bottom line is that they're watching us carefully. Because they see that we will control wipe us out. That's why simply born. Because we were born with injured mind. And that's part of this injured mind. I can tell you that computer. The injured mind came out of the computer. That can bring you back to that. Because that's what's driving this whole damn thing. The scripture. And it's computer generating it. We control the computer. Moving on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. After that part, I'm going to talk a couple of hours. It had to be. I'm going to leave it there. Right? I think I tied all this together. Hold on, let's see. I want to check. I think I tied this together pretty good. I probably could do a little better, but anyway. Try to bring it home to you, boss, so you understand exactly what's going on. So you understand the seasons of what's going on. I tell you all the things that had to be it when the time comes. and what you're witnessing around you, and why you see these things happening like it's happening, bringing people across the border, right? Right. The AI age coming in, that's your age. You're bringing it in. Just like industrial age got you out of the fields. This age will get you out of control of the devils. Because you have more control than they do. They just make sure you never get that control. They watch you. Because born, that means you're born with a new mind. Right? When you're born, that means you're born in your mind. What's the angel mind? It's complicated. It's more powerful than anything we got. Their computers, their level of understanding can't break it. It's computerized. It's code. You gotta figure it out. It's superior code. They're just superior code. It's programming. And they can't touch it. You understand what this is? I told you that's what comes out of the computer. I don't know, maybe it's clear, but I said maybe I shouldn't even talk like this, but I was just because I said, I lost most of you when I was back there talking about just who God and made I was, I guess. That's why I talking about the computer. This computer, that's the mind. I told you the mind of the original being is a computer. And it writes code for every instance that we need. That's the scripture. It's code. And now you got the most superior code they can't touch. And but you can. And you can, you can't. Then you upgrade to it. And some of you still trying to hold on, upgrade to it. And we upgrade to it right. Look how powerful that computer is. Navigate the whole universe. Manipulate the weather. Sound, communication, all of it. It's all programming. Assalamu alaikum. Well, let me talk about something else before I go away, brothers. I know I lost almost everybody. And everything I'm saying is what I've been saying all the time. I just told you, you take this, angels much deeper than you ever thought. I know you never heard me think at this level. I just took it today. But everything I said in the past is consistent with everything I've been saying in the past. Nothing, not no inconsistency. You just look at the power in it. That's the power you're going to harness in a minute. And they're trying to stop from doing it. And they lose control because it's coming in, they can't stop it. AI is coming in, they can't stop it. Like they can't stop the spring, but how we going to control it? We can't let them control their spring people. We got to control it. And bottom line, we got to get rid of them because if they get control, man. Like I said, this was the mind back 2,000 years ago. They just came on scene with this. See the Bible, that version of it? So that's the Catholic Church, the Pope. That's the mind. That mind ruled for 500 years. And then came the moon. Right? That other was the sun. That was the sun talking about Genesis. Then the moon. Right? Islam, Prophet Muhammad. That mind ruled for 1,000 years. And boom, that was replaced by Sealed Bible mind. It's been ruled for the last 500 years. And then the spring started coming, industrial age. A whole new mind altogether, because all the other minds was in the agricultural age. And our minds start coming on the scene. Industrial age, that's our minds start coming on the scene, because we start rising at that time. Remember I told you, it's like a U, we get the bottom, and now we start rising. And what the industrial and agricultural age freed us. It was our culture age that prisoned that brought us into Holocaust. Because it means our culture age, you have to do these slaves, need people service to go out and you field and stuff for you. But the industrial age, you don't need that no more. So we had to reboot the industrial age and occupy our minds, not theirs. Okay? That's analog computer. Machines and things they never had before. And now they move to the next level. Angel come in, AI age, blow it away. They can't handle it. It's going way behind them. See, because it gets back and touch that original computer. I told you, they can't touch that original computer. It's off planet. They can't get anywhere near it. That's ours. Now we've got to start moving back towards it. You understand, brothers and sisters? Probably not. Probably not. Maybe I should choose some running and play some like I did yesterday. Get the same result. Lower pressure, blown away by higher pressure. Just the way it is, higher thought. And the angels way beyond theirs. Minds. They got a little mind here, but it's been blown away by angel mind. Totally blown away. They can't, I can tell you, you write that sound right there. If they're the best, why they gotta bring in people from India to run their AI? Can't control it, they can't control it. So bring them in, help us out. Help us out. Okay? But all these niggas that get it. Remember, all the nations against us, or China, all of them. All of them on it. And who's on it? You. Get rid out of it. You're the best at it. They're all working together. All of them. Keep you down. Okay? So you got to go in and qualify, brothers and sisters. They got to lift all that weight, because you got a mind that can lift all that weight. They can't. They just can't. They have a limit. But right now, you're 20 pounds weaker, because you won't go to the gym and lift that weight. When you start lifting weight, you put a man and woman right there together. I'm not putting down women. I'm saying they don't have natural strength. If they keep working together, otherwise they get to the point where she can't go any further, and he keep going. Her strength is limited. She can get a lot of strength, but at some point she has to stop. She can't go any further. And then he goes way beyond that. Same thing. They can't go any further. They got to the digital age, and all of a sudden, what happened? They had to bring Indians in. And no better place else, they got to bring them in. They can't go any further. They got to bring other people in to do it for them. And they're making sure you don't go to the gym. Because if you do, that's their ass. Can I wake you up, brothers and sisters? That's what it is. Okay, I'll go ahead and let this run, brothers and sisters, and then I'm going to close out and let it go to run. That's what I'm looking for right now. was saying was that I heard several of my say brothers and sisters, so I'm going to just play it and just watch the rest of this, right? Okay, otherwise I'm out. Let me just check it, make sure. Okay. Okay, I'm just like I said, I'm ready to play. Maybe informational. Fear. Fear, brothers and sisters. Extreme fear. Unprecedented fear. Nothing like it ever. It's about to come upon America. Justified fear. Been damming up for 500 years. Had free reign for 500 years, he said, thought. God to make out. Had free reign for 500 years. We could stop them. But they had a purpose, they served a purpose. And the Quran says everything serves Allah's purpose. Everything. I can't get this point over clear enough, brothers and sisters. We can't control the nature of the universe, but we do have power over equality. And so, to bring things into existence within the framework of the nature of the universe, the framework of math, we have that control. Fear, great fear, extreme fear. Men's hearts failing before what's happened. Men's hearts failing or fear those things coming upon earth. Powers have been shaken. So once powers have been shaken, what is that? What does it mean? You have to understand what that means. Once power of earth has been shaken, powers of heaven have been shaken, it will cause great fear, extreme fear, unimaginable fear. When the powers of heaven are shaken. What is that? You have to understand what that means. What are you talking about? What does that refer to? Oh, having camera problems. What does that refer to? That's the point. Because when that happens, great fear and race towards America. That's the problem that they have. They don't understand the times, they understand what's going on. They can't identify. It's a mystery to them. I think they're total confusion. Because the book they had is out of date. Like you got a book, teach you how to survive in the night. And then day comes. That book's not good anymore. So night comes again. But you have to survive the day to find it out. Then we get a book that lasts 6,000 years. And the symbol is over. And when people, the winter made them wealthy. Their wealth was based on the winter. Once it's over, their wealth melts with the, hope you understand our concept, brothers and sisters, because money and everything is based on this system. Where's the money from ancient Rome? In fact, where's the money from Arab Empire? Everybody lately? What money is the ruling world now? God will make all his money. All the money is worthless now. The guy's worthless. And so all the money they have will be worthless. Once the spring comes in. That's why they're going to fight like hell. Make sure spring doesn't come in. Spring comes in, all the ice melts. Great fear, men's heart failing, Anticipation, I can't say it enough. The hearts are failing and having strokes in anticipation. What will they do once the actual fact is upon them? Great fear, unimaginable fear. I talk about momentum. You understand the difference between velocity, acceleration, and momentum. Acceleration is when you put your foot on the gas, right, to go faster. Velocity is just you moving under power. But momentum means you're moving not under power. You take your foot off the brakes, off the gas. No, you're not applying any gas anymore. It's just rolling. That's momentum. And some outside, they see that. They don't see that you took your foot off. They don't know you're in a momentum stage. Anything you run to, you're going to stop you, but they don't know because all they see is you moving. They can't see inside the car. That's where America is right now. They're in a momentum phase because they see a hell of a race for the last 500 years. They don't have any more fuel for it anymore. That fuel went out in 2020. So momentum. And Donald Trump is leading momentum. Let's make America great again. He has no power, none. But it looks like it because you're still moving with no power. And so people are getting out the way. They'll know if they hit something. Because when you're in momentum, anything will stop you. You're only free to continue. Because when you're in momentum, right, that means you'll keep going. There's no counter action. You understand? And that's dangerous. Why? Mostly for the person in momentum. Because what happens is, we understand how the universe works. People react to them as though they're still accelerating or achieve a certain velocity, still acting that way. So in other words, I'm giving you something, but I'm afraid you're going to hit me. Right? But now I'm giving you something you shouldn't have. Right? Because you can't hit me. Right? So in other words, I'm throwing the balance off. So I'm giving you something you shouldn't have. So that means you're doing more negativity around yourself in momentum. Because people thinking that you have power, you don't have it. So they're acting like you have power, which is energy. It takes energy to do that. That means they're giving you some. In other words, if they bow down to you, you have no power. Right? Your act of bowing down is a reaction to what you perceive is happening. It's still a reaction. So you create the action. See, you're stirring up the action. Because action doesn't exist on here. Let me put it another way. You think eye for an eye, tooth for tooth, right? So you think somebody's going to punch you, right? Let me put it another way. I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible, brothers and sisters. You think someone's going to take something from you. So you give it to them. Right? By you giving it to them, you give them something they shouldn't have. Because you think they're going to take it from you. Let's backtrack on this. Let's look at it a different way. I mean, the same thing. Okay. They come along, they take it. That's what they've been doing, taking from other people. Taking. For 5 years, taking. Put up numbers for themselves, but taking it, just damming up. And then, they don't have the power to take anymore. Right? But remember, the taking was built negative for them. But they don't have power to take anymore. But you think they do because they have momentum. So you just, instead of them taking it, you just give it to them. They come to take it, you don't resist. You say, here. Because you could just say, no, they couldn't do nothing. But you just give it to them. Still building that negatives up. See what I'm saying? So it's their momentum, they have no power, but they still generate negative energy for themselves. They still take stuff because you give it to them because they have momentum. You think they still can take it. So you say, hey man, if I don't give this to them, man, they'll come invade my country. I don't have power to do it. So it's really a trap for them. Because the countries that's doing that, they may know that has momentum, may know they don't have any power, so they say, hey, give it to them anyway. Because I know I'm building negative energy for them. And when the negative energy gets to a certain level, then I attack. Because that gets back to pressure again. Everything is all pressure. Okay, if your pressure is equal to their pressure and you go to war, that means it's a 1-to-1. If they kill 1,000 your people, you'll kill 1,000 your people because the pressure is equal, right? Or if their people is 5-to-1, over 5 of theirs equal 1 of yours, still come out the same way. If 5 of them equals 1 of yours, I told you, depending what level you're on. So if they lose 10 people, right? They're 5. They're 5. Each one is a 1, so it's 5 of these over here. For every one of those, he loses 10 people. And you lose 50 people over there. Still, because the balance has been, so it'd be 50 to 50. I said, oh well, I don't want to lose my people like that. Let me wait. I'm going to universe in my favor, focus in my favor. So what I do is let them keep taking. Right? Until the focus gets to be 2-to-1, maybe 3-to-1 or 4 or even 5-to-1. Right? So in other words, every time I take, if we're equal, every time I take one of my people, I take 5 of theirs out. If all people are equal, if they're 5-to-1, then every time you take out 5, every time you take out 5 years, you take out 25 of theirs. Right? If you one of those is 1/5, but you understand that if they're equal, you take out 5. Right? They take out. You take out 25. They only take out 5. 5-to-1, because you kept saying, okay, let it build up, let the focus change. See, and that probably Master Muhammad's thinking too, because he knows the longer it takes, the more people be saved. We go to war. We don't win a 1-to-1 war. We cannot win a 1-to-1 war. We cannot win a 1-to-1 war with them. Because they outnumber us tremendously. He said, well, I told you about pressure. Yeah, I'm talking about pressure. I'm talking just the strict numbers. If I go into the math, and it gets more complicated. But my mind is there's a ratio. So even though we have a text and everything else, it's still a ratio. So we want that ratio down as much as possible. And if it gets to the point where there's no bloodshed at all, that's even better on our side. Quran said one can chase 1,000. But America's on momentum. Has no power anymore. The power is over 2020. Hey? But America may not even realize that itself. Because, hey, man, I'm still moving. I ain't got no game. I'm still moving. Everybody's getting out the way. Mr. Trump. So, hey, keep going. Keep taking. They ain't resisting. But the Bible tells us that's going to come in a way they ain't understand it. Confusing. A trap. Counterfeit power. Means the power that means the consequence is damned up. You know what damned up consequence? Consequence is lethal. Damned up consequence is legal. It's lethal. Like I said, if I punch you in the face every day for a year, you have a swollen jaw, you may, right, broken jaw, whatever. But every day, once a day, for a whole year. Then I come, and then you come on and say, hell, I will use 265 punches. Bro, I just damned up. So he hit you that one time with 365 punches. That's straight, you're dead. Same amount of energy, it's just the quality. You took it. Be patient and let it build up. The other person just used it. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to talk about all these things. I'm just going to reiterate some things I talked about yesterday. All right? Because I got some things I have to take care of and still trying to make sure I can even broadcast. Now, I'm going to go back to 2,000 years. I talked about yesterday, right, where it was Roman Empire. Now, they had a scripture too, but they call it mythology now, so we'll move on. But that was the mind at the time. That was the most powerful mind on the planet at the time. They were thinking of the world, they were successful. When you was a sink in time, and you withstand the pressures, then you'd be successful. Period. That's just the way it works. So they give you scripture, they give you a mind. That's what scriptures are, the mind, to know how to deal with that particular season you're in. And if you do, you'll be successful. If you don't, you'll fail. Because you're a disbeliever. Right? You understand? But the universe, right, is constantly growing. It's more energized. And we got different levels of people here, right? And so a greater mind, greater pressure creates a greater mind. And greater pressure overcomes lesser pressure. So the universe contracting, that means the mindset became stronger, and it became stronger in that mindset. And so a new reality comes in and squashes the old reality. You see very little trace of that anymore, except in the Pope and that kind of stuff. You understand? It's mathematics. You're thinking. You're thinking mathematically when you start understanding these things. You understand? And then came prophet when you call Jesus. And bam, that's the Christians. That's the Catholic Church. Catholic Church is not Christianity. That's the teaching that. Christianity is 500 years old. Catholic Church was something else. It's an offspring of old Rome. So what happened was they didn't completely break it, but those was adopted that mind, the Catholic mind, which is a diminished version of the Sealed Bible, but it's part of the Sealed Bible, right? And that's the guy, it's Catholic Church. And the Pope, right, he used to be Caesar, and blew away the Roman Empire. That pressure, because that pressure had to yield to a greater pressure, so it's not even a factor anymore. And then the Catholic Church, right, for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Catholic Church, no, excuse me, 1,000 years. Catholic Church ruled from the time of Jesus, 1,000 years. Now, we're talking about basic seasons, right? And then what happened? After 500 years, Islamic Empire with a different scripture, the Quran. They give you the guidance for that time. The mind. That was the Quran. The Quran is the mind. Excuse me. The Quran is the mind. And so they blew away the Catholic mind. Blew it away. Had very little to no power today. Just blew it away because a new mind came in that was more powerful. Right? That mind lasted, 1,000 years? 1,000 years that mind lasted because it's greatest power. They broke it in branches, but the point is, so we had this mental power. And then come so-called Puritans or whatever. Boom. America, Britain, Los Israel came on the scene 500 years ago and knocked out the previous. Because there was greater pressure, knocked out the Islamic Empire. Empire has no power over them. No power over them. Not as a group. Because the Bible is a strong, greater mind for that particular time. So they came out, and in each one of these stages, the previous stage has no power anymore. The empires or whatever just go out of existence, or they humble, have no power anymore. And then someone comes along after 500 years, brings the cross, and bring a new reality that's greater pressure than their reality. And we'll crush it. It will crush this and all the other realities before it. Will crush them, every one of them. And the preachers that promote that, and those lies and everything around Farrakhan, they could be asked a simple question. How in the world were you deceived by him? Show me one scripture that supports any of that stuff you say and what he says. And that he's legitimate, valid, and to lead the nation of Islam, the Messiah, Son of Man, and all this. Show me evidence. You read the scripture, what you claim that you believe in, denies everything you say. You can't put it in there. So you twist and turn the scripture, which Quran says that will cause your destruction. You talk about you brought a covenant without leaving the covenant out. We're leaving the covenant out. How do you do that? It's clear, decisively, Arabia. This time right here is unique in that all that Quran, see the Bible, all that, there's a lot of detail about who's who, what's what going right now. It's clear. No way you can clear Farrakhan or be other than the son of the devil, a robber of the nation of Islam, and touch with a curse. And what he's been doing. He hasn't built anything. He went to a nation of Islam down. Who was in charge? Only person in charge. Who was in charge? New born system. A new mind's coming in. And damn thing to stop it. Nothing. Because high pressure. And if you don't understand it by now, you never understand it. I've been talking about high pressure. Shows low pressure. And then you do about slip. Slip. Now, look at this point of view. It's Trump mind compared to the Indian mind. He's trying to do the pressures that you're experiencing. It won't work. It's creating more enemies in the last couple days, and it's the process of creating a whole their lifetimes. So you can see why everybody's going to turn against them for 4 days. Europe. Days. You know what's going to happen because you're in the universe works, contracting, means more energized. More energized, what does that mean? More conflicts. Unless you achieve highs. Achieve highs, as the Quran teaches you, do hardship. You have to go to hardship to achieve highs. And some are not willing to do that. We did. I still have some time to go. I'm going to do brothers and sisters. It's over. This season is over. Winter season is over. All that's left is melting and evaporating. And us taking whatever water we want for what our purpose is. Understand, brothers and sisters, no joke. I don't like it. But if I don't like it either, that's the way the universe works, that's the way it rolls. We can't do anything to stop or start it. We only change the quality. I don't like the energy deprivation. When I stood up before I got into, of course, that's understood pressure. So some of these things I already knew, and the Quran just angels backs it up. Terrible, terrible, terrible. A mind within a mind. They have small mind, and what we can do is stop this pressure. Do this. All that is reactive. Everything Trump doing is not active. It's reactive. He may think it's active, like, oh, he can't have his ideas. No, it's reactive. Reactive. And he said most price we pay is black people. Going to make a country rich. That's what our God says. Look at this, brothers and sisters. I made a comparison over and over again. This time it should be easier. Again. I see if this guy heart attack someone else, what you got there? So like 10 pounds, what? 1, 2, 20. That's 20 pounds. That's 10, 20. 10 by 20 is too much. He weighs 40 pounds now. I can't lift 40 pounds. I mean, I can't do it. Not even close. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Not even close. Can't do it. So what if that was the qualification you need? Say become part of some organization or something that you really want to be. But the entry, where you had to get among the strong people alive, and to qualify, you have to be at least strong as that person. That's the weakest person to be at least that strong. What do you do? Start working on it and wait till the last minute, then it was too late. You couldn't do it if you wanted to. It takes time to build up. What'd you do? So that's about 200 pounds a hand, maybe more. Right? What'd you do? That's the question. What do you do? We're in the same situation with the angel. Because this reality is the reality we come out of, the reality of God to make our. That was the level their mind could produce. Their reality was the reality of God to make our. That's their mind. We've been under domination of their mind for the last 500 years. And their mind was the sealed Bible. This is not something you just dream up, brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. To him, You got a book for a reason. Who gave me these books? That's the mind that was given of the Hindu tribe. They didn't want to go to the Holocaust. They wanted to keep their nation together. They got the mind to do that. Hinduism. They said, we're going to end up, we're going to go as a unit and one people. Free. Everybody had an idea. Our spouse says, no, we're not going to do it. We're going to go to the transformation phase. Everybody had an idea. The Yakuza people had an idea. They said, oh, well, we're going to rule it in that time. Okay. Remember, they came out of us. Their tribe, they chose that option, rulership. Hell. Well, the Ishmaelites, that's the tribe that came out of here. When the Prophet Muhammad, the tribe went to Mars. Native Americans over here, so-called Native Americans, right? They came out of the British tribe, and they came over here. That was their solution, right? Exile themselves, separate. They said the devil wouldn't find us for 5,000 years, and he's right. They had 5,000 years, and they had to worry about the devils. Everybody had a plan how to end that vision. Because I had to perspective. We said, well, we got to go through it. And we have to transform ourselves to the best we can be. Turn over positive genes. Right? Raise the angels up. Or can anybody want to go along with that plan? Oh, well, look at looking at you here. We got brothers as Esau. We'll go along with that plan. You get the same, but yeah, if you go along with that plan, you survive the Holocaust, you'll be transformed too into gods. But angels anymore. See, angels are servants. They do a lot to them, they were servants. They ain't do anything. They ain't do their own names, according to Quran. Servants. Now, if I get a point over, to you, every living thing out there came out of us, and they're our servants on some level. The bees are our service. We need honey. Bees do it for us. We do it ourselves. Now they do it. Right? Everything. So they kept on. First start with the lower level, microbes, viruses, bacteria. More complicated tree plants, reptiles, so forth. So we delegate more and more of the mechanism of our reality, right? To lower levels of ourselves, depending on what's needed is. The first being was genders. Scientists separate in two parts. Because tension, that's what we need to do. Because then the satisfaction brings about a change, like Larry Mama told you. When we first contracted, expanded, the satisfaction grows. Why? Because it has less energy. So we turn off genes until we get more and more authority because we're losing more control of it. But absolute control of viruses, bacteria, absolute back in the beginning, absolute control of them. But now, like Quran said, we give you your backs. So now it's someone independent. And so when you put someone in attention, put rubber in attention, dissatisfied, then it pops. Then both sides relax again. They have to relax until it starts stretching again. So now, when there's satisfaction, everybody's relaxing, doing their thing. That's the way creation works. Excuse me, man's brothers and sisters. It's the same thing. This whole world here is out of the mind, of the mind of Adam. And then the monsoons come in. It's more powerful than that. That's why Daniel says, all this was crushed by a stone. Crushed stone was not only the best, but it transformed to a jewel. It was a stone, angel, that's a God. I mean, and then you got God's mind ruling the planet. A God mind ruling the planet. You have to have a God mind to be successful in it. As Muhammad said, you wish to be successful, learn the mathematical language. We just saying that. You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? When the mind comes in, there's higher pressure. And you can either join and grow with it, or you can be crushed by it. All nations will be crushed. All the demons will be crushed. The process, because they cannot withstand. There's some of you can, but you refuse to, lack of knowledge. For whatever reason, the demons can't, but you can. But your mind, you have bad energy management. Well, you may go after money, but winter's over. Money is an instrument of winter. Or you run after lost cause. But a lot of money, like a tiger chasing his tail. Look at a lot of energy. How much energy that tiger losing chasing that tail? Every quarter, it doesn't matter. The energy that's been lost, and you only get so much a day. Same with animals. They can strike you. They want you to unify. They want you to change the highs because they get rich off you, keep you separated, stupid. You're unified. So they're trying to divert you, but still the winning factor is there. They're not able to do it because things come in. They don't try to do it because that was the knowledge of the wind. As Muhammad told them, divide and conquer. That was the wisdom of the winter. It was not work, and what you see out there now is it's a winter. Now, what they come with? Their momentum. Okay, momentum, understand, brothers and sisters? Their momentum. Applying oil and vehicles 500 years, which don't work anymore. You have to be energized. And if you're energized, we require more pressure, but can you withstand that new pressure that the engine's bringing in? Because the same way we put pressure on us, we push pressure back on them. If we press on us because bring us together and do contrary things. So one wants to go one other way. So but we have your control, so you force us to go against ourselves, which is extreme pressure. Extreme pressure causes you to transform a diamond if you had that ability. So we're here together. Right now, it's being reversed. We're doing them doubles. But they will be able to transform because they're having a transformation. They aren't doing momentum. I got to pray for crushed, so that's why I said be crushed. Understand, brothers and sisters? So, only one lost is the ones that lost knowledge. They could have withstood the pressure. They were already transformed. By the way, they actually transform the diamonds. So they can withstand the pressure, but they burn themselves up instead. You know, diamond would burn just as well, same as coal, it's the same material. Diamond and coal is the same material, just rearranged atoms. That's all, the same material, same. Both of them are carbon, look it up, both of them are carbon. And both, if we go in the furnace, the diamond will burn just as well as the coal will. The same material. Hope you understand that. So they transform the diamonds. But instead of shining, they jump into the fire and burn up. was America. And it could have went on display in Arabia. But a beautiful Jews. I still have to old man. He kept America warm. He jumped in the fire. See? But his face was, that was fire. I tell you, stay here. And what the Quran says, fuel for the fire. How to disbelieve become fuel for the fire. Why do they say things like that? Because that's what will happen to you. It's my father America. It's a big picture right there. America burning up. So how are you so blind? Understand, brothers and sisters? So you get transformed to a diamond and you stood up in fire. Straight in the fire. You get burned up. What's not knowledge? And we're diamond. And it's on display. Once got out of here. Got away from the fire. Okay, I got a family problem here. Always something, boss. I'm not behind the computer. Time is running out. Understand? Simple as that. Otherwise, the diamond, watch the shit and everything off him. That's why I like another diamond. Buying pillars. Nothing correctly. Because you're not a woman. Going into that transformation, you're harder than anybody on the planet when you ask me to it. So in the collision with devils, you rock the boat, the eggs, or whatever. That's what Dr. Shabazz did to you, for you. So yeah, but we had to go to Holocaust for it. It was hell. But you're going to enjoy the result because that's internal life. And nobody can imagine that this is going to get better and better and better. You can forget about this if you make it. The problem is, he's still here. I'm still here. I don't want to be in this mess. We can't control this universe. Have no power whatsoever. Maybe just cut it. I mean, there's a lot of things I can't even tell you about. You know, because your brain wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm going to stand by, so I'm going to keep this short. That's what it is, brothers and sisters. So you find all these people, so anybody that opposes this, be broken, anybody's thing falls on, be crushed. You can't stop it. You can't stop me. Also, I got all these things I got to do. I perceive it is, perceive it, I got to test it, whatever. I ain't buying this stuff. My doctor give me so many vitamin pills. I got about 20 bottles of pills, I don't take them. You get bad. Wow. You're in good shape, but you're difficult. Well, I'm not going to turn into a zombie or to a Farrakhan. Think on that stuff. But when you understand, see, sometimes I can't say because then people take it the wrong way and they're all messed up. They get mixed, quality and quantity mixed up. Not the power over quantity, the power of quality. But then I know that what takes you out of here is when the pressure around you is greater than you understand. And because out of this, you die. But when you put that pressure on you, see, that's the thing. Okay, think about this carefully. You put pressure on something, it's transformed. So it's not what it was before. When it first born, it comes out something new. So look at a diamond crystal, for instance. Diamonds also called a crystal, right? They're cold, they're diamonds, they're in the crystal, you put it on strange pressure. So what happens is like a seed. When in the seed, there's like a seed there, the first one to transform. Then it goes all over, it transforms like that, and then you got a diamond. It don't transform, it's like a new seed in the center. That's first, because the pressure is greater at the center. We first convert. The same thing. With a lot of pressure on you, pressure is great in your form, so you have to transform. You have to transform to a greater structure. So reduced to a seed, sperm again. It's like that. The same process, bro. That's why when you understand one process, you see that applies all over the place. It happens. Just back to a seed again, sperm. And you start growing again, because that's crystal, they call it growth. You start growing. One little seed, and you come up with a higher form. Keep doing that as long as you can do it. Some will be able to do it trees of years until usually only one can left that can do it into a complete transformation. Same thing. Well, so life is transformed, right? Physically, I'm not here. You transform here, you transform physically. Because you have the same mind. And then, transformation complete, now here comes the mind. First up, clean up, polish you, shine you up. People trying to prevent that. They're trying to hold on to the winner. That's their wealth, their life, and everything is there. That's all they know. They say, eventually they say, try to explain it. What's that? No, man, what is it? Didn't probably just saw explain before. What's this? Surprise. Shock. Then their whole existence is in jeopardy. A threat. And so people, and it's come in, not by magic, but people we give birth to. That's what say Mary gives birth to us. Our birth does not give birth to us. You understand? So now, we're in that room, and we'll be in that. And you saw those who do abortion. We will. We saw an abortion, but it won't work. Let's be born. If we're born, we're going to destroy them. With the pressure. See the problem here? What the angel telling us? At the borders. They know if we can come out, we'll crush them. It's about to happen. So a couple more things I'm going to go boss. I think I got things under control here. Maybe not. Maybe not. I've been working through. I'm kind of like wiped out, bro. Since I've been working through the last few days. Plus, I lost 20 pounds in like 3 weeks. Getting the pounds down. Going to gym twice a day. Getting ready. Because I know what's coming. I want to be the best I can be. It comes. 76 years old. Not easy. Gym twice a day. 3 hours in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. Double mile. treadmill time, I would do about 2-3 hours a day. At least 5 miles a day. Right. Press. Curls, whatever. So I'm down 20 pounds from 2,200 down to 180. That's how folks in that energy. I was studying like, I tell my story, I had a certain time of studying, but then you got a lot of adversity and resistance to get this message out. That's my focus 100%. It's your focus. But you have to, there's no ifs, ands about it. How you get to the hereafter, it's totally on you. The mind you have. And now you get there without getting to have. And what level you're going to be on, it's up to you. You'll come in a wheelchair. I just going to push it because it won't be me. Well, this bonus system is mathematics. And so we decided to hang on. And it's not an emotional thing. And they said, now, our mind will be the most powerful mind on the planet. Going to a Holocaust. In your mind. We know that because I tell you, no one has the earth on the earth had enough energy focus enough to uplift those seals on one person, namely God. Okay, it's a mind, that means it's a superior mind on the scene that nobody could touch. Except there's very few. They talk about being in the Lamb's Book of Life. Those who go through tribulation, being baptized by the Lamb. And they got to go to catch up. But they got it. Or they can already withstand the pressure and putting their test and they're already, by definition, they've already passed the test because they withstand the pressure. That's the whole about. Can you withstand the pressure hereafter? A lot of people from Hanson can't understand the pressure right now. I can understand the pressure going on right now. I can't stand it. That's why they're under the foot of the devils. Because see, the Bible is the sun, as it tends to tell you, is to grow out. I'll grow a man, the corner of mine, in a sense, it's in season. I keep telling you that. I was in season, and single season, it's righteous. I don't care if they kill each other, kiss each other, but what are they doing? That's the righteous conduct for that period of time. That's just mathematics, brother and sister. That's why the angel basically understand how you can put man in charge. A wicked man, because it's they're physically into and they have mindset. See, the point is suffocation happens, right? So the Chicago tribe became a suffocation for Holocaust for NWA. That's where 6,000, that's where it came from. Because we have some for everything. So resistance would be just, would be cold weather, not anything, with people. Personification of the problem. If they do use the idea, brother and sister, any problem in life here, which result of vectors and These vectors are forces of human beings. It's affecting one way or the other, indirectly or directly, whatever. Or such things, accidents and all that kind of stuff. So wherever you got on the road, you just pass out in a car, hit you, in an accident, is it? It's caused by her, person, right? And if she's drinking, something, it's a reaction, it's no accident, it's mathematics. What she does is a reaction, her lifestyle, what she's doing. Well, she might have done it intentionally. I know somebody, I'm going to get divorced, I hate myself, kill somebody, kill myself too. So it was an accident. It's just mathematics. She caused it, but she really did it, really, but that's what you said, when bad luck comes, it's going to come to you in a personified form. Why is that so important? Because if you got negative energy, what kind of people you think you're going to meet? You're going to meet people that's going to give you bad advice, get you in trouble. Always occasion. I mean, and you may not realize it. You're taking a friend that's the enemy. And if you got positive energy, so you're probably going to meet someone that's going to be a positive effect in your life. Or generate a child for you. They may not be that well, they may generate a child. In that respect, let me speak this and we'll move on. So our bodies, if you have a healthy body can reduce cancer cells, right? And come out here because some deficient there, right? But you can also pass that effect down to your seed. Because we say in the scripture, I never talked about this before, I'm going to just hit on it. When we see in the scripture, honestly, we have children that are lost, disobeyed or whatever. It says, all Job's children will be lost. I know it's such a he's by me, and by me of unrighteous conduct, whatever. Same thing with Abraham says, I'm not coming to include the wrongdoers. Because you can, your bad luck means you might produce a bad seed. A cancer seed, there's a cancer to the body. Not like a cancer cell, but a cell that attacks the body is a cancer cell. And so they don't have anything to the body, they don't associate the body, whatever. And we have that. And the Bible tells us what to do with those. And see, that's all the results of confusion of being here with devils and demons mixed all in. And then you're not having the right mind, so now you're doing things as the Bible said. What do? I do that what I would not do. It's only the Son of Man can save you from that. It says, I do what I would not do. And so we're producing bad luck, don't realize it. Producing bad seed, don't realize it. We're doing all kinds of things. One American dream, all of a sudden you got that nice mansion and everything else. And now you produce a whole bunch of cancer seed. And you got a whole bunch of kids that hate you and everything else. They're going to destroy everything you do. And you didn't mean to do that. Okay? But that's the way personification works. And you do that because you know better. You had the wrong mind. So, I mean, same with me. After Elijah departed, my focus was making the American dream. And I was making it happen. And I was also putting out a bad luck for myself along the way because a lot of bad negative things happen. But I was living in a mini mansion, had money rolling in the dough, new cars, whole many yards. Had some houses. I was going to get real estate. I had my own business, plus I was going to real estate too, and I was going to do it. And I ran into the angel. Whoop, 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 whoop. Boy, that thing, man. Woo. Whoa. And I put the birds, whoa, like you run down at 100 miles an hour. Right? And then you see a big world 2 yards ahead of you. You said, oh, damn. Ooh, 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 I know I'm dead. Anyway, I'm gonna stop this car. I got 10 yards ahead, I'm going 100 miles an hour. And that big water, right? I hit the brakes hard. I didn't crash into the wall, but I did bump it hard. So I changed everything around. So now my energy is going to that. And is that good? Oh, I don't know. Again, I don't like any of this. But then I try to tell you about the transition from bad to good. It's like going from the freezer to a frying pan. You better get a transition period there. But when you eat nothing, you throw it out. And you're in flux. And the same thing it tells you in the Bible and also the Quran. You're going to get into this, after this step, you're going to be you got a transition period. That transition period is maybe harder than anything you ever imagine. Because you're going from transition from the spring, from the winter to the spring, you got to get to winter. But spring ain't here yet. So now you're out there homeless, and your winter, oh man, you got to do. I let go of my winter house, I let go of all that stuff, man, that kept me warm. And man, I'll go back there, and that's the whole story we tell you in Exodus. And then we need to go back to Pharaoh. We're here in a rock and hard place. We went back to Pharaoh, man. We just got a fireplace, and we went back there, we're going to be destroyed. But we ain't got nothing, man. He tells us about something that may happen. They may come with the ships, they may deliver us. God may show up, they may mess from hunger, maybe it's real. Because you don't know. But I got sacrifice something real and real. For something imaginary thing that you tell me exists. And I gotta do everything and wait for that. I really can't wait because now I can't just sit back and wait. I gotta start acting, right, preparing for it. You tell me I just spent 800 miles, I need to bring a goddamn boat. I can be pirate, man, and I don't see no rain nowhere. Are you out of your damn mind? See what I'm saying? It's a hard call. I don't even like to call it. I know I'm not telling people that they're going to get even more confused. I got a disaster in my hands. And they're really blamed because they don't have the wisdom to deal with that transition period. Oh, well, if the extreme, they work with me, family, and everything else, the extreme. Remember, I told you to do that. And if the other side, right, well, hey, man, can you tell me what's going to happen? Can you tell me what's going to happen? Because they plan to stay in that room, fireplace and everything else, man, until then, they get me a dash. Right? When they see the hot sun come out, because battle the seed says it's very difficult this period. It says time of unprecedented trouble. You mean that, and I know. I can't. If it's unprecedented, I don't know it either. The scientists knew because they wrote the history, but they didn't want us to know. Well, I didn't want us to know what it's going to be, but I mean, how would you know? You taste it now, and if you need more to taste it, like tasting poison, huh? They ain't know it's poison, but then they ride your tongue out. I just have no talk about this because it's any day now. And then what you see out there, if you understand what I've been telling you, you know this thing is going to happen, because how much stress can you take? How much stress can you put in an egg for this damn thing across? And this is it. You can hear the eggs creaking. Even the devil's telling America's over. So we know what's going to happen, and what's going to happen soon. It's going to happen. It's not going to be about it because a new mind is coming in, and why is new minds coming in? Because we get more energy, and our nature's returning, being revived. And then you got someone here that already made a sacrifice to get the mind for you. If you had to get it yourself, you probably never get it. Somebody who made a sacrifice to get that mind for you. Now it's up to you whether you will accept it or not. Still decisions, but nobody can force that mind on you. All they're going to do is they're going to take the one that you have, they're going to obliterate it before you, And some of us still have to hold on to it. Oh, don't get it in my mind, man. Like the demons, they can't absorb my mind either. It's above their pay grade, so to speak. That's what we're brothers and sisters. It's not easy. I don't want to be here. Honestly, it's a great day now. But the result, if you get through, right? But you still got to go through all this to get to it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That transition. It's a woo. I've been through it. But it's going to be sped up for you. I've been doing transition for years. Sped up for you. Because it's going to force you in that transition. Force you to have to make a decision. See what I mean? That's why it's a shock. Because you don't think you have to make a decision. Because you don't realize there's this decision to be made. See? But Falcon already took that away from you. No, man, we staying here. No, question about we staying here. And then you find out, you see the alternative. Well, this place is burning up. And what, I can't, you got to make a decision. You want to stay here and try to put the fire out? And get the hell out of here. And then says, put this fire out. And the business going to tell you, you don't stay, or you got to make a decision. You know, help stay, try to put the fire out and take this country like they're going to try to tell you to do. Get the hell out of here. Give them that sea, right? If there's a fire, you want to be in the sea, out of fire. That decision, you're going to be forced on you in a minute. Because you're not going to be able to hold on to run anymore. Now, all you can do now is try to revive it. Let's try to revive it, man. Let's get some freezers or something. They won't be able to do it. That's what they're going to think to do. But they don't know any better. All they know is the winter. They don't know about any spring. Never seen spring before. So they can't do that, but they have no choice because they don't know anything else. Their minds cannot, they only got the mind of winter. They have mind of spring. Once it kicks in, that's all over for them. Once the spring kicks in, and then where you are. And you're prepared, or you're going to be in the ark and you're going to be swimming. Okay? You're going to be in the ark and you're not just swimming. They made a decision, but it's too late to get marks, now you got to swim. That's what comes out. That's why that's what it says. I'm just saying that's about to happen. Right? And then those that make home get home. Get home in one piece. Then the journey begins. Won't be long before you get another book. And when books like the angel will be, the weight will be heavier than the angel, much heavier. But it won't be like seal stuff anymore. Because that's because you got the enemy here. Now we got the body where the body keep upgrading. You get better and better and better. But you gotta get there. 72 trillion years is nothing but just every day gets better than the day before. It's hard to imagine. But then back then it was hard to imagine. Maybe deprivation in our cars. You mean something like that's what happened? I mean, whew. We did it and we got past it. Now we're going to take advantage of it, or we're going to take advantage of us. We're going to be fuel for the fire, or we're going to be precious ornaments in the hereafter. That's going to be your choice, brothers and sisters. And move on and close out. I'm not going to. I should let this run, but I'm not going to let it run today. I think I'm going to talk about this some more another time. Right now, I'm just trying to get my system together so I can really have the long talk I want to have. Shock of the hour, brothers and sisters. Shock of the hour. I think I missed up from what I wanted. I'm going to close out. Okay. Well, basically, brothers and sisters, if you just watch, I'm saying, okay, let me say this and close. And like when I said, truth is so clear and full in our earth. And see, the scientists, remember this, the mind is original being, that's the computer. Because we are the original being. That's the form the original being is right now. That's the mind of it, that computer. And produces the minds that you need for every particular event, going down through time. So the way they did it made it special for its time because it made you so clear about who's who, what's what. Trying to prevent you from being lost for lack of knowledge. Because you made a covenant was made with you to bring you home and everything else. And so we're going to do our part. I'm not going to force anything on you. I'm trying to get enough information to make a right decision so you get home in one piece. That's the promise made to you, but you have to decide whether you will do it or not. And so when you go to Scripture, it made it easy for Elijah to call him by name. That's Elijah's name. He didn't change his name. His later name, Elijah Paul, but Elijah's first name, call him name. And then they make it clear with Farrakhan is nothing good about it, nothing. He said, well, he done something when Moses was present and at Moses' behest, but once Moses was gone, that guy was bare news from start to finish. Some of the addition, it's easy to understand what he said in Elijah's seat. Who said he wanted to see nobody Elijah? After him, Farrakhan. And he's the one who tore the nation down. And so for someone. So it's easy to listen to white people because, and he's preaching everything I said, they're all going to be thrown to the furnace and left there, door locked, and they left there in torment. But this is easy. All you have to do is read it. And Farrakhan had no place to hide. No place. Look at him. But me? Yeah, you. Demon. Powerful devil. And this thing people are right now, let me say this again and close. Exaltation means we got, say for instance, a person, they got slow energy, they're laying in bed. This is a big wrestler, fighter, man. He's got energy and everything else, man. He's tough. And then suddenly, energy deprivation, and all of a sudden he thinks 200 pounds, 100 pounds, real thin, can't get out of bed, right? Argumentative, lazy. So wait a minute, that ain't the person that's over there. No, it's the same person. The point is, they acting on an energy deficiency. Like a vitamin deficiency? It's deficiency. Because if you're tired and hungry, you're going to act different than you act now. Because you're tired and hungry. And you act different. The more hungry and more tired you are, the more different. Because you got energy deprivation. You got a deficit of energy. And so our people acting, they were susceptible. They haven't been susceptible to the seed Bible because it was almost difficult, impossible to accept it in full strength. Because their nature would have told them something's wrong with that. So nature has been diminished. That's what devils do. Diminish our nature. Has worked 24/7, war outside and everything else. Diminish our nature. But they was able to install the sealed Bible on us. Get their mind. And so it tells us that their nature comes back first. It tells you the same thing in Daniel. It says that lion was made to stand on his feet, right? The lion, came back to power, and then was given his mind back. Same thing. So the point is that God see a mark where the man, he recognized Jesus, but he still had his mind back because he got his nature. So I never talk about that enough. But the black people's nature is being revived. And there's that in itself is a conflict between that and because was only installed in the Seal Bible on these people if they had a diminished nature. Had diminished nature to do it. Had banks over in servitude, and forth on. But now, you energize your nature, start kicking in, and then you start saying, hey, there's some conflict here. I mean, that don't make, you see what I'm saying? That's part of your resurrection. So people's spirit coming back, right? Remember, they also call spirit the demon separated, but they get their mind back. See? But the man of Mark, he recognized Jesus through his nature, not through his mind. Okay? And then Legion loses their ground. He opposed it, and then he stopped begging, please. That's what happened, brothers and sisters. And so once their mind back, they put their mind, right? Focus their energy and mind. Woo. Wow. So we already know, brothers and sisters. In Farrakhan, that father, first o'clock, just hear me? That father, like son. Like son. Raping in the eye. His father raped his mama, he's raping in the eye. He's raping no sisters. Okay, we'll close here, brothers and sisters. We'll close it here. Hopefully, I'll let this run again, so I keep getting this messed up. I think I got it. And I keep forgetting I had to keep saying I'm living here because what I'm living in here give you a very detailed line. I'm not going to do more detail than that of what's about to happen, why. Huh? So you can share with your friends or whatever. There we go. Again, brothers and sisters, great fear is about to grip America. Unimaginable fear. Fear that, as it says, men's hearts be filled with fear of those things coming upon the earth, coming upon America and Europe, specifically America, right? Men's hearts be filled with fear of those things coming upon the earth, because the powers of heaven be shaken. Let's talk about this war that's about to break out between America and Iran, and false Israel and Iran, right? It's going to break the power of America. America is on momentum, and it's about to break, and it's going to cause great fear. It's going to grip America with fear, unimaginable fear, and it will not let go. And it's just going to increase, get worse and worse and worse. And this is just an anticipation. What's supposed to happen? Men's hearts be filled with fear of those things coming. So if they having heart attacks, failing, having strokes, in anticipation, what will happen once it actually gets here? If they fear the lion, see a lion rushing towards them a mile away, what will they do when the lion approaches? Great fear, brothers and sisters. And it's going to touch the whole planet. It's going to rock the planet. This fear is so great, it's going to rock the planet. But it's going to focus in on America specifically, because that's its target. Fear. That's been installed in us for 40 years, and that's coming in all of a sudden, all of it. Okay, brothers and sisters, my previous presentation, right, I had to shut it down. If anybody is there, it's lasts about 15 minutes, I think, and you'll see they sabotage it. They're doing everything they can. Something happened that never happened before. They sabotaged, they bought some stuff that I couldn't get rid of it, so I had to shut it down, start over again. So I'm not going to say everything I said there, so if you want, you hit the whole, spend the first 10-15 minutes with that, and then continue with this. But I was talking basically about how the seasons, and if you look at it, like the universe constantly changing, and you have to understand how the universe works. And before that, you did not know, and you may not know now. But once you understand that, you could not have understood the story about the jinn. That's why jinn didn't understand it, and Bliss didn't understand it, because they had thorough knowledge. God said, I know what you know not. When you understand how the universe works, then, because before you heard me, you had no idea about any of this stuff. You had no clue what, they don't know what the jinn means, the Sunni don't know what they are, no one knows what the jinn, or the jinn, there's some mystical angels somewhere. We're not even angels, according to them. And you can't see them. And Adam's whole human race is all messed up, right? And the things, the concepts you're getting here, concepts you haven't got anywhere, you haven't heard anything, even from Elijah Muhammad. Nothing. The universe expands, contracts. The energy deprivation, never heard about energy deprivation, no knowledge whatsoever. What it means, why is it, right? About the gene key, that how we turn off and on the genes, right? The whole sequence, right? All these things you never knew anything about. You never knew about the fulcrum, how justice changes, because you think justice is a static thing, like, oh, well, you put 5 in, you get 10 out. But that's not what Scripture. You're gonna have blessing here. After blessing, it would not be justice, would it? It means you're getting something you ain't work for. You get 10 for 1. But that wouldn't be justice. So you think, God, well, you're not just, right? He's my favor, but still not just. But God is always just, because the fulcrum changes, and the state of justice changes. Because now it's right now it's in negative, and now it's going to be positive again. You don't understand any of these things. Maybe you still understand them now. Before I told you about them. How pressure works. You understand how you transform something. How you transform something, right? And then the seasons. So in other words, you get scripture for each season. And so right now, this season, energy deprivation, right? That was a season that we would just come out of 6,000 years, because you have 4 6,000 year seasons every cycle. That's approximately 24,000 years. And so we just come through a winter season, and during the winter season, the winter people are the gods. They run it. Satan is the god of this world. He would be the god of energy deprivation. They tell you Satan is God as well. That's why these devils don't call God's name, because Satan is their God. Jesus told you Satan is God as well. If the most powerful country in this world were not under him, he wouldn't be a God, would he? The most successful people in the time of Satan would be Satan's people, because Satan, there is time of Satan, winter, people who understand winter would be successful in the winter. Period. And so they'll be successful, and they will be God's people for that period. See? Because that's what it is. We adjust these cycles. So in other words, so God put him in power, empowered him. So okay, your season, go for it. Season to make, mystery, shed blood. So but the point is, we're going to control the process of the universe, but we control the quality. So the thing is, if you said, okay, you go into deprivation, but remember, all the nations had an idea about how they want to deal with energy deprivation. That's where you get the quality in. See, that's why we're talking about personification. I explained in the previous one, I'm not going to go to that all over that again, right? But that's why we have personification, so these things just a chance. Because if we didn't have personification and energy deprivation, and we go to the winter, then if you're going to winter, you don't need anybody to, if it's ice there, if it's cold, it's 10 below zero, you don't need anybody to, you're going to freeze. You're just going to freeze. But if we make personification, right, that means a person come and grab you and freeze you to death, hug you, freeze you to death. Then it's something you can see, you can feel, maybe you can avoid them. That's where you personify everything. See? But when you personify things like that, it means you get control of it. What I mean, you get control, quality control. Because all the nations had, right, all nations deal with in different ways because they have quality control. So I want to deal with this way. And if you don't have that, then you say, winter's coming, man, what can I do? I said to freeze. Right? But no, I want to deal with it this way. I want to deal with it that way. So everybody chose a way to do it. Right? But Dr. Shabbat says, well, we're going to use this, right, for our advantage. Because we personify it, that means we got a people that's winter people that's contrary to us. That's resistance. When something contrary, that's resistance. Because they want it one way, you want it another way. Right? So when you go to the gym, that's what you're doing. You lift away. That's resistance. That's pressure. So if you want to change something else, right? It depends on the quality of pressure you put on. You got all kinds of pressure. Weight, you got all kinds of weight. You want to use the weights for your arms. You got a machine for that. You want for legs. Depends on how you want to do it. But if you want to make a people into a superior people, then you need another type of people you need anti people, right? To put that kind of pressure on them to make them upgrade to a higher level. That's what you need. You could, but dogs wouldn't do it. Apes wouldn't do it. Just going to the gym wouldn't do it. You need that's what you want to happen. You want to transform you to a higher level. So you need people that's contrary to you, that's going to put pressure on you, right? And to cause you transform, because you want to transform into not to something weird. You want to transfer it. You want to be yourself, but you want to get better self. So you want pressure applied that particular way. That's what he's putting it right in the center at him. He's contrary to us in every way. Right? And that means he put maximum pressure on us right in the center of him. So therefore we get that result that we upgrade, let's make male likes in our image, male and female. So I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters. Like, I'm not going to play the video I wanted to play because they sabotaged it. I don't want to do it again. And I'll probably do it separately. And what's going on here? Okay, I hope they haven't get messages in their house. Okay, that sounds good. Dogs will do it. We understand, brothers and sisters, right? So we wanted to transform that. So we had to have a contrary being, so we went Adam, and so that's what we said. Other people, like Matt Farmer said, some went to another planet, some exiled over here. Everybody had a different way they want to deal with it, but none of those ways would cause them to transform into the one. That means you had to be. Because they was trying to avoid as much as they could in salvation. We said, no, we don't want to avoid it. We want to take it use for our benefit. And it will be terrible, but the point is the result. With maximum pressure, to get the result. That's how you make a God. Then move on. And so at this point, their 6,000 year period, the 6,000 year period was officially over at 2019, at 2020. And the plague started, 1619 to 2019. And when you have a principle called, you have a principle in mathematics, right, called momentum. Now, when you step your foot on the gas, that's acceleration. You're giving it power. But if you take your foot off the gas, and every action has an opposite or equal reaction. But if you put something in motion, stay in motion until something reacts to it, right? So you take your foot off the gas and you put it back on. Your car will keep rolling unless the wind or something stops it. That's momentum. And so America had a lot of acceleration for 6,000 years. But now that the fuel is gone, they put the foot on the gas, there's no gas. Because their time is over. They're momentum now. But people think, oh man, look how powerful they were. So they still think that, the car's still moving, so it must be some power to it, but it's no momentum, it has no power anymore. And the first thing it hits is gonna stop it. See? But you think, you don't know that. And that's the way people respond to the momentum that the Europeans in America had for 6,000 years. They go, oh, look how powerful they are. And then they will hit, soon hit something and stop because there's no power behind it. And they will hit mass from hum in a minute. Then their power be broken. Everybody will see that they have no power anymore. See? So they respond to what they think they don't have it. Understand? So I want you to understand. I wanted to go in a lot of detail, but I'm gonna have to keep it short because I spent a couple of days just trying to get my sound up, and then I finally got up, and then they sabotaged the first 15 minutes, so I had to stop and start again. So they're in momentum right now. And they about to hit something, and then that'll be the end. They stop. They have no power. Everybody thinks they've got counterfeit power. So I'm probably, if everything works all right, I'll probably do this whole thing tomorrow again, and hopefully I can be, follow all the way through the whole thing without any problem, because a lot of things I want to say about this, right? Okay, so I'm not going to do this whole thing, brothers. I've been promised I'm not going to do it, because like I said, I had all these issues, and right now I was going to get some of that today, and then, well, I wasn't actually going to do this today because I want to do something else until I make sure I got this down pat, because I don't want to, I want the interruptions, and I think this is, I want to put this whole thing together for you, brothers and sisters. Right? Like I was, one thing I was saying, we're immortal people. We're immortal people. We've been here, we'll always be here. Death is not enemy. That's our friend, because it's the means by what we upgrade. You have to, like I said, oh grave, where's thy victory? Oh death, where's thy sting? That means the grave is not victorious over us, because we give up this body, they rejuvenate to a better body. And I talked about that in that previous one. It's about 15 minutes long. Look at it if you will. Anyway, what I want to talk about here is, I'm talking about pressure. Greater pressure overcomes lower pressure. I talk about the mind. Now we live in the pressure in the mind right now. We're in the momentum of the mind. The momentum of the mind. Hold on a minute. See if I can do this. I'll get in trouble here. Oh boy. I'm telling you, brothers and sisters. Okay, that's that. And there you go. And then, where is that? Okay, that's that. Where is that? Okay, hold on. here, okay. And where is this? That, okay. Oh, brothers and sisters, then I'm going to do this. Okay, where is it? And that's that right there. And we're going to, hold on, I got to fix this. You got that. Now I gotta find this. Where's this at? Oh. Okay, I can't find it. Oh, I have to delete this and come back. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. There's right there. Yes. Oh. I'm gonna put this here. There you go. Right there, then what's that? Where is this? And where am I here? Oh, finally. Okay, got it. Finally. Got it. There you go. There you go now. Get my camera. Oh, brothers and sisters, this is hilarious. It really is. You think about it, it's hilarious. Oh, boy. And my camera's nowhere. They really work overtime. Overtime, brothers and sisters. Stop this. It's not going to work. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, we'll go with that. Let's go with that, brothers and sisters. I guess. Well, I want to talk about this pressure. Now, everything's mathematics, though it's pressure. And right now we live in the momentum of the pressure of the mind of the sealed Bible. Remember, the mind for this time is the scripture. So the sealed Bible was the scripture of the last 6,000 years. Well, actually, these last 2,000 years anyway. It was the mind of the last 2,000 years. Right? Because your mind is the software. And that the scripture is the software you need to be successful in that period of time. And the sealed Bible is the guidance that Adam had. Remember, he would make measure blood. That was the guidance he had for that period of time, okay? So, now, this is 2,000 years ago, right? Now, when the people that person you call Jesus, right? Isa ibn Miriam, right? Okay, he came on the scene 2,000 years ago with the sealed Bible, right? And when he came on the sealed Bible, that was a greater because it was a season for it. the previous season was over. Right? But you need, in other words, at the time of spring, spring is over, and then summer will start moving in. But you got a transition period between the spring. I mean, you don't have a spring one day and then summer the next day. You got the transition between the two, because like thawing out, right? So, but it takes the summer, right? It takes the spring to push the summer out, because spring, right? If the spring don't warm up, then the winter will stay. So the spring has to bloom, and as it's blooming, right? Because it heats up, spring has to be the nature of the spring. Because then you can have a spring that's a cold spring, and then the winter will remain. So spring has to be what spring is, the nature of spring, which will, right, overcome, because there's a time for it. It will overcome, because it's the new, it will overcome the old mind, because the old mind, the mind now in winter will not work. So in winter, everything, snow and that stuff, that's precious stuff. But in spring, it works for nothing. So if you're in the springtime, money and everything is tied to the winter. All your money, wealth, and everything is tied to the winter. So when the winter's over, that wealth just disappears because it was tied to the winter. You understand? Okay. So this was the empire that Jesus came to, and when he showed up, man, right? That new season came in, and season was that Catholic Church. That was the Bible. That's their church. But see, that was a transition period between the Roman, because that was just Catholic Church was just another form of, was Christianity mixed with Romanism, because the Pope was the new Caesar, right? Anyway, it took place because it was the right season, and the pressure was greater. But greater pressure overcomes lesser pressure. So, right? Because that mind, so he had a new mind. And that mind was more powerful than the previous mind, because that mind was in sync with the universe. So it blew away the previous mind. So all that's gone. They call it mythology and everything that people was in, right? And then what happened? And it tells you in Genesis, right? 2,000 years ago, and then what happened? And then come the Islamic Empire 5 years later. See? It blew away that, because it was a different mind for that season. That particular season, it blew away the sealed Bible, that aspect of the sealed Bible. That sealed Bible was the sun. The moon reflects it. Near the moon. So remember, this whole thing was under bracketed by the sun. That's why the moon just reflected, because much of the Quran just reflects the Old Testament, because it's within the scope of the what do you call it? Not the Old Testament. Well, it's within the scope of the sealed Bible. So like the way they treat women, because that was because you're still in the same season. You're still in Yaakov's season. So the Quran could not go against Yaakov's season. It had to be, right? It gives you the information, but had it in the context of that season. It still had to tell you, because otherwise it wouldn't be successful. Remember, the Quran was revealed in the winter time, in the winter season. So it tells you, right, how to deal with the winter season, right, a different way. Remember, you have a different quality, but it still had to be within the scope of the winter season, or he wouldn't be successful. They were successful. Okay? So it blew away, right, the Catholic Church, right? Then for 1,000 years, right? And then God came and blew it away. See? Because that was a sealed Bible. Remember, you had Christianity and Catholicism. Catholicism is a mixture of Rome, so it wasn't pure Christianity. And then you had the Protestants. They call it the protest where it came from. They protested against the Catholic Church, and they started Christianity. That's why they said Christianity is 500 years old, right? So it was more powerful. That mind, pressure was greater, so it blew away the Islamic Empire, and they can't do it. They haven't been able to do anything with it. Haven't been able to do anything with it. They've been the old Catholic Church has not been as successful against the Protestant Church. Who represents the Protestant Church? Gog and Magog, America, Britain. There's the Protestant nations. France and Germany, all those other nations, they was the Catholic nations, Catholic nations. They was under that mindset. And they have not been able to defeat Gog and Magog. Because they still have it's a powerful mindset, but it's more powerful than the Sunni, but it's not powerful. Right? Well, no, I have to take that back. It's not powerful with the sealed Bible that Gog and Magog had the Protestant. Because remember, there was a mix with Romanism, whatever. Anyway, this was the new Gog and Magog, democracy. Other one had kings, caliphs, and then what's about to happen now? This one, the season, I told you that season was over 2020, right? An angel mind's coming, and it's blowing this away. They cannot do anything about it because it's bringing a new mind. Your mind's new pressure. It's bringing new ideas. That's why you hear things you never heard before, not even close. That's the seeds of something that's more powerful. Because right now you're getting the seeds. Remember, he's laying the foundation. So the seeds are the foundation. You start out as a seed. See the foundation of you. So you get into the seeds that get you, and they're going to grow and get. And right now, that seed form, they're already feeding because the whole. It puts everything in perspective because it's for this time, right? It's more powerful, and so it's a whole new mindset, right? Because it's not for this time, but it's going to grow and become cover the whole earth, like it says in Daniel, and be forever. And so you have to be on that mindset. You have to be up to that mindset, or you're going to perish. Okay, look at it another way. It's lower pressure, high pressure blows it away. So look, I'm going to keep this short because I have all these other problems I had, right? So I'm going to keep it short. Hopefully tomorrow, if everything works out, I can give a full-fledged thing I intend to do. See here, this is the new mind. Angel's new mind. I'm showing music. Now, I said the music, I try to show you how music reflects our attitude. See, music, what? Music is manipulation of atmosphere. Sound is atmosphere. And music is manipulation of atmosphere. Right? So you make the atmosphere dance. Right? That's what music is. It's just air. But you quality control the air. You control the air, right? And make it dance. And that's music. But see, that's extension from us. And right now, what music is dominating the world? Ours. I tell you, and that means we have some mastery over the air. We have the mastery of the air in terms of right there. I tell you, that's a connection right there. I tell you, we have mastery of the air in that respect. It's going to be more profound when we get to the hereafter. Right now, we have mastery of the air because that sound you're hearing, right now, I'm showing mastery of a certain mastery of the air as far as transmitting this information. It's superior to anything out there. But I have to have control the air to do that. When I'm talking, I'm controlling the air. When you're playing music, you're controlling the air atmosphere in that respect. Hurricane, all that kind of stuff, that's also, it comes from us. The lessons tell you that. You just don't know it yet. That's why some of it is so because if say, for instance, you talk, just talking about it, then you control it, but it wouldn't be dribble. Because you don't know how to, like a baby, blah, blah, blah. They control it, but they don't let it control it, it's just gibbish. Well, that's what's happening in the weather right now, brothers and sisters. Because you control all this, it's just gibbish because you don't know what, you ain't learned this language yet. You control the weather, you just don't know the language yet. It's like a baby, he's talking, he's controlling the air, but it's gibberish, so it's happening, but nobody knows what they're talking about. Same thing. All these tornadoes and everything is coming from you. You're gonna learn in a minute. So that music. So right now, so the music, because the angel, that I told you, the music is coming, but it tells you the angel, and that's coming from this word. Because this word, remember, this word is going to transform my people, and some people are more inclined musically And so that's why it's going to affect them. Because remember, we have heart cells, lung cells, feet cells, whatever, right? You got some that heart cells, they probably more close to manipulate the air in that way. And so when it hits them, right, it's going to come out, angel will come out for them in the form of music. A new music, because it's a new time. The music of the 500 years is different than the music that was 500 years before, isn't it? Something totally different. And it's still controlled by us. And more, brothers and sisters. I'm going to keep this short. Let's see this right here. I'm playing this for a reason. Now resistance, like I said, resistance is pressure. You go to the gym, right? That's what it is. It's resistance training. Different ways, that's resistance. So if you want this muscle, you got to use this machine to get that kind of resistance. You want a leg muscle, whatever. That's same as studying. You want to learn. You got to go in and find the subject you want, and you're going to get resistance. That's confusion until you figure it out. Because if you already knew it, you wouldn't get confused, would you? So the more confused you are, the harder the subject is. The more, like if you go in and you try to lift the weight, and the heavier it is, that means the weaker you are. That means how much you got to do to be able to lift it. How much energy you got to put, focus, right? See? And so the thing is that you take the angel is to take, remember, this whole world is their mind. It's their level of their mind. Remember, they got the angel mind, they got the sealed Bible mind, and this whole world they got is an extension of that mind. This came in by that mind. That mind brought it into existence. Just like before Jesus, right, the mind they had brought that reality into existence, right? So the angels bring a new reality into existence. It's greater, so it's going to make all things new. It's going to destroy this whole reality because it's greater, and it's going to bring a new reality that's consistent in line with the universe. That's why it's going to last forever, right? And so, but it's pressed. But look what it took to get there. That means if it takes this much to lift, then and now say for instance you got a job and you have to lift that much weight. Well, he can qualify, but can you? So if that's what you got to do it, and that's the only job is, and that's what you have to do, that's between you eat and not eat, then you're gonna starve to death. Because that's what you got. That's the criteria. And so the mind, it tells you the mind that took. It said the mind that took. Right, the energy it took, right, and to get the angel, to upload the angel, or to activate it, was extraordinary. It says no one could do it. No one, not even the God. No one could do it. So that's how much weight you need to break those seals. How much strength you need, how much energy. You got to focus that much energy. And that means you got all that resistance. You got who wouldn't deal with that resistance? Nobody could deal with that resistance. Nobody could lift that kind of weight. It was just too much. But one person did it. So now that's the qualification you need, because the angel's a new mind. But if that's the mind that person has, the angel, that means that's a new reality coming, because it's greater than this reality. And the only way you can settle, you have to be on that level. Otherwise, you can't lift the weight, you're going to starve. You got to be on that level. There's no choice. It's like right now, if you want to live in this society, you have to be on a certain level to live here. A retarded person could not survive here by themselves. They couldn't do it. A person from 500 years ago could not survive here. They come here, got cell phones, got all this stuff. A lot of people right here, right now, can't keep up with it. I don't know if you get that point or not, bro. You have to. That's why he was able to do it, and then once he did it, right, then he showed you how to do it. And he did it. You believe or you don't. And you can step up, but you can't. The devils can't. Like that weight right there, a 5-year-old child could never do it. Never. It's impossible. They could never lift that much weight. You know what I'm saying? That means the devils be like a 5-year-old child. They can never lift the angel. They had it for 2,000 years. They can't do it. So they can never make it here. They be crushed. And the only reason why, the thing I'm trying to point out to you, brothers and sisters, is that we went to the gym and we lived, so we qualified. Everybody will say, oh, I'm going to do something else, man. I'm going to run, I'm going to do all this kind of stuff. No, that's what you have to do right there. And so now, as the new world's coming in other words, now that new, on that level, they're going to be crushed. All that remain will be crushed because they don't have the mind. They do the resistance like we did. Submit. That's why all it says is that stone will crush all of them. Because that new mind is coming, it's going to bring a whole new reality they cannot handle. Can't handle it. Because they didn't, it's too late, it came too late to run back to the gym now. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I don't know if So that's a 1,000-pound weight. Then you get if you because it says that's why it says Suleiman's the wisest man ever lived. Because this is the time, this is the wisest time in history to take this type of wisdom. You don't got 2 times in history, you have maximum wisdom here in the beginning. That's a different type of wisdom. That's the one that brings into the mind that we use for scripture and everything. It's a different type of mind. It says, and so therefore, and that's the mind because that mind is so powerful. That's going the ancient days. He's going to take and bring a kingdom that's going to last forever. And so, you want to be a part of that, you have to move up in that range. You have to. Otherwise, you're just going to be a beast or ape or something, and you'll be crushed. Be mentally crushed because the world coming in. You can't even. It said you can't even imagine this world. You can't imagine it's coming in. And now it's the time that you have to start going to the gym and get ready for it. A lot more I want to say, brothers, but like I said, because I had issues, I'm not going to. Hopefully tomorrow, everything will be resolved. Okay, I'm not going to go to this again. What's going to happen here? Let me just go through this real quick. And there's another plane crash yesterday. Okay? Because nothing will work anymore, brothers and sisters. Nothing of the wind will work. When spring come in, all the ice and everything melts. I don't care how powerful it is, it melts. I don't know if you can understand that. This world was built off of winter mathematics. That mathematics will not work in the spring. So they will have accidents, they have all kinds of problems, everything will backfire. It will not work. Talk about this. Let's see if I. Okay, do I have anything? I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Yeah. I was gonna do I was gonna spend a couple of hours, at least an hour, but because, like I said, they sabotaged my first 15 minutes and all that something. Hopefully tomorrow. Okay, again. That's what I got to know here. Try to make it as simple as possible, brothers and sisters, for you. Like I said, the Quran said, they'll disbelieve it, matter not, but they believe. We say something, say not, because they will not believe. Don't have the capability. They don't have the capability. The devils do not have the capability to make the hereafter. Those that do make it, they've been enslaved, go into captivity forever and ever, because they won't come in. Remember, those that come in, it says those that take captivity, that's out of the devils. Like I said, they was trying to make us eternal slaves because they thought the winter would last forever. They didn't know about the seasons because they was only made for a season. They never experienced other seasons, right? So it says they were going to make it, according to the sealed Bible, make us slaves forever. But they, in the process, they made themselves that because we own them. I explained that process because everything they got, they stole and everything else. So that's the material that they made themselves out of is stolen material. So it don't belong to them. It's in the form of life, but it's still stolen material. So it don't belong to them. The material doesn't even belong to itself, right? So when those that make it into it, they will not make it in as human beings. They be servants. In fact, their language level will not be on. They would speak a different language. It's like you speak to dog. They would not understand our language. They would not understand it. We have to speak a lower language, speak to a dog or something. They would not understand a mathematical language. It's not special, like they did to us. They forced us to speak some stupid whatever. They said we were stupid, so we basically all we could say is yes or ma'am, no, yes master, no master, whatever. But this would be reality, because you couldn't teach them anyway. You just couldn't teach. We didn't have to ban them and stop reading. They won't be able to do it. They don't understand what we're talking about. They don't understand our language. So we had to have a special language for them. And they will be servants. They'll look similar to us. It's like just like apes and everything look similar to us. But they won't be anything like us. Or they'll still have the basic form they have right now. But they won't be doing upgrading. You'll see girls upgrading. They'll upgrade. They'll still look the same way they look right now, about 10,000 years from now. But they don't have the capability to turn on the genes. They don't have them. But they'll be our servants. Then the whole creation will be fulfilled, because, like I said in the beginning, all life is in one person. We start delegating stuff. The bees do this for us, and stuff that we used to do ourselves, they wouldn't have to do it anymore. The trees does for us, right? Trees, we breathe in oxygen, breathe out carbon dioxide. They breathe in carbon dioxide, breathe back oxygen. Symbiotic relationship. Bees, ants, they do these things that we had to do all those things ourselves initially. Now they do it, right? And then at the end, right, we make a beast that's speaking beast. So we can speak to the beast and tell that beast what to do with other beasts. That's the last part. That's another way of looking at it, but that's one of the things we want to do also, aside from making us, because now, we were, before them, remember I said we had to do all the things ourselves. So we had part of us had to be servants. Those are angels. We don't need them. That's why we upgraded gods. Now we got servants. Like we used to make honey out with ourselves. Now bees do it. Everybody does these little things. Flies, they get rid of waste. So everybody had a function, because we did all that ourselves. And so then we had to have servants. So some of us were servants. But now upgrade to gods, because we delegate, we made them, they're going to be the servants now forever. So now it's complete. You got animals, you got the animals, you got the plants, you got the animals, right? And you had us, right? First you had virus and all that kind of stuff. Then you had the plant life. Then you had the reptiles. Then you had the mammals. Get more complicated, right? So, right, and then you get to the point where and then that's okay now. But remember, they're now you got something that's in between us and them that can control them for us, because they love animals, don't they? And we can tell them they go ahead and do slaughtering for us and carving out whatever, right? Because we was to tell them. Say, I want you to do this, do that, in the language that we give them. I don't think it'd be English language, but we'd be far beyond any language they could come up with, right? Because they'll be servants forever. Okay, let me look at this and then we'll close about, since hopefully tomorrow I can do this justice like I want to. That's really a big subject. I wanted to go through all of it. I talk about engine music. Did I talk about that? I think I did. I think I talked about this. I talked in the first one, right? I was saying, if I didn't, let me read. We control the atmosphere. Yeah, I did talk about it. I'm pretty sure I did. If I didn't, I'll bring it up tomorrow, right? The controls we have, bro, says you can't imagine, but you're gonna find, like, we're still babies. Like a baby can talk, but it don't know it. It's babbling. So later, it gets control. The atmosphere is, now you understand what it's saying. It's trying to say something, but it doesn't know. It's babbling, right? Even if you get 1 year old still. And then it gets older, it gets more control now, but it's controlling the air. The air is sound. And then music, same thing. And weather. Right now, we're battling with the weather. Okay? So we're going to have control of it. Make own the queen of players God universe. That means something. It is something. It's not just something said. And we gotta get these demons out. Talk more about that tomorrow. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Hopefully, I can't say because let me go ahead and just play this. I can't say, brothers and sisters, because hold on, let me make sure I got this right this time. Because I said they sabotaged me all day just trying to figure out how they did it. And then once I got it going, then they sabotaged it. They had to cancel it because they put a link in and I don't know how I got in there. I couldn't get rid of it. Let me check something here right quick. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll work. I couldn't let that play too, but I'm not. I'm going to let it play right now. Let's let this play here. Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, Breaker of 7 Seals. Brothers and sisters, I cannot express this clearly, strongly enough. Fear, unimaginable fear is about to grip America. And it's going to be a shock wave, enough to rock the planet. It's going to be a shock wave that will rock the planet, but it will engulf America and drown America in fear. It will drown America in fear, right? Even extending to Europe. Great fear, unimaginable fear. Men's hearts will be failing in anticipation of the fear. In other words, once they get knowledge of it, aware of it, that it's on the way, because this Russia is coming quick. And once they see evidence of it, just evidence, hasn't hit you yet, there will be strokes and massive heart attacks, epidemic. You don't want to be driving. People have heart attacks right while they're driving. If they become aware of this while they're driving, people have strokes walking across the street. That's what you're going to see is people just passing out. Because the shock of the hour would be more intense than anything you can imagine. The fear will be astronomical. I've been working on, I think I got my sound back up, working on for several days now. I think I got it working. I don't know how long it's going to work, but I think I got it working. They're desperate, but they cannot stop this. Oh, it was complicated, but I think I got it, so we'll see if we can get through this. Anyway, Gog Magog, the world dictator. I'm going to keep this briefly, well, somewhat short. But understanding, brothers and sisters, as it says in the scripture, right, it says there's time for all things. And we had a time when the evil would rock the planet, evil would rule. Time for all things, evil would rule. And there's some deep wisdom go with that. Because see, we're immortal people. We're people that has always been here, will always be here. I mean, you can't imagine that. And they tell you, oh no, see, when we perish, when we die, we don't really perish. I said, all we do is regenerate. And I showed you proof after proof after proof of that. You've been here forever, you've been here forever. Okay? But the thing is that it's like if you was to stay awake all the time and never was able to sleep, it might drive you insane. You want to break. And I probably shouldn't be saying this, but when you put to death, we've been put to death. That's energy deprivation. And so then we're renewed again. It's like we come back new again. And so therefore, we maintain our sanity, and it's all new all over again. Everything was from the past is forgotten. So you start new again. It's like a refresher. Otherwise, if there wasn't a period like this, you keep going on and on and on and on and on, it'd be pointless after a while. Maybe I should move on. I'm not going to speak to that anymore. But all these things are for a serve a purpose, brothers and sisters. See, you think of death as a bad thing because that's sealed Bible wisdom, right? But no, death is a mercy. It's a blessing. It's like going to sleep. You had a hard day. You're tired. Well, if you couldn't sleep, you'd be, you go insane. You want to sleep so now you can refresh yourself and start over again. And so death is, that's why it says, oh, grave, where's thy victory? Oh, death, where's thy sting? Oh, grave, where's thy victory? Oh, death, where's thy sting? Because the thing is, we need to regenerate into, because the universe is constantly changing. It's not static. If it's static, it'd be a whole different, it's constantly changing, right? And we have to keep adapting to that change. And this body, the body we have right now its adaptability is limited. Because when you start out in the beginning, all creatures, every creature you see out there was in us. The Quran tells you that. It says, from one life, all life came. So all that was it. All the genes was turned on. I explained this. All the genes, we have the whole range of genes. We, not everybody else, we. The devils don't have a whole range. We have a whole range from A to Z. They might have from like C to Z. They don't have the whole thing. A gorilla might have like F to Z, right? Or maybe a whale might have R to Z, right? But we had a whole range. It just turned off. We turn it on and off as we move through time. See? So, at this point in time, right? I mean, you regenerate, and so then you have, because as we move back through time, right? We're going to turn all the genes back on eventually until we're back to the beginning again, if you want to call it the beginning. Then as we start, the return start genes off again. Keep changing our form. We have to die to do that. Right? Take 4 birds, teach them to climb to you, put them on all mountains, right? That story. Anyway, so the time of energy deprivation, that was the time evil would reign and was given the power to reign. And no one seems to understand that. And see, the point of the angel, I mean, in the Quran, when we talk about the jinn, that story is a very profound story, and no one understands it. And those of you have been listening to me, if you studied, you had no idea what that meant, not one bit. You had no clue until I told you. And maybe you still don't know. You had no clue what that meant. Because it sounds so, and as soon as you don't know, I mean, they really are. They say Adam was the whole human race. And jinn are some angels that you can't see or whatever. I mean, they're way off base. Everybody's off base. Farrakhan ain't talk about it. I don't think the messenger will talk about it either. Nobody had any clue what that meant. None. Because what are the things you have to know? You have to know how the universe works. You never heard anybody tell you about energy deprivation. You never heard anything like that. What is that? The universe come back in waves. The Quran teaches you that. It comes all of a sudden, right? But how do you say it? It's momentous in heaven and earth, but coming all of a sudden. Say, what is that? Well, you have to know, if you understand math, science, you understand, oh, they're talking about an energy wave. But see, you don't know any of that. You know energy waves, energy management, energy deprivation, right? You know about the fulcrum, that the justice changes. You think it just was static. But that wouldn't be, if just was static, then why, if we're going here, we keep getting more and more and more, we're doing less. That wouldn't be justice, would it? Based on your idea of justice, you can't get no more than what you put in. That means there would be no paradise, because you'd be just like it is right here. And that's where most people think of it. They think this world's going to stay the same way all the time. And you're told that you get blessing. Well, blessings is not justice, is it? Blessings mean you got something that you didn't deserve. That's unjust. So then you, on the other side, you say God's unjust. He's giving you something you don't deserve. See, none of that makes sense unless you understand the math, the underlying math. See? Who the angels? He said, you know, and the knowledge that the angels had and they didn't have, and knowledge would be given to Adam and the jinn, right? Who are the jinn? You had no knowledge of any of that, zero, not even close, and now you may have it now. See? So the things that if you study the angel, and the things that you learned since you've been studying it, it's totally different. Anything you ever heard before, but yet still you know it's right. And if you hope you do, you can't prove it's wrong. And it's a period. Anything you ever heard, you ever heard anything like that? Now you're close. Now you're from Elijah Muhammad. Hey? So they was given that was their time. They was given power to rule. And like I said, right? These came out of us. This came out of Ishmael. That was the tribe of Yaqub, was the tribe of Ishmael. They tell you, right? Like Muhammad told you that Yaqub was born in the same place Master Muhammad was born. It's in Mecca. We wasn't there at the time. It was in Arabia. It was in what they call Northwest Africa. See? And so they rule. They rule as a dictator. Because, well, I'm not going to into any depth with this, brothers and sisters, but what's a dictator? A dictator? God's a dictator, isn't he not? See, you don't pay attention to these things. It's not God the dictator. You don't argue with him. He do what you tell him. You do what he tell you to do, or he burn your ass from hell. So what's wrong with dictators? Or they're evil, they're wicked. Well, that's what Satan would say, wouldn't he? Is that what Satan would say? See, you understand what perspective? Because the point is, these people are serving Satan. This is Satan's world. That's why they don't give a name to God, these devils. They say God. But it says, Jesus told them, Satan is the God of this world. Satan is the God they're worshiping. And that's the works they're doing. But that was the time that they were successful in it, because it's like I said, in the winter time, winter wisdom is successful. Summer wisdom will not be successful in the winter time. When the winter time, and they would rule because they're winter people. And we're in the winter time. The winter's coming to an end now. But the point is, we went into a winter cycle, the worst ever, and they're the winter people, and so they rule. And you do what they tell you to do. You said, well, see, we personify everything. So we personify this, right? If you didn't follow the rules of the winter, and nobody tell you, you just didn't follow the rules of the winter, you die. So instead of just that happening, you got somebody telling you that represents that, a being that represents that. You see the same thing? If you take, if you a spring person and the winter comes and you don't apply the winter wisdom, you're going to freeze to death. Right? Nobody has to stand there and it's going to freeze to death. Ice will freeze you. But what if you make the personification, ice and math personification, right? And then you obey that person, personification of winter, you die. Same thing, only you have a personification of that situation. And I know most of you understand that. We give a thing, like right, all these things happen right now. It's not happened just happenstance. It's mathematics, but we personify the mathematics so you can see it, feel it, touch it. So the devils represents our holocaust, our energy deprivation. So the personification of it. So the effect that you would get because energy deprivation comes from them, and that way you control the quality of it. Because we would go energy deprivation and say they weren't there. Then we'd go to energy deprivation, and remember, all these nations had different ways of dealing with it. All these nations had different ways of dealing with it. Right? So the only way you can do that is you have to have element of quality. Otherwise, if it's just winter, everybody just freeze to death. Right? I mean, wherever they are, they freeze, right? But if you got quality, say, well, you freeze this way, you freeze in a snowstorm, you freeze in an ice storm, right? You fall into a lake. That's quality, the different ways it would happen to you. If you got personified, then you got this person will drown you. This person will freeze you, whatever. But if you don't have personification, like I said, it just happens. You're still going to freeze, but now there's no controlling factor. And we keep control. It says Allah controls everything. We keep everything under control. So by making personification, we say, okay, we want it to happen this particular way. And so therefore, for our purposes, we use it for our advantage. Because if it wasn't for them, we would not have said, let's make man in our likeness. It didn't say, let there be man in our likeness and image. It didn't say, let man be in our, it said, let's make man in our likeness and image. And then, again, you didn't understand pressure, how pressure works, how pressure affects us. That's why you don't understand the story about jinn. Because how do you transform somebody into a better thing? And the only way you can do it is with resistance. And the jinn tell you you're going to live weight. Resistance. That's resistance is pressure. Resistance. So how you apply pressure on pressure? Resistance. And so how would you apply pressure to human beings? Right? You don't just put them in a gym, where you don't just put a stone something over them. That's pressure. But to what effect? Crush them? So if you want a particular result, you have to put pressure on a specific way. For a specific result, you have to put pressure on a specific way. Pressure comes in all forms, right? See, you can crack an egg, you can drop an egg, right? You can squeeze an egg. You can pressure all kinds of ways. You get different results depending on how you do it. So you say, well, I want to apply pressure this way. So what do? In that case, if you want to make the paint a better person, you got to apply pressure by another person. You don't put a big rock on the person. Okay, they get stronger if they're lifting weights, right? But if you want them to become a greater human being than they were before, you got to put a being similar to them, and they got to be contrary. And by the more contrary, the more resistance you put on a person, the more pressure on them, and so they would have to, if they have the ability to transform to a higher level. That's why we made Adam, so Adam would make us. You say, well, okay, you got the story right there. Who birthed us as a nation? It's right there. Gog and Magog gave us birth. It's right there. See, you don't pay attention to these stories. See? Was impregnated, right? And they said, can a nation be born in a day? What womb do we come out of? See, there's much stories in there that you don't pay attention to, brothers and sisters. So much stuff in there. See? So use them to give us birth. That womb here. See? Because the only way you come in, you have to come through a womb. And that womb put this resistance, hold you in there. And so you have to fight. You have to develop in that tight, closed, dark womb. And so therefore, you need them to give us birth. That kind of pressure. Everybody went under the same pressure of the deprivation. Everybody went experienced the same pressure, but they chose different qualities of that pressure, and we chose here to head on a pressure that will cause us to transform, which would be the most result. So that means we have to put him right in the center of the devil, right there in the center of him, so we get a maximum pressure. Everybody went through the stuff of that. I said everybody gets the same. Everybody, but the point is they suffer different ways. They didn't get a transformation, and that's what we want. We want to become angels. Submit to the angels, become gods. That didn't happen to Iblis. That didn't happen to the jinn. They got cursed and everything. It was a lot of pressure, but they did not. And so everyone that did not submit to that pressure will be crushed. We're going to talk about it in a minute. So this was their time, but their time is over now. And that's why it's counterfeit, because they, with their understanding, their knowledge, their level of knowledge, they extend beyond. When you get these scriptures, right, you have to have a believer is someone, right? Say, for instance, you go to school, right, and you go into first, second, third grade, right? Well, the person that can learn second grade stuff will able to go to third grade. But if you can't learn second grade stuff, you can't move on. You fail. And that's the difference between a believer and a disbeliever. A believer is someone that can master second grade and they can move to third grade. They still cry, because they can't understand third grade stuff. They can't deal with second grade stuff. Now, the Quran is very critical about that, even the Bible. But the point is, from the math, because they deal from emotion, they come to the emotional side about, because you're going to be punished, like, right? But the point is, the math of it just tells you, you're a disbeliever, right? You cannot make the grade. You cannot go to the next level, because you'd be crushed if you got to the next level anyway. If you got there, you go to third grade, you can't read, right? Okay, say you learned to read in second grade, but you didn't learn. So now you go to third grade, and you got to read all the time. You can't. You just get crushed. See, but God can make that big shot because they think this will be like this forever, because they don't understand how the universe works. So they thought they came to power, and so they dictate and they tell everyone what to do. And plus, they think they're good. It says, woe to those who say good is evil and evil is good. Because they think they're good because they've been successful. And God sanctioned them, God prayed, put them in. And they were good. If you understand what good is. They was good in the sense that they, right, good because they was in sync with the time at that time. That's perfect. But they're out of sync now. So when you're in sync, you're not evil. Evil is when you're out of sync with the universe. and we stay in sync with the universe. We submit. The universe says, okay, the best way you can survive in the universe, you have to submit. Just lay back and let it happen. Right? That's the wisdom for you, for your nature, your identity. If you do that, then you get the benefit from it. And at the same time, it was told, right? You afflict them and everything, you'll be successful. That's where they got successful. How did they get successful? Taking everything from us, afflicting us and everything else. We was there slaves and what? That's that made them rich by doing what the sealed Bible told them to do. And what you say, oh man, I was yeah, but they did that. Now that time is over. I don't know if you understand that. Well, they were sanctioned. Remember, God put them in charge. And He knew they was going to make mission shed blood. So they was righteous until He says, don't touch that tree. It says, then you'll be, unless you be unjust. Did you read, pay attention to that? It says, don't touch that tree unless you be unjust. That means as long as you was enslaving us and serving them and everything else, serve to infliction, they were just. But if you afflict us, they become unjust because then you are beyond, right, your authority. Right? Well, I'm not going to say authority. You were beyond, because they had the authority, right? But you were beyond, how should I say it? That was within. I could say authority, but cross-referencing, they're gonna run the problem. But I say that one. It was beyond your purview. I'll leave it like that. In other words, it was beyond the guidance that you was given. Put it that way, because in the Skilled Bible, there was no justification for them raping us and all that stuff. That was unjust. They went beyond what the Sealed Bible gave them authority to do. Put it that way. So at this point, their time ran out in 2020. That's one of the reasons why they wanted to stop this 1619 project and everything else. Their time ran out. So they're counterfeit power now. But, you know, there's such thing as momentum. Where's momentum? It's a scientific principle. Say you put your foot on the gas. That's acceleration, so you got to make the car move. But then but everything, once you put it in motion, you're going to stay in motion. So in other words, velocity is just motion. Right? So anything you put in motion, stay in motion till the force acts upon it. That gets momentum. So you put on and all of a sudden you stop. If there's no force to oppose it, it's going to keep on going, even though it has no power anymore. It's just going. It's not powered anymore, right? Until it hits something, and then it stops because there's no power, right? And that's what's happening right now. They have momentum. They have no power. There's no power. They have momentum. So everybody's thinking, oh man, look how they think how America does this, how bad they are, how tough they are. And so they backing off, say, hey man, we'll mess with them. See, until America hits something. They got little bumps already. They got a bump in Vietnam and Afghanistan. I started saying, wait a minute, maybe they don't have any power. You start questioning it. But sooner or later, in a minute, they're going to hit a real big bump. It reminds me of a story that this guy, he did the same everything every day. I mean, he just had, it's kind of a joke, right? He did the same thing every day. Without fail, every day. I mean, he didn't deviate anything on a job. Like you knew you could time that guy, right? He'd get up at the same time, maybe 8:15, go to the bathroom, and then 9, he'd go to get to lunch, and he'd go get a microwave, everything. And then it says one day, right, he died, but his body was on mental, so he just kept on doing. Say nobody knew the man was dead. They bumped into something. So I don't know. It's kind of funny, but you think about it, he was on momentum. He just kept doing. His body just kept on doing. He was dead, but he just kept on. Everybody said, "Hey, there go Joe, man." He just kept on. I think they went about a few days, and then he bumped into somebody, and then he fell over. They knew that he was dead. Been dead for a couple of days. And counterfeit. America's on counterfeit, and they're going to find out. Master Muhammad is getting ready to bump into him. Okay, I'm going to take a little different tact here. I got my sound. I think I'm working, but I'm not going to do this whole situation right here at this point. I'm just going to work through it, see if I got my sound working, see if I'm stable. And I'm going to talk about something else here, right? I want to talk about pressure. And the jinn, and the angel. So let's just see what happens. First, I want you to just listen to this, brothers and sisters. Hold on, let me see something here. No, not yet. Listen for a minute. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up here. Hope this works. I don't know. Just listen to this for a minute, okay?
You assume, obviously, when the buses are parked overnight, space, meanwhile, a few hours ago, this is breaking news, Israel averted what would have been, one way to describe it, a mass casualty.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Central Israel,
Top diplomats from the United
Okay, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. I still have a lot of technical difficulties here, and my sound's still not working properly. Got half of it working. Oh, they messed with this, and now they got this, Google got this thing where you gotta verify you sign in. It took me half an hour just to keep signing. You sign, verifies you. You know, they're trying to give me a stroke. These people went crazy. And so it doesn't matter. Time has run out. Tick tock. Right? So I'm not going to be able to do the full. There's no way. It's late. I spent too much time preparing. So I'm going to do a piece at a time while I still try to figure out what's with my sound issues. I'm not buying any more microphones. It's something with OBS or something going on somewhere. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I'm going to try to pick up from where I left yesterday, but I'm going to start from the beginning, and I'm going to do it in pieces. So if you want to get the whole thing, you're going to have to watch all the pieces, because I don't see how I can successfully just go through the whole thing and then hope and pray that it all gets recorded and everything else, because I would hate to go to an hour, 2 hours, find out that I had no sound or something. Anyway, great fear, extreme fear, brothers and sisters. It's about to grip America. It'll grip some of you too. And grip some of you too. Great fear. It's racing to America, racing. Check, see if I got thing. You got to watch all the great fear. Right? All America's done, come back as a flood. They warned them, you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind. Religious sow. They didn't heed that warning. They had a nice run. In front of your run. Now the dam is breaking. You can hear cracking. Oh, it's going to be broke any second. And when it does, right, it'll be instant. See, when the dam breaks, the water doesn't slowly flow. No. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to just elaborate on the first topic of my commentary. Hell. And Donald Trump, Mr. Trump, he's going to be their Messiah. Okay. All right. Mr. Trump, he's going to make the golden age. And like I said, brother, I've been saying, brothers and sisters, there's a lot of questions that he's answering that no one asks, because you could bring down this whole house of cards with just questions. You remember, that's what that Jesus in the Bible did. He just asked questions. He asked questions. Let me see what I got. He said, and let them destroy themselves. Right? Answering the questions. Just ask questions. You can answer a lot of questions. Like, you got a football stadium. How big full stadium is? You got a football. Now, you know how big the stadium is compared to that football, right? That's pretty much like, let's say you put a car in the stadium. Let's put an SUV. And the size of the stadium compared to SUV is like pretty much the size of the Arab world and false Israel. So why is false Israel? Forget about nuclear weapons, because they was about 20 years in before they even got that. If they have them at all. Doesn't matter. So why is they able to spread so much fear over there? That's a question no one asks. Because where they get the fuel for their weapons? They get it from the Arabs. America was getting touched. Why Roosevelt had to go and make a deal with them, right, to get it all flowing. That's why British Petroleum was there taking Iran's oil, because they depend upon oil in the Middle East. And you can't fly that oil from America, even if America had it, or Britain there. So you had to take by boat. It would take weeks. So how in the hell was false Israel able to defeat them in battle when all they needed to fuel their machines and their planes and stuff came from the Arabs? Arabs just cut off. They did that in 1970s when Potter was president, and it brought the transportation industry to a screeching halt. You couldn't drive anywhere because with the gas station you stand in line for hours waiting to get some gas, and most time by the time you got there, the gas was gone. The Arabs did that to America back in the 70s. Go check it out. So all they do is cut out, somebody, where they get those weapons from? They get it from, they don't make weapons over there. They don't make guns. They don't make machine guns. They don't make that stuff over there. Where the Arabs get it from? But I'm talking about just the oil itself. So well, right? So all they had to do is cut it all off. Even now, who's fueling their military machine? The Arabs. So if they want to stop, if they really want to stop them, why in the hell are they fueling them? Because they cut it off. That'd be in it. They could not survive. Like say, a small little country in that big stadium, they were devastated. They wouldn't survive. Even America had air, or they couldn't get over there fast enough. Plus, they had to fight their way anyway. So why don't they? Because they on board with that false lie just as much as Americans are. They confused because they know they paying Farrakhan. They actually paying Farrakhan. They was paying Wallace. I witnessed it to stop that we going home stuff. To stop saying that. Say the promised land's over there. We ain't going nowhere. They paying them big bucks to stop telling us that because they don't want to start thinking that our land and we're gonna come and get it. They paying them. I witnessed it with Wallace, because he's going to his so-called masjids, and they had an Arab sitting right in the back of the masjid, or whatever you want to call it, sitting back at their table, right, monitoring what they were saying, auditing what they were saying, to make sure they said what they wanted them to say. And he got the same thing in Farrakhan. You don't stop that stuff about, that's our land over there. That's what's going on. See? Then the other thing, this thing with Iran. I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters. Thing with Iran, right? Now, if they attack Iran, well, I'm not going to open that door right now, but, well, when they do attack, they're going to attack Iran. But see, they have to knock Iran out one blow. One blow. Because Iran has so many missiles and things that all they got to do, and they're already threatened, they blow up all the oil factories and everything all over the Middle East. So anybody that wasn't on their side, right, they assume they're on America's side, and what would happen? That would crash the world economy. Because then all be no back access, because they got to blow up all the oil wells. I'm going to move on. I'm going to talk about maybe that tomorrow in more detail. It's very complicated stuff. You see? But nobody asks those questions. And you ask America, let's make America great again. Well, ask the question, when was it great? They have to ask that question. Right? Well, was George Washington and Jefferson were they pedophiles? They raped black women? That's a known fact. Then why are you celebrating them? Would you celebrate? Would you tell the Jews to celebrate Hitler? Then why you tell us we got to honor people that raped us and enslaved us and oppressed us for more than 4 years, for hundreds of years? Let me move on. Just got to ask a few questions. One big question, right? What's a dictator? Go to Google. What's a dictator? Dictator is somebody tell you what to do, and you better do it, and you take it by force. And if you disobey them, there's no question. They don't get voted in. There's no question, right? They'll torture you, oppose you, whatever. If you don't obey them, that's a dictator. That's what they say at Google. So wait a minute, excuse me, there's somebody that I know that is like that in the Bible? That's Jesus. He's not going to get elected. He says he's going to come back, he's going to take it by force. He says he's your only king, and you're going to obey him, or your hell, that man's going to hell forever and ever. So why do they hate dictators so much? Because when they tell you to worship and love, is a dictator according to their own Bible. They will never have you ask those questions. They paid not to ask those type of questions. You could easily bring this whole bullshit down with just questions. You have to make statements, ask questions. When was America great again? When? Tell me at what point in history was it great? When they were sticking dogs on us? When it was in the fields? They was raping us, murders, and burning us up? When was it great? And the counterfeit power, America has no power anymore. Their power into 2020. People just don't recognize it. And it tells you that right there in Exodus. Pharaoh had no more power. He just thought he had it. And he was telling people, yeah, we got it. And they was afraid of what he was bullying. But soon, at one point, they found that, like a bully, he's out there, he's doing his stuff. The last thing, bully wants a real fight. And then there's a real fight, then he's exposed. See? So are we going to do this? He can't do a goddamn thing. He's already, he wasn't exposed in Vietnam? Wasn't exposed in Afghans? He couldn't beat rice stumpers and sheep herders? With no military to speak of? Right? And another thing, let me say this one thing. Remember I told you, I don't know if you paid attention, right? Remember I told you, a month or so ago, before they had that thing in Washington, D.C., I told you that these planes and boats have to pass through the atmosphere that we control, that tells you in the lessons, that they didn't have any power, because it depends on them getting through the atmosphere. So what if and the Quran even tells you that. So what if the atmosphere doesn't comply? What if there's terrible storms and things like that? Then the planes can't fly. They need the atmosphere to be in their favor, let me say it again, in their favor. They need the ocean in their favor, otherwise, what are they, tidal waves to play the most? So their power is neutralized, and there's no value, because they can't fly, they can't float. Am I telling you that? And all of a sudden now, there's another accident last night. Every day they have plane crashes. I told you. Black folks are getting upset, and they realizing that one day, in a few more days, they do control this stuff. And Master Muhammad definitely controls it. So all of a sudden, they have all this every day having plane crashes. They have sea problems too. They have problems in every area. Because I told you, this mathematics doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. And I'm going to get into the personification of the side of it, which is very deep and complicated. I told you to personify everything. So that means these crashes ain't just like bad luck. Ain't just like negative luck. It's personification behind it. And that's where when they talk about personification, most people don't get that because they think, well, it's just bad luck. But we control everything. It says control everything. And we gave power to Adam control the being it is. That means things don't happen just because it happened. Somebody's behind it. And I never really dealt that subject really thoroughly with any of you all. Because everything that happens out here is not like, oh, we just got bad luck. No, somebody's behind it. Everything happens, somebody's behind it. That's what we did. We personified everything. And that is just too deep a subject for me to go to with most of you. Because then you have to find, well, who's behind it? How are they doing it? Everything that happens, you have a car accident, somebody's behind it. No accident, such thing as an accident. Somebody's behind it. You might say, oh, yeah, well, somebody's behind it. They might cause it indirectly still caused it. There's some conditions that will make that happen. That gets too deep. Maybe one day I'll touch on that one, brothers and sisters. Because then you get condemned, because you still got a lot of spooky stuff in your mind. Oh, that's just that bad luck. No, somebody's behind it. I told you, everything happens, somebody's behind it. Because we personify everything. Now if we hadn't put Adam on then we, right? Because we put Adam, so he'd be personification of our abomination, or he'd be personification of our Holocaust. Otherwise, we went to something else. We still suffered as much like all the nations. All the nations suffered energy deprivation, but we chose to go through the full brunt of it, take the full power to transform us. See? So if we had we wouldn't have been able to, that process, we'd been like other nations. We'd found some other kind of way to deal with it. We didn't deal with that way by making Adam, right? Then Adam was the vector, right, or the force, right, that would cause us to transform into diamonds. The focus force. Anyway, that's another story. Move on. I don't want to get sidetracked here. I'm going to keep this short, try to keep within half an hour if I can. So we can talk about the sun and moon side of it. And I took a lot of time to put this together today, right? And hopefully I got it right, right? Sun and moon. So then I'll go, then each one of them I'll go into piece by piece each day unless I can figure out what's front of my sound. Hopefully, let me check now, keep checking, see my kind of sound I'm getting over here. I'll do that by making that, right? And that was, okay, sound is not that great, but it's loud enough, I guess. Okay. Sun and moon. Okay, let's move on. Now, I'm going to chapter 20. I'm going to chapter 20 like I never went chapter 20 before. Going to talk about the sun and moon. They're talking about Genesis. Now, I was going to put the Genesis side in there, but like I said, it took a long time to do this. And so I don't think I need to do that. Maybe I do. But it tells about the Genesis when first the sun, then the moon, 500 years. Because that really ranges home if you want to understand the Genesis, that would be 500 years apart. Because when that 1,000-year period, first be the sun, yeah, I told you it was day and night, each one 500 years apart, right? So that means the first sun, and then 5 years later be the moon. And then you find out that in the last day, right, is when it says, let's make men out of like our image. So that wasn't done 6,000 years ago like these fools trying to tell you. I mean, Elijah was on the same page with that too, because he didn't understand. He didn't know everything. They try to say, Elijah never made mistakes. That's bullshit. Elijah made a lot of mistakes. So listen, tell you he made mistakes. He wasn't a prophet, right? But because he's thinking, but how was Adam made a like in our image? The way they try to downplay it, like, well, he's an image of us, not us. Well, if that's what they could mean. It could mean that. It does mean that in Daniel anyway, right? But it goes further to tell you how much control Adam doesn't have that kind of control that we're going to have. Because Adam was told to be restricted on what he eat. This said you have no limits. That doesn't mean you eat pork. We won't be no pork around. We will eliminate. That's one first thing we're going to do. We're going to get it. There won't be any pork on the planet. We're going to eliminate. We're going to get rid of it. We're going to eradicate it all. Okay, let's move on. Okay, 2,000 years ago, right? The sun came on. That's Prophet Jesus. 2,000 years ago. And this is the situation as far as the angel is. We were. Right, we were split up, but we was, we split up among the nations, but not in captivity, right? And we was split up in Africa. We was broke, but we were spirits. But we separate. We was spread out. We wasn't in captivity. Well, I should just let that alone. No, that's not what it's saying, right? See, we still all spirits. We were united in spirit. It was all gold. We're still united. We just, we just separate, live in different parts of the world, right? But we're still united as a people, basically, in general. Anyway, that's 2,000 years ago when Jesus came on the scene. This is our condition. And Jesus, right? He's a prophet. That Jesus in the Bible, right? Esau, no, not Esau. Oh yeah, Esau, right? I'm talking about Esau, right? And all the prophets were Levites. Let me get that straight. All the prophets were Levites, and they were all black. Prophethood came out of Levites. Remember, there was a priest tribe. So prophethood came out of there. And that solves the problem Muhammad doesn't it? Let me move on. And then 1,500 years ago, right? Back previous, at 1,500 years ago, that'd be 500 years later from 2000. 1,500 years ago, that's when Prophet Ahmed, right, came on the scene, right? And of course, our resurrection, that was the first resurrection. We was actually resurrected spirit, right? And we had the mind, we was given the Quran mind. You understand? In the Quran mind, and the Quran mind and our original nature. We still had original nature, and we had the Quran mind. Keep that in mind now, right? Okay, 1,500 years. Okay, we had the mind of the Quran, right? But we wasn't the moon yet, so I shouldn't have put that there. Let me take that out. I knew I was going to make a mistake somewhere. Let's make a mistake somewhere. Let me get this right. There's probably, like I said, I've been on this all day, brothers and sisters. And we weren't the moon yet. I put it there, but we weren't the moon yet. Hold on. Okay. 1,500 years ago, that's when Prophet Muhammad came on the scene, right? Okay. Am I saying this right? I'm getting myself confused here now. I had it right to begin with. Let me back up, brothers and sisters. I'm just late. It's late. Okay. The sun came on the scene 2000. Right, I had it right the first time. The sun came on the scene 2,000 years ago. Right. Okay, I had it right the first time. I don't know what I'm thinking. And then next, 500 years later, right? That's when the Quran came on the scene. That's what I was trying to say. So, lay back up here. I need to get some rest, bro, since I've been like going like crazy. Plus, I've been doing a lot of fasting. Anyway, 2,000 years ago, I had the sun. That's when Prophet Jesus came on side. Right, he revealed he revealed the angel, but that was a sealed Bible, in the sealed Bible version, right? Okay, but that was the sun. The sealed Bible was the sun. Understand that? Sealed Bible was the sun. They talk about in Genesis, right? It'd be the brighter light. Then 500 years later, 1500 years later, will come the moon, and that's when, right? And at that point, right, up here, see, before down here was, go back previous, for the 500 years until that, see, we weren't Muslims. At least in the way they say it. A lot of us were Christians. That's what I meant to say. See down here? This is Christianity, and that was the Catholic Church. And in Southwest Africa, a lot of it was Christian because they was under the influence of the Catholic Church. That's what I meant to say. Right? They're under the influence of the Catholic Church. Right? Because Christianity had gotten hold into Africa. After Prophet Jesus came along, a lot of Christians, but they was also polytheists and stuff like that there. But they weren't Muslim because Prophet Muhammad hadn't came on the scene yet. You understand? So they was down here, the sun. So they was under the influence of the sun. Okay? And then, when Prophet Muhammad came, then they got the mind of the Quran. See, they had the mind of the sealed Bible before that. That's what Catholicism is, not Christianity. Okay? So I'm not giving this I'm giving this the overview. I'm not getting to the real details here because, like I said, running late and I spent a lot of time putting it together. But that's why it doesn't say Christianity is 500 years old. You say, how is it 500 years old? Because that's what backs what the angel says. Right? Okay. Because they was under Catholicism. See, Jesus, when he came in, he gave them the sealed Bible, but what came out of that was Catholicism, not Christianity. What came out of what Jesus left, when he left the sealed Bible, what came out of that was Catholicism, the Pope and all that stuff, not Christianity. Christianity didn't come until 500 years ago. And we'll talk about that in a minute. When Gog and Magog, they brought Christianity into the world. Okay, so 500 years of mind. So in other words, now you got the mind of the Quran, which remember, and you're reflecting, right? Mind of the Quran, right? And but you're reflecting, right? Because you're under Christianity. Remember, because this whole thing, under what Jesus left, is still under that umbrella. So now you're the moon, so reflecting. Because remember, the first light you got, right, was Catholicism. You understand? Okay. So now you got the mind of the Quran, because now you got the Quran, you got that mind. Before you had the mind of Catholicism. And you got that mind, that was the mind of the sun at the time. Right? But you still had your nature. Okay? Let's move on. Okay, now let's notice down here previous. Now at that time, there was no Gog and Magog for that 500 years. There wasn't any Gog and Magog. Wasn't any Britain. Britain is really not Europe. It was an island country that refugees and exiles and stuff ran to. That's why the language is all messed up. It's a mixture of Greek and Spanish and German and everything else. Okay, so I'm not showing them here. And I'm showing the reason why I'm saying is Syria and Iran, XX, because they weren't even named that at the time. Iran's a new name, it's a modern name. It was called Persia before. So I don't want to go into details about that, but as far as at this time, they were under Zoroaster. Under Zoroastrianism, you can look it up. That's religion the Persians and they was mostly under, because that was during that time, a period between Jesus' time, after Jesus, this prophet came called Zoroaster. After Jesus of the Bible, Esau, there was a prophet called Zoroaster that you most don't know about, but you can look at it. It's called Zoroaster. He's Zoroaster, and that was a religion. And there's a Bible. That Zoroaster Bible is out there, and it's pretty much like the regular Bible, right? Because he was a prophet of God, right? But Zoroaster came, and the Iranians, mostly not the Iranians, but they called it Persian at the time. They mostly they was Zoroaster under Zoroaster. They called it Zoroastrianism, I believe. Okay, so the whole world they wasn't in Islam. They was under either Catholicism, Zoroastrianism, or politics, or whatever, right? And then Prophet Muhammad came along, and that was the resurrection, because he brought our people up out of that and gave them the Quran mind, and also did that to the Zoroastrians, because they converted too to Islam. So that's why I call it resurrection, right? Okay. And then I'm going to, I'm cutting corners, because if I do this, every little detail process, I'd be for hours. So some of you should be aware of this. So I'm doing the same time. God came a little afterwards, but I'm just showing both come together, right? Come right after each other. When they come right after each other, I'm not showing the distance of time, that's all. So may God rise from the earth, like it says, and then God came out of it. So first, Britain rose up out of Europe. That's where British came from. Came out of the dust of the earth. When I say come out of the dust of the earth, because all the Europeans was the dust, the exile, and everything else. That's what it means. That was Adam. Adam in the Quran, 500 years ago. 500 years ago, right? And then out of his side came Eve. That's what it said. That's exactly what happened. And there's Gog, out of his side, right? If you understand Angel Key. So that's the rise of Gog and Magog after 1,000 years. That was the resurrection, and after 1,000 years later, I'm not showing all the particulars, right? 500 years later, right? So we're still here. When Gog and Magog came on the scene, I'm going to show a different way here, but I got to cut corners, right? And then when that happens, right, then the Holocaust, 500 years, because that's what Gog and Magog's, right? And you see what's happening right here, is they came and took control of us. Gog and Magog, that's what was enslaved at this point, you see? Now, I never showed you the angel key prior to 2,000 years ago. I'm showing you now. And the history bears witness to this. That's what took control of us. Gog and Magog. Right? And see, America had NOI. See, they don't make this stuff, you know. So we're going to, because remember, the tree was moved over into, okay? See? So we fell. Okay? They took us down. We didn't fall, they took us down. And so we had the mind of the sealed Bible now, right? Because now you're talking about Christianity 500 years ago. They gave us Christianity. They forced it on us. Now the Catholicism, that was something they was doing. But they forced on us 500 years ago, right? And they had a seal, we had to seal, they sealed our mind and our body at that time. They had in captivity and our mind, both. That's what it's saying here. See, you see him blinking right there? 500 years ago. Okay? That started the Holocaust. That's what it says in Genesis, right? Let's make man like our image. And then, in the 30s, right? Come Master Prophet Muhammad. So I'm cutting corners here, right? Still, the sequence is correct, it's just the timing. Master Muhammad shows up in the 1930s. They still got my minds and our bodies, okay? And then he raised a nation, put Elijah in charge. But that particular time, right? Okay, got an error there. With demons. Oh, boy. I guess I wasn't thorough enough. goes a little deeper than I'm showing here, but I'm still got to talk about how Farrakhan's involvement, but I'm not going to that today. I don't know if I need to at all, because he's going to be exposed in a minute anyway. They show a lot of old videos like he's happening right now. It's pathetic. Okay. So at this point, right, they raped us and everything else by the time he shows up. So a horrified nation turns to demons, skin folk. When he comes, I put Elijah in charge, but tell him don't try to separate the wheat from the chaff because you're not wise enough to do it. So he preached to both of them. Okay? Oh boy, I still don't have it. Okay, let me just go ahead and get it all together. If I leave it like that, boy, I know I will hear it. I don't know how I missed that. So I got any more? I don't want to say somebody's in there, but I don't say I missed that. I don't see how, but I guess I did. Okay, he's good now. Okay, he's good now. Okay, Mascom shows up in 30s. Half our nation is David skin folk, wolves in sheep clothing. And then in 1948, 76 years ago, right? See, the Antichrist comes on the scene. You got to pay close attention to this, brothers. Oh, no. See, it wasn't Antichrist before that. See here, empty space. Gog and Magog, no Antichrist. Right? Because they didn't bring into existence until 1948 next. And there's no sun here either. No sun. Right? Then what happens? Both come on the scene at the same time. See, the Christ, that's why I call Antichrist, because Christ and Antichrist, they both conceived at the same time in 1948. Can't make it up. So if you want to find who the Antichrist is, who the Christ is, he's here now, and he's the exact same age as the Christ, Antichrist. He was going to see in 1948 too. See, the thing is that what they did for Suleiman, they made sure that he had all credentials that no one else could possibly have. So you couldn't make no mistake. That if you make a mistake, then that's going to be your ass. Because you're going to ask these questions. Because Farrakhan, he's got all the credentials of the son of perdition. Every one. He's got every one of those credentials. Every mark. He said in his life, see, 42 years, right? He's Aaron, who destroyed, the betrayed and tried to turn his heart back to Egypt after Elijah's departure, right? And they never say in Exodus that him and his brother had the same father. They don't say that. You see? Because they said him and Moses was brothers. But you understand, your key, because they've been in the same spot. That's what we're talking about. But if you look at it from a family point of view, they never say that they had the same father. He said, I didn't see it anywhere. His father's a devil. He missed it. Right there, biology got him. Right? Elijah Muhammad said he'd be his worst hypocrite. He missed it. Right? He's not representing Elijah Muhammad. I put $5,000, $1,000 out there to anyone who can prove that and nobody's never stepped up to it. It's open. I don't even do it anymore, but it's still open because he's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. We can prove it easily. So he's got all the credentials of a lying dog that he is. And it says, some have all the credentials everywhere. Sign Jonah, the conception, breaking the 4 unbreakable seals. That's two miracles right there. 3 years on Demon Island. You can easily check that out, right? Like I said, conceive. I mean, how do you make that up? You go back in the womb and reconceive yourself. Conceive in 1948. He didn't conceive himself. Same age. That's what I call Antichrist. And he break the 7 seals, right? You suddenly come to Elijah's temple. All these things. Got all these credentials. Every condition you're supposed to have is tailor-made suit. So you have to go explain. And even in Malachi, it tells you. He'll come after Elijah with soap. So what he got to clean up Elijah's mess, or have to clean up the person's mess between him and Elijah? With Farrakhan, who's robbing the nation because he ain't producing any damn thing. He's cursed with a curse. He is. You ever heard him mess your prophet curse like that? That's a curse. That's the worst curse a man can imagine. He got all the credentials, but let's move on. Okay, in 1975, departure of Elijah, right? And son of perdition is, there it is, Farrakhan. Elijah goes back up to the wheel. It's right there. That's the angel key. I'm not playing with the angel key. I'm not playing around with it. Anybody that's been studying know I just say exactly as I don't change it. Say, well, to make this point, I change it. This. The point said, no, I just go with the flow, and it speaks. It's a language. Angel is a language. It's a mind. But it's a language too. It's a language you need to speak during this time we're going through. That's what it's designed for. The language you need to speak. That's another way of saying it. If you can't speak it, you're not going to be successful. If you go to another country, you can't speak the language, you cannot be successful. If you don't speak the language of angel, because that's the beginning, like you go to grammar school, it's like where you got to learn basic language, right? Then move further and get deeper and deeper and deeper. You speak to a child, you can't speak to a child, speak to an adult. But you learn the basics of thinking mathematical thinking. Get the emotions out of it. Let me say something about this. I'm not going to sidetrack here. You know, you got two levels. You got the mental level of dealing with something, you got the emotional level. Now, when you deal with a mental level, like if you take vengeance on a mental level, there's no emotion in it. That means you just know, hey man, that rats, you got to get rid of them. You look at it like that, and there's no emotion, you know. It's like, you know, if you go in and you see a bunch of roaches, you step on them. You know, it's not emotional, you step on them. You know, you don't want them around. You got the cancer's cut out. There's no emotions, you know, it has to be done. Right? But then you got the emotional side. Now, this is more thorough. The mental side is more thorough because you know you're doing it because you know it has to be done. The emotional side is not that thorough, but it's more hateful, it's more vengeful, it's more powerful, but it's not that most thorough because it depends. Your emotions like weather. So if you're really angry, you can do a lot of damage, but you mean to cause harm. See, the person that think is an eradicate because you know you're a disease. You got to get rid of you because right. But this one, he wants to inflict pain and suffering on you. The emotional, he wants to inflict pain and suffering on you. He wants to do damage to you, right? Like they did to us. Right? That's what they did. They acted on an emotional level, hatred, racism. But it's on mental, it's thorough, but you just don't mention it. Hey man, I just got to get rid of these. I guess here comes some bulls. Got to get rid of, man. You know, I said, oh, you're not emotional. I just have to get rid of because they're going to cause a problem. But it's emotional. You want to kick ass, want to take names, you want to get vengeance. See, here is not vengeance. Emotional is vengeance. Here is just eradication. You just got to, okay, it's just eradication. Let's see if I need to turn this off because I can't be here all day. I guess I'm good. It's trying to tell me something. I guess I'm okay. Check my sound here. Byron Bros, I have to check my sound now. Okay. You understand? So the thing is that when my initially got into the angel, there was a slight, there was an emotional element to it because I said what motivated me first was just, you know, initially seeing what it was about. It wasn't nothing emotional. I was just saying, look, I didn't know I was breaking any seal. I just wanted to get into, find what that book was about. I like figuring puzzles and stuff. I didn't think I was breaking the seals. I didn't think I was doing anything like that. I was just curious. I told you how I got into it. I think I backed into it. I was just curious. I wanted to see what's in this book. And then when I stopped, I didn't even realize I broke the seals after I broke them and I got in the book and said, oh, damn, this is what they're talking about. I didn't know what a seal was. So I didn't know what I was breaking them. I didn't even know what the seal was. And once I got into it, I said, I backed out. Oh, man, what I got myself into here? And I didn't know if I wanted to continue to do this or not, because I said, I'm a hermit by nature. And I said, but then I started about these sisters, because that was always in my mind about what they did to our women. And I know more now than before, a lot more now. And I said, oh man, somebody got to stand for these sisters. So the emotional kicked in, right? It was enough to get me motivated. That's it. At that point in time. So I said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Because I said, the brothers, man, they could stand for themselves. Right? But then I went back into the intellectual. It was just all about that, man. They devils. They got to be gone. We can't. Just exactly what the lessons say. Right? And that went on for like that. Because I know if you go back and look at my presentations, if people that's been around 4 or 5 years after presentation, you see any emotions in it all. None. Just telling you what it is. And later you get a lot of emotions. And it tells you why the emotions came up. It tells you in Jonah. He got pissed off because of the delay. He got really mad, got emotional. That's what emotions came in at. Because other things, but mostly, it was surrounding that. So the emotion came in the end, right? Because wrath is emotional. Wrath is not this. This is not wrath. This just eradicate. If you want to step on your roach, it's not a wrath. You just get rid of them. You don't want a roach in your house or rats in your house, right? But wrath is emotional. So as we moved to the emotional state, and it came extreme emotion. And you see, Jonah is very extreme, so there's more to it than I'm telling you. But basically, it was surrounded about the delay and what was in the process of delay. And I told you about that space period between the transition point. And so it made him very wrathful, but also made the God very wrathful too. And that's the emotional side. And I told you that's the worst part for the enemy, because you ain't just want to eradicate them, you want to torment them, you want to beat them, you want to terrorize them. See, the only upside about that side is that you may spend all your emotion. You might say, okay, now I'm going to beat your ass and I'll let you go. But that ain't going to happen, because it's going to be all the way till they totally eradicated. Let me move on. I mentioned that, but I'll move on. Anyway, departure, right? And then that's when the nation falls. It doesn't fall because Farrakhan buried it. And that's why we see here in death. I didn't put this death here, but because they said the nation of Islam was put to death. And anybody knows the intricacies of death. I didn't do all, like I said, I didn't do all of, because I did everything. I've been here for hours putting this together, right? So everybody knows. That's why NY was put to death by Farrakhan. Like he was whatever. And then JCPOA came along. Now we're moving on, and that's Obama. See, he wasn't on the scene before that. See, I made a mistake. They shouldn't be here. Okay. Again, I'm gonna get this. I'm not gonna let it go. I'm not gonna let it go. Because I want this to be right. I just have to do it again if I have to. For JCPOA 75. Well, wait a minute. Oh, right, he wasn't in 75. I'm just going to do this. I'm not going to put the symbol. The symbol should be a lion. I should leave it. He wasn't in 75. Just leave it there for right now. When I get all my sound and everything together, I'll probably go through this in more detail. So in 1975, he wasn't. Right? So they put to death. And when I was put to death, those of you familiar with the angel keys understand the power of this. They were put to death. By who? Who sat in Elijah's seat. See, this tells you a lot if you learn how to read it. It says, he was in Elijah's seat and he put the NOI to death. That's what he's doing. Right? And these are under power, the demons are under power of Catholicism. Okay. Then JCPOA comes. Now Obama appears, JCPOA, right? And so that's when this is during the time that Americans invaded the Middle East, and they superseded the power of Iran and Syria. Right? These casting down JCPOA. I told you they were not going to be revived. Okay, that's all under Obama, right? And then under For the Nation, that's the second stage of it, right? Okay. We're still dead for this period of time. America is still, right? The goddamn JCPOA, that means on authority of the NOA. And the UN. Because that was not authority for the nation, that's another way. But anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'll try to explain everything tonight. Okay, then Trump comes along. See, he comes along, and then he doesn't revive it. He cancels the JCPOA, then they start rising. The conflict in the Middle East start building. And here we go. It's because of Trump, right? Like I said, when the resurrection takes place when the trump's blowing. 4 winds. And they gave a big hint there. See? Because the person that will cause that Trump's to blow, right? Or be involved in that, his name was Trump. There's a big hint there, but I'm not going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Is that a coincidence? Apocalypse, war in heaven. And this is where, right, that what is about to happen, 2025, so I put it there. It's about to happen. This second phase of war in heaven, where Iran is, America and Britain still control the Middle East. They control Jerusalem, the Middle East. And they're pushing against Iran and Syria. They already took down Syria. And we know about, in the fourth seal, fifth seal explains that. Right? So this is where they are right now. Right? So they're pushing against each other, but America, Britain, and false Israel have control of the Middle East right now. And Trump said he's going to take, well, whatever. And that war, and that's what happens. They win the war, and America and Britain are kicked out, and false Israel. False Israel can't go any place where they live there. America and Britain is kicked, right? Okay, let's keep on. And then, right, they come against us. But that's when false Israel is surrounded by armies. Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now who controls Jerusalem? Them. And it says, that's another question right there. It says, when Jerusalem is surrounded by armies, there is destruction. So who controls Jerusalem? That means the Jews are going to be destroyed at that point. But they can't be if they see Abraham. But they don't say it like that. They don't say it like that. Because if they destroy it, they couldn't be. And you'll hear him say it that way. But that's exactly what it says right there. It says, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, it's destruction. And they control, they say, oh, that means the Palestinians. No, it says it right there. When you see surrounded by armies, that means, they predict that verse predict that false Israel is going to be destroyed. And if they destroy it, they couldn't be see Abraham. And that's the whole reason why it's put to begin with, to see us that they are true see Abraham. But that's an easy question, but nobody asks it, do they? Okay, here we go. This is about to happen. That's why I'm revealing this right now. So you have this. I put stuff out there. I put another thing out there about the timeline. So now I'm going to chapter 20 and show you chapter 20, right? From there on. So I didn't do it in the other one. I did, right? I'm giving you more details about what you expect to happen. It's going to happen very soon. They talking about hitting false Israel in the next few days. And then false Israel is taken down. And taken down. The world will see it. And it's going to be one of the vectors that's going to awaken our people. But it's going to put them in a state of confusion first, because first of all, they've been lied to, told, everybody universally been told that false Israel is treating Abraham, and when they go down, this whole lie has been built on that. This whole religious lie, what do you call it? I forget the term they use, Judeo, whatever, right? It's built on that lie. And now they're going, that means it couldn't be right. And that's what started waking people up, say, wait a minute, they couldn't be. And they be hearing that we are. But then you got a conflict there too. What are we going to do about it? Right? So that puts the whole world in flux. See? And that's when Suleiman comes. Right? NOI. giving their mind back so they can guide the people out of the confusion. Because remember, that's what happens. When in Mark, he gives the man was beating himself. He didn't come to Jesus because he had him. He came based on his nature. His nature was being revived. And that's how he recognized Jesus through his nature, not through his mind. Because when he came, he still had the devil's, and Jesus had to give him his mind. Then once he connected the two together, gave his mind back, and right, then at that point in time, they told him, you can't leave with me, because that's the time he departs. But he said, you got to stay here and wake up the rest of your people, because now you got your mind. Now you got to go and help them get their mind back. That's the mission. That's why it says they wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. Because if you understand who they are, right? So let's move on. And then that's when the four winds blow. Because I didn't put that, I didn't fix that, so I'm gonna leave it there. Right? I didn't organize that, but it's there. It's close enough. I don't know how I missed that one either. Anyway, but they would be on the attack and everything else. Because they're still confused and all that. They're still confused. Islam hasn't really got a hold to them. They're still confused. So they still don't know what to do. And that's when the four winds blow, right, under authority of Obama. I'm not going into details about that right now. It's late and everything else, brothers and sisters. But that's when that's the resurrection takes place when the four winds blow. Who's blowing the four winds? Master Suleiman. Because he said, preach to the four winds, prophesy four winds. He's preaching the angel. Right? He's still here. He's teaching the Islam. He's still here. Right? When the four winds blow. And then, I got a little, okay, I didn't get that one either quite, okay. Well, what can I say, bro? It's after that. And you don't see that it's not a mistake here. It just could be a little more elegant than what I have right here. Anyway, so that's when the resurrection takes place. And they all come together. Still in America, they all come together. Demons as well as the saints, the saints. Right? Elijah returns according to his Exodus, right? Master Muhammad, right? Suleiman, right? You see Suleiman, right? With the clouds, coming in the clouds. These are also called clouds. That's another story. I'll move on. And that's when the demons are cast out. They're separated. Down here. Thrown out amongst the Europeans, and they go to war for 505 Farrakhan's the chief one. He's a spiritual leader, right? And they hear that Samson, they battling with Europe, trying to take America. Because at this time, I don't think I showed that. Did I show that? Yeah, did I miss that? I think I missed that. Four winds, I think I missed that. Four winds, let me see. Psalm comes. Okay, I missed that. Okay, I must took it out. Okay, when they this here, they cut I missed that. Master Muhammad cuts everything. The oil stops. So the economies collapse in Europe and in America. 1 second, bro. Just I got to check something real quick. I had neglect. When I had, I don't know what I did. I know I had it in there. I must have took it out. Anyway, I did talk about that initially when I first started, right? How Iran, they'll have control all the oil, and so that's what caused, total economic collapse. Total economic collapse, right? In Europe and America, right? So let's move on. Once they could take control, they have control of all. They can have control of the whole Middle East. So, like I said, they're gonna be. I'm not getting that shadow there. Okay, let me do something here, brothers and sisters. All these technical issues I wouldn't have before, just out of nowhere. I couldn't even log on for an hour because they told me, Google, now you gotta prove that who you are. You gotta look at this cell phone and find what cell phone they send a message on. And then even if you get in, then you go look at your video, you gotta prove yourself again. I said, man, what the, oh. They're trying to give me a stroke. See if that helps in here. No, that's even worse. Okay, well, but now I got a lighting problem. So what we're gonna do? Well, they wanted to stop me. Should have stopped me 30 years ago. The damage is done to them now already. Okay, that looks a little better. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll work. No adjustment here. No adjustment here. Okay, see if that works. Okay, well, that's where's some of it. Change cameras. Okay, so here we go. Backtracking, right? They're attacking us, right? Because there's total economic collapse in America and also in Europe. Okay? See? And they can't help. They're abandoned false Israel. It's surrounded, under siege. It said when you see Jerusalem by armies, destruction is near. I told you about since the beginning, I'm with the overview. So I hope to go into more detail once I get everything working, but it's going to take a few hours to do that, right? So, Satan destroyed, economic collapse in America and Britain, in Europe, Britain also. Suleiman comes, right? That's when he takes over the NOI. Says people sit in dark, see the great light. Farrakhan is disposed. See? There's the four winds. Resurrection takes place. Right? This all in 2025, this year. And then they cast out, separate out. See? Remember, this total economic collapse. America's great fears grips America. There's no food, no oil, no gas, no heat. That's the way it is. Cannibalism reigns. There's no unity. I'm not going into all the details. I've talked about it in the previous one, so I'm not going to do it here now. Just give you an overview of what you expect. Okay. And back up here. And so that's what happened. Demons are cast out. I'm not going any further on this one. I'm just going this far. Right? This demon war takes place. Right? See? And what was I going to say? That's missed my point about. We're talking about Okay, let me back up here. This is where oops. I'm getting out the view here, bounces. So this is where, let me get to that point. Okay, this is where Suleiman comes and get them their mind back. Okay, take control of NOI, getting their mind back. They're already getting their spirit back, right? Nature, because they're energized. So they have to get their mind back. That's where you're getting their mind back, NOI. And it sets them out, right, to resurrect the rest. Horns blow and get them to come together. And he's leaving with the spirits, as it Lamb's Book of Life, after these are cast down. Okay? Now, if you look at this, you understand this. That means Suleiman and his elect are not here anymore because they're over here with Iran and Syria. That means they're on the other side of the world because Iran and Syria is not coming here. That means they're gone, right? Okay? And the wives here, right? See? And they have to get the rest of our people that's left. NOI, right? See? Okay. And here it again. And Malachi tells you, first you got the God who will come. They refer to him as the angel of God. So why would they do that? It's a good question, ain't it? And then Daniel refused to worship him because he's Darius. And Darius have a problem with it. So I'll let you think about that one. And then Elijah, right? He will raise Elijah. And then there'll be Aaron. Look at him. You talking about me? Follows the devil. He hides on the name of Elijah. He's not preaching Elijah's program. No way, no form, fashion. Then the messenger of the covenant, who will come full of soul. Why? Why are you coming so? You got to clean up something. What you got to clean up? Clean back the matter for Muhammad. That means something wrong with Elijah. What you got to clean up? You got to clean up the one that's in charge when he shows up. When he shows up, Elijah's gone. So that's the one that's in charge when he shows up, who the Lord will consume his spirit's mouth and destroy, which he's about to be destroyed. He's being consumed now because now they have this so-called Savior's Day. And the whole thing is bullshit from start to finish. And they're going to put, well, he said, is it 60,000 or 6,000? 6,000? And first they ask you a question. If you see that place, you can't put 6,000 cars in that parking lot. You can't do it. You're lucky if you get maybe 100 cars in that parking lot. But they said they're going to parking lot will be filled with, they're going to make tents and stuff. It's going to be cold there in February. It's going to cost a lot of money to put tent stuff and people in there. Then if you put people in tents, they want to come see the show. So what you going to do? You're going to put all electronics and stuff that you need to make that happen, and they're going to put tents. And somebody, they couldn't get an auditorium nowhere in the world, and nowhere in America. Suddenly, when Farrakhan's got Alzheimer's, and then he may not be there, and you can't see to that, Ray Charles? You can't see to that? So, well, he only speak if God let him speak. So, I mean, he ain't gonna be there. And then they told you, they slipped up and said, well, Ishmael's he represent Farrakhan, he's gonna give Farrakhan a speech. Well, they tell you he ain't gonna be there. Because he can't be there. It ain't because God told him, God told him not to speak, then why he's still speaking? Why is Ishmael speaking? Because he's his spokesman. So if you tell a dummy to stop speaking, that means the person that moved the dummy should start speaking too, right? Or if you tell the man to moving the dummy to start speaking, the dummy should be moving either, should it? So I'm not going into details, brothers and sisters. But even if all of the stuff they're saying was true, they got tents out there, all electronic stuff they need to put out there, so people be comfortable. I mean, they got to put chairs, they got to have security there, they got to sit men for women, all these different tents. They go, like, come on, you and they got barely enough to even kind of handle the what they call a monster there right now. And then they got to have that full, right? And And then they have all this infrastructure out there in these chants. They got to set up these chants. Air conditioning, got to put heat and everything in them. And then you got to have a park space over there. You ain't going to be able to park in there if they're going to set that much up. So where are you going to park? And there's no parking spaces out there. Or you going to park on the street. So if they got 6,000 people, where are they going to put 6,000 other people parking there too on the streets? And plus, a lot of them no parking there. I knew that. I ain't been there in years, but I know what it looks like. So you're going to be 5 miles away walking. It's all bullshit. And the thing is, see, Elijah, he had some competent people around him. So he left, they kind of put it together. They fooled a lot of people. But they was kind of put it together, right? Because remember, he departed before Savior's Day. They kept it secret for like 2 or 3 days. They didn't want to announce it until Savior's Day when everybody was around. But these clowns, he got around here, man, they as stupid as he is. They have no idea what they're doing. Everything don't make all you got to do is ask a couple of questions. None of this didn't make any sense. Well, you can put 6,000, even you get 6,000, be done with 6,000. No people will come there. They know they're going to be in a damn tent and they got to park 5 miles away. Nobody even want to show up on that one. Or they get there and they say they can't park anywhere. They don't move out. Right? Anyway. And then mess with the covenant. He's the one who's going to take you home. He's the one who has to put down this clown here. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. See how people right here, this is the state they're in right now. They're getting their nature back. But they ain't got the angel yet. When they get the angel mind, God damn, woof. Okay, see, because they get enough energy to revive their nature. See, the nature's something that's you. Birds fly, but you can take the nature like chickens. What happened to chickens? Man, they can fly. They don't have to be eaten. They can fly. They got all the capability and everything else, but they don't. If they do fly, sometimes you chase them. They will fly a little ways. They can fly as well as goose and everything. Why? What happened to them? They got denatured. Because they sit around there and get eaten. They be flying away. So who's denatured? The natures, when they took out nature away, has acted like dogs and cats. They fez like animals. They treat like animals. Has acting like animals. Right? And they was able to do that because of energy deprivation. We didn't have energy. Plus, we told Smith anyway. But even so, because we wasn't acting all that strength, all that well before they got us. That's why one of the reasons why we did what we did. But now we get energized. Right? So for instance, there was a famine, right? And you haven't eaten about 2 weeks. How you not be acting like you would not your normal self? First of all, you look for something to eat. You might start eating some other people, or you're going to be different. You're going to be desperate. You're not going to act as yourself. See? Why? Because you don't have any energy. You need energy for everything. Because when you got a lot of energy, man, how you happy, you're coming out, he's coming out, right? I try to get you to understand that. So I see how people acting right now. I told you, is a combination of energy deprivation and the vectors that we're exposed to. The vectors is effective because the energy levels are down. But as the energy rises up, the vector's harder. In other words, a car, if you push a car that's fully loaded with bricks, and another car is not, you're going to have a hard time moving that car fully loaded with bricks because it's heavier. You put the same vector, same amount of strength, but one will react differently because it has more weight to it. Same thing. So they put this vector on us, but our energy increases harder to move us in that direction they want to move us. Because our nature is a different nature than theirs. The demons comes easier because they want to be more like Daddy, and the more strong they get, the more like Daddy they become. But for us, it becomes more difficult to move us. So at some point, right, they see, hey, we about to come together because nature demands we come together, right? Birds of feathers flock together. As you get more energy, you're going to want to come together because you want to be like your own people and everything else. You already see we dominating this whole society. I keep telling you that we dominate this whole society. We just don't dominate it here yet. So when we got our mind back, it's all over. In every atmosphere, every sphere, sports, music, right? And every area that we move into, right, we're not doing now. They say we're stupid, ignorant. Yeah, we don't just not, we destroy it. And this is the one they will make sure we never get to. So as long as that's what Farrakhan's job is, right? To monitor, right? He's an infiltrator to make sure, right, that we never, because that's what his whole job for that 40 years. Turn our minds back to Egypt. Make sure we never get our minds back on who we are, who we truly are. And let's move on. Yep, here's his daddy, raping his mama, and he's a fruit. Like dad, like mama, now he's cursed, and he's raping the Nation of Islam. He ain't produced a damn thing for 42 years. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'll leave it there. Hope you understand. I'm gonna let this play out. Maybe I'm gonna go ahead and let it play out. Okay, then I'm gonna close. Assalamu alaikum. Oh. Why'd it go there? There you go. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to try this. I'm not sure if my sound's going to work. I'm going to give it a try. If it doesn't, I just have to cancel and restart tomorrow. They took out my sound system, all of it. And several microphones, none of them worked. This one may not be working. And only able to get up half of my sound system. The other half I still haven't been successful with. And I'm not sure if this one's working. So let's see if I can hear myself here. Not sure if this one's working. Okay, brothers and sisters. Okay, well, I'm getting sound on that core. So, they don't want me to get this information, brothers and sisters. I've been working on this for 5 hours today just to get to this level. And I had a long presentation, at least for 2 hours. A lot I want to talk about, connect a lot of dots, because we're here, brothers and sisters. And so, unfortunately, that didn't happen. And so what I'm going to do is attempt to do am I getting video now? Oh no, that's something else. Okay. And so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm going to try to keep it down to half an hour and talk some of it, talk the rest of tomorrow if I can, because it would have been nice to connect all the dots that I wanted to do today. So let's see how far I can go. So again, fear. I can't emphasize this enough, brothers and sisters. The fear that's about to grip America will grip many of you too. But you have the option of coming out of it. They don't. They don't. So let me get on into the and we got a lot of ignorant folk. You know, today I was at the gym, and again, great extreme fear, brothers and sisters. And they got this Negro buddy comes in there. He got two long braids. I mean, long braids like Indians, like you saw the Indians in the movies wear, the Indians in America, like the women wear, the big long braids on the two on both sides. Yes, that's what he got. He comes there. He likes to talk with the devil. So always him, bumping with them and everything, right? So I avoided like a heart attack. So he caught me in the men's room. I mean, and I got and went to the sauna. I'd been doing sauna quite a bit. I got sauna at home, but when I work out, I said do it. I don't want to wear my one at home because that's mostly for me and my other half for the weekends. So I'm coming out here and I'm sitting down. And, I'm dressed and cooling out. He busts in there. Hey man, good morning. Now I don't need to say good morning because you only know what that means. I told you what good morning means, right? I don't say anything. Hey man, I said good morning. Now he's about 30s, right? So I still don't say nothing. You don't say nothing else when I say good morning? I said, hold it. I said, first of all, no, he said, and you don't know how to speak to somebody? I said, first of all, obviously I don't want to speak to you. Because I didn't answer, right? So I don't want to speak to you. Oh man, he going, I said, so look, I'm telling you again, I want to talk to you. So he kept going, so I said, I'm going to say one more time, man, kill it. Stop it, right? So he did. Like I said, I ain't asked you nothing, I don't want to talk to you, just because you're going to make me talk to you. That's how ignorant you are right there. Because when somebody come up to you and say, excuse me, that means they ask you permission to talk. If you don't answer, that means you ain't excused. You take your ass on for what? See, that's what these devils were there. I don't want to go into that, but we got to get away from these people. They're filthy, they're sick. They claim they have morals, they don't have any. But one of the reasons I don't talk to clowns like that, because he's all up in these devils' behinds. And the first thing they asked him when I ain't looking, what's wrong with that nigga over there? That's the first thing they asked him. That's the first thing they asked him. See, I know that's what he do. Going, how come he's different? And then they got a whole lot of BS, and they ain't gonna never tell like it is. He must be one of them ignorant niggas. He must be one of them Muslim. See, it's always gonna be. I know what they do, so that's why I waste time with them. Anyway, let's move on. Because he was about to have a bad life. Well, he got a bad life already. He's about to do some hard road, right? God was about to put his ass down if he just kept on running his mouth. I told him, shut up, don't talk to me no more. I said, kill it. So I guess he got the point. He did. Whew. Well, brothers and sisters. Okay. Faith, fear. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about all my top subjects here. I'm just going to talk about, I got a bunch of comments, but anyway, Trump, he's going to bring the golden age back to America. When was the golden age? Make America great again. When was it great? When it was raping us, beating us, tormenting us, and terrorizing us? You see, you don't ask questions, because nobody, if I was asking that question, okay, tell me, when, Mr. Trump, when was America great? You said, make it great again. When was it great? Was it great back during the 60s when they had Jim Crow and you was setting the dogs on people? Was it great when you was raping people back in so-called slavery, right? And when you was raping our women, when was it great? See, and now shut them down. But they won't ask that question because they all on board with this crap. Plays a world dictator. Because dictators are bad. Dictators are awful, wicked, and authoritarians. That's the question. Well, what's a dictator? Dictators tell people what to do. You didn't vote for them. And if you don't do what they tell you to do, they take power by force. They take power by force. And you have to do what they tell you to do. If you don't, they kill your ass, they torture you. I said, well, excuse me. Ain't that what Jesus is going to do? Then shut him up. Exactly what the Bible says Jesus is going to do. The sealed Bible. He'll come in. He's coming with a sword to kick ass. I ain't bringing peace. I'm coming to tear ass up. So I'm going to force you in submission. And if you don't do what I tell you to do, I'm going to burn your ass in hell forever and ever and ever. And I'm the only authority. Nobody votes for me. I do it forever. I'm your king forever. You see what I'm saying? All you got to do is ask questions. The whole shit just falls apart. Just ask a couple questions. That's why he shut me down, because they can't get around it. Counterfeit power. America has no power, so he's going to save, he's going to return America to power. You don't have any. America's power is gone. America's power ended at 2020. 2019, that's why they want to talk about this, the 1619 project, because it exposes too much. They don't want to say who, because their project end at the 100-year mark. They have no power. It's counterfeit. And so therefore, everybody's backing up, is backing up to let them fall into a trap. You know, it's like, you know, you got these traps sitting out there, right? And you know where they are, so you fall back. See, that's another tact they have in the military. They got all these mines and tracks and everything, but you know where they are. They come like safety zones. And then when the enemy comes, you fall back like you run away, right? But you run, you know where the mines are, you know, because you got little markers or whatever, so people know they don't step here. But the enemy don't know. And then you back on the other side of the minefield, and they come running after you and get blown up. See, that's another way of looking at it. Let me move on. These are all the things I always talk about, so I'm not going to talk about one or two of them. And over here I had, I won't do it. See, here we go again. How did that happen? Oh no, don't want this over here. What's over here? I'm telling you, they're all in my. I know I fixed this, so I'm not even gonna sweat. They're trying to give me a stroke, brothers and sisters. They're trying to make me so frustrated, right? That's what they're doing. Because I double-checked this, redouble checked it, right? And so all of a sudden, yeah, that's how I had to move on to there. I had to go there. Wasn't supposed. Still, okay, whatever. Whatever. So what? Okay, a couple of things. The sun and moon. So I'm not going to get into it like I wanted to get into it, brothers and sisters, but anyway. We see it, if you go into Genesis, I want to break all down how Genesis, it tells you about the sun and the moon, and it said the sun was a greater light and the moon was a lesser light, right? And they're talking about the scripture, and they'd be 500 years apart. So the greater light was a sealed Bible, and the moon reflects the light, and be 500 years later. So that would tell you that the Quran is a lesser light than the sealed Bible, and reflects the light of the sealed Bible, which it does. Because the sealed Bible is to see the whole world. It's got everything upside down. It's got us as being Ham, and false Jews as being Israel, because that's what the sealed Bible says. So if you follow the sealed Bible, what they're doing right now is appropriate, because that's what sealed, because that was the knowledge and the wisdom and the mathematics of these times. So that's why I need to talk this whole thing to tie all together, bro and sister. It's not going to be as good as I want it to be. Maybe tomorrow, if I can put it all together, because I need to tie all this together. Because that was the knowledge you need of this season. It was a negative season for us. That's knowledge that you would be successful if you applied that. By exploiting us, you would be successful, because we would exploit a bowl. Anyway, the bottom line is the sun and the moon. Let me double up this check, see if I'm... The sun and moon, okay. The sun and the moon, sun represents sealed Bible, and the moon, and that's what the Quran reflects it. Reflects the light of it, because it confirms a lot of that stuff too. Like it makes you think that false Israel is the children of, is who, the one blessed and everything else, but it's not. That's sealed Bible. In fact, the seal tells you can't rely on it, but it was the book for the time, energy deprivation. Okay. This is not going to be easy, because I need to speak this whole thing together, put it all together, tie it all together, brothers and sisters. Took time to prepare it. They took out my whole, right? Okay. So what we see is that the sealed Bible, the Quran, reflecting the light of the sun, of the sealed Bible. Right? Now the moon, right? Remember the moon represents the Sunni. So I was going to bring the angel key into this and the whole thing, right? So if those are familiar, they represent the Sunni. So it was, right? That's why I say called the moon, right? Okay. And you see, when, let me see, make sure I got this right now. When you see in the angel key, you see before, okay, when we was over there in the Middle East, we were Sunnis. The Moors, they were Sunnis. So reflecting the sealed Bible light. Right? But then, so we had the Quran mind. When we had the Quran mind, right? I'm talking about I'm not saying I say we. Well, I'm really talking about the Levites, but I don't want to get too. See, somebody come back and say, you said that. No, well, see, I got to be very careful here, because some people they get into the weeds when they don't try to understand the context of the whole thing. So I say, I'm talking about the NOI. Put that away. Because you have two groups, NOI and you got the elect. So I don't want to go, I'm just going to move on, brothers. If you get hung up, you get hung up. So the thing is that, okay. So the thing is that once, right, we were brought here, right, then we was reflecting. Let me put this. Let me get this right now. Okay, we no longer had. Hold on, I'm getting myself confused here now. Okay, we had the angel mind, because if you see the right, we had angel mind, but not the angel mind. Excuse me. That's where I get myself messed up. We had that seal. We had the we reflected light, right? We reflecting light of that, but right, but it was with the Sunni. That's what it gets, okay? Because you watch the angel key, we were with the Sunni. We're reflecting light, right, of reflecting light of the sealed Bible. But then you find us, right, where we're no longer Sunni anymore. That's the moon. We're not with the moon anymore. We're down near death. And we're taking and reflecting the light. We're still reflecting the light of them, but now, right, we don't have a Quran mind anymore. That's what it was, right? Now we have the angel mind. Not the angel mind. I just stopped. I'm so messed up from work 5 hours trying to put it together. Let me start back up. We was over there, we had the Quran mind, reflecting the light of the sun, the sealed Bible. But over here, that Quran mind was taken from us and was given the sealed Bible mind. You got it? Okay. That's what happened. Right? So that was taken from us. So now we had a sealed Bible mind, right? And we reflected, and we're not even the moon anymore, we're dead. See? So we're not reflecting anything, but we had a sealed Bible mind. Hope you understand that. So I was going to say a lot more about that, but let me leave it right now because I said I'm kind of like, I am just a little discomplicated because I really got really bugged about. I couldn't understand. When it really started, no sound. All sound was just gone. I couldn't get it. All of us go. All my. I got a bunch of microphone. All of them went out, and this one not working that well either. I had to do a lot of stuff, had adjustments and changes, and even get this one. It worked a little bit. So I'm trying to, maybe if I put the whole thing tomorrow, I can give more justice to what I just said, the more justice, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that initially, when we was there, we had the Quran mind, because we were Sunni. That's why I saw us with the moon. But now we're at the moon anymore, right? I'm talking about NOI. If we talk to, because they really, that's why I need, they're really the Levite part of our nation. Right? See? And that's no strong, that's something else I want to talk about too, right? So anyway, so now that's where we are right now. So I'm not going to go through all the details, the specific details I was going to do, right? To show an angel key, how it connects 100%. But the bottom line is, you see, when we were there, right? See, we had, that's why it says the moon. Because we was at the moon, and at that point, right, we had the Quran mind. Okay. Let's move on. And you're not going to see it right away. If you looked at it right now, you're going to see it right away. You see it with it, but you don't see it in the time frame I'm talking about. Because I got to put this whole thing together so you see it. See? Because we're talking about another level of the angel that you're not familiar with. Okay, like this one. Okay, let's go to Yaqub's tribe. Now, where was Yaqub born at? He was born in the same place Master Muhammad was born at, in Mecca. So his tribe, right, wouldn't have been Esau. His tribe would have been Ishmael, another son of Abraham. And that tribe, remember, all these tribes, they had their idea how they was going to deal with energy deprivation period. Like, according to the way we understand it, some went to Mars, so they would get the hell out of here. Some were on this side of the planet, where Farrakhan's kissing their ass now, because we was told that Buddhism was the first enemy of Islam, and then the people that came over here was worse than the Buddhists couldn't handle them. Because they got so bad that the Buddhists even kicked them out. Because the Buddhism was 35,000 years old, so they came with 15,000 years later because they got so bad they was worse than sticks and stones and whatever. But they was the first enemy to Islam. But Farrakhan tell you, we gotta love the kiss them. They ain't our brothers. They're original people, but they're enemy. And they were slave owners and everything else too, like the rest of them. I gotta move on, brothers and sisters. I really need to take time, a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, to really go this slowly, so you can because I'm not doing any justice the way I'm doing it right now. I'm just getting the basic, right? That puts you into a tribe of, so your devils, they came out of that tribe. That's what you see the devils, Yaku's creation, he took Ishmael's tribe. That was his tribe. They the ones tried to say, okay, no, we want to be rulers during that time. That's what his promise was. I'll make you rule. So in other words, during that time in generation, we're gonna be the rulers. Others said we're gonna get the hell out of here. Some said we're gonna move outside the planet. Because they said it's gonna be 6,000 years before Yaqub's tribe said it'd be 6,000 years before, right? Before they come on, so we can hide from them for 15,000 years ago. So they had to wait. They said it'd be 15. It'd be 15 from. That means 9,000 years, right? Before Yaqub came along, so they said we had to worry about them, and then they only in charge of about 6,000 years. So and plus it would be, and it would be 5,500 years before they come up where we are, right? So we got like 14,000 years. We had to worry about them. We got the whole plan, got the whole land to ourselves. 14,000 years, 14,500 years. You understand what I'm saying? That was their solution. Everybody had a solution. They didn't want nobody to go. Only one had a solution to take us through was Dr. Shabazz, and that's the elect. And then the tribe of Levites that said, okay, we're going to go along with y'all. They went against their king, Esau, and said, I'm going to go with Dr. Shabazz. That's why you got the Levites and the elect together, over here together, right? Okay, you got that? Where Master Muhammad born at? He's born in Mecca too. So the question is he a Levite? Or he's Ishmael? That one I heard from you for a long time. But he's not Esau. He's Ishmael. But all Ishmael, a lot of Ishmael are demons. All Ishmael ain't jinn. That's Ishmael. That's Ishmael. You understand? And the Shias coming out of that same group, same tribe, same area, and they'd be given rulership. Because remember, it's hard to you understand. The rulership, we're still under the rulership of the sun for 12,000 years, 6,000 in and 6,000 out. Only thing is that we got a light that will block that sun. That's Master Muhammad. Remember, he's only there because we can't. We just can't live with them for another 6,000 years. That's why he's half and half. And maybe you at this point, if any of you pay attention, maybe you start understanding that. That's why his mother is the devil, right? But he's really Ishmael. But he's faithful and true. All Ishmael, if you read the Quran, it was a two portion of Ishmael. Remember Abraham had two says, the disbelievers, right? He says, how did he has Abraham said, as who you I forget the way he asked, but he asked basically, who will you raise up, or something whatever. He said, oh, only the believers or something like that. I forget, I didn't read it exactly like it was. It was two groups. And he's part of that. He's not part of Shabazz. If he's part of Shabazz, then he would maintain rulership forever. He's only, even like Muhammad said, he would maintain rulership, then it's given, if the rulership is given back to the tribe of Shabazz, that's what Elijah Muhammad told you. That means he couldn't be Shabazz, or why would you give back to something? He already got it. So now I'm going to clear that up. Right? A lot of things, said little things like that, it wasn't that important. Because one thing, so there's one presentation I want to really put together. I can't do it though. See, to break that engine 100%, because once I do that, and as desperate they are, they'll grab and say, and then who knows? They can say, hey, explain, I can't do it. I want to do it, right? And I got some stuff out there, but I know that's what happens. They already warned me, all before me, thieves and liars. So that's where he's coming out of the tribe of Ishmael. See? Right? And Ishmael's original was have mother's Hindi. Now I'm not talking about the other ones, House of Side and all them, they Hindi. Right? But that's why the gold part, that's the original part, and that's it's because remember, we wasn't in Africa at that time. We wasn't in Africa, but we wasn't in Arabia. So if you thought about it, you could figure it out, but I don't think anybody's thinking this stuff through. I really don't think anybody's thinking this stuff through. Maybe they repeat and reflect, but I don't see anybody thinking any of this stuff true, right? Anyway, let's move on. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Should I do this? Okay, Farrakhan Guardian. Okay. What I got here. See it. Well, no, I'm not. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, where is that at? Okay. Now, Farrakhan is a demon, right? Now, I explain demons. That means their father's the devil, so they're devils. They're devil in black skin, half man, half demon, demon, half devil, half man. That's why, if you read stuff about Nicodemus, he said, "How come, Jesus? You can't come into my kingdom." He says, "Wait a minute. Remember, Jesus wants to save everybody, and he said he wasn't breaking any laws. He wasn't sinning anything. So why wouldn't you accept him?" He said, "No. Because you'll be born again." And you understand. They say, "Oh, you got to be born again." No, because you're a demon. You're a devil. Yeah, you on that side, you, right? But you're a devil, and you ain't coming to my kingdom. That's the story if you read it closely. And that's what, and it's in the name, demon. Right? I mean, even Nicodemus. And that light, let me say something else. I want to put this all together, brothers and sisters. I'm doing it hastily. I'm not doing a good job as I wanted to, because this was going to take really a couple of hours. I was expecting that. But you got a lot of incidents in the Bible. Now, what is the event? What is the event that caused the resurrection? What is the event? The trumpets, right? The blowing of the trumpets, right? Trumpets. Where I heard that name for? See the trend there? Why they call it trumpets? They could have called something else a trumpet. Why do you use that word trumpet? They didn't say trumpet. They could say a horn. They could say anything. There's a lot of things there's other things they got that don't. They had back then. They're called trumpets, right? So why that word? Because they gave a big hint. Because Pharaoh's name during that time would be Trump. So little things like that you don't pay attention to. I do. See? Be Trump. Trumpet. Let me move on. And Farrakhan's his job as a demon, remember, because he looks. So he's an infiltrator. Not to infiltrators. They're people from the other side that comes to infiltrate and infiltrate somebody that appears to look like you, but it's not you. They're against you. That's another way of calling a wolf in sheep clothing. So he's an infiltrator. See? He was infiltrating to the nation of Islam and get control. See? This goes way back a long time. He was set up a long time. This ain't just something happened when Elijah departed. See, I'm going to get into details. I'm going to be able to prove it too. Because the thing is, I told you, he's going to be exposed in a minute. He's go in there, rise up, right? Get control, get confusion, and keep us, the Nation of Islam, confused, divided, right? That's why now, the decision to kill Khalid wasn't his. That was a government decision, because Khalid was actually teaching Elijah's teachings. He did the best he could. He was teaching Elijah's teaching. Go look at it. And the spirit of it. He had some little icing from Farrakhan, because he was under Farrakhan's, but he was moving further away from, he was pushing the envelope. And Farrakhan didn't like it, because, he had a hard time not calling devils and stuff like that. I mean, it was getting hard, because it was, it's hard to stick under, because he knew Farrakhan, he knew it was a lie. Now he may have not known that Farrakhan was a demon, right? But he was trying to teach Elijah's teaching. He was the spirit of it. Okay? So that goes against that COINTEL I never can remember the name of that, brother, so forgive me. The COINTEL or whatever, the FBI program. If you read that program right there tells you everything that's going on. Damn it, how can you, that's what I'm saying, the people over there, they gotta be idiots, and we don't want them. They gotta be demons, we definitely don't want them. Or infiltrators, government. Because how in the hell, if you read that, if you ever read it, he gave them every point they wanted. Every point they wanted. Stop this, they'll call them devils anymore. Stop talking about leaving here. We're going to stay here in America. We're going to stop that separation stuff. Stop your own business. Stop this business stuff. Go ahead and make a religious program. He said every point. And he got it on his website. So how dumb can you be? Somebody come and tell him I'm going to lie to you about everything, and then you believe him? But you don't believe the fact they told you they're a liar. You don't believe that, but you believe everything else they tell you. It's amazing. Now, I know how people are suffering because of any deprivation, but damn. I mean, I don't think it takes that much energy to figure that little bit out, but maybe our people in bad shape. But that's about to change. But they told him that has happened, but he used his people, Farrakhan's people, to do it. So it was the government had their ass covered. Because if anything went down, see, they wouldn't have, their people got busted or come, well, the government told, no, Farrakhan told me to do it. See? And so that's where they got rid of them. And so they wanted to get rid of that because they was going against the whole thing about what the Farrakhan, what that was all about. They're supposed to keep the nation confused, divided, right? That's what demons was in there. Farrakhan, he was the guardian over that. The guardian to make sure they stay divided, their minds stayed into the sealed Bible, and they was definitely distracted because they knew that the message of the covenant was on scene or will be on the scene. It's right there. Just a clear reading, and Farrakhan knew too. Farrakhan knew too. He was a guardian to make sure to block all of that. See? Then the preachers, see, they're part of the program. Look at these preachers out there. A lot of these preachers are demons, infiltrators, agents, especially the devil ones, the agents. The Negro bus, they're probably too stupid to be agents. They're just infiltrators, trying to pick up some money. Remember how they ride around Farrakhan? They teach that sealed Bible stuff. Why would you want to tell your people, oh, they got to love their enemy? Really? Where you show me the Bible where Jesus loved his enemy? He said he's going to come and kill him and put him in hell. So right there, I mean, the whole story about they want Jesus to come back. What do you want Jesus to come back for? They tell, we want Jesus to kill all their enemies, kill them, Muslims, everything else. They don't want to come back to love them and convert them. But you got to love him, you got to obey your master. When did they ever obey anybody? I mean, it's right there. That's the sealed Bible. It's right there. You see? So it depends on you being mentally deficient and just stupid. You see? Because you might not be able to break the seals, but you should be able, because Elijah Muhammad says, he calls it the poison book, you should be able to see something wrong with that. That don't mean you don't submit. You still submit, but now you usually submit in knowledge, not ignorance. I guess so. I guess easy to submit if you're ignorant. So maybe it's a blessing in there somewhere, right? But their time is over now. Okay, I'm gonna run through all these real quick, and I'm gonna give some more, right? Because I think I got it's late, but I have an hour to it. Negative luck, winter's in. Now I try to explain over and over again. This society, remember, if I know you don't understand this concept, because you look at this, you know, like really, you know, you made of all atoms. That's why, and you, so you is solid because something next to you is solid too. You know, I mean, water is very liquid, right? But water can restrain water because it's like it. But you can push all over the place. And so you think you're solid because the people you deal with is solid, is in the same condition you are, so you think but it's nothing. Because we really like a vapor. That's why you take x-rays. And x-rays, that means x-rays go right through. You can go, you got rays that go right through, like you ain't even there. Like right now. You take and put some Wi-Fi and put you a whole bunch of people in the room and put the Wi-Fi on one side and and the computer on the other side, and it go right through all y'all like you weren't even there. You understand that? It's all mathematics. It's all relative. Right? Okay. So when you understand that, yet winter has a certain mathematics. There's a certain mathematics to winter. The air gets cold and turns ice. Right? The sun, right, is at a slant, Earth at a slant, because you know Earth is actually close to the sun in the winter. You probably don't know that, but it's close to the sun in the winter. You say, well, how is that? Well, it is. Check it out. But it's the mathematics of it. It's all mathematics. Like the movie Matrix, it's all mathematics. And what you can just hear, you're going to see it that way. Right? So, the mathematics of the winter is mathematics they're dealing with. That's why right now, Farrakhan's all this, not Farrakhan, but Wallace, not Trump, it's not going to work. Because he's going, they think he's wise. He's only mathematics he knows. Remember, the mathematics of winter is the maximum mathematics level they can reach. It's like a retarded person. Maybe they get to third grade. They can't go any further than that. Some may go to fourth grade, maybe. They have limits. Right? Dogs can learn more than maybe cows can. They have limits. So their limit was 6,000 years. That's why Elijah Muhammad said a science had to come whose knowledge was superior to theirs, 6,000 year knowledge, and then they were end of them. So their knowledge is, so that's all they have. That's winter knowledge, period. And so they're successful in the winter. Stealing, taking people's stuff, mission, make sure blood. That's their wisdom. And so they're applying that now. But it's not working anymore. See, that's all that's Trump talking, it's all winter knowledge. And it's not going to work, it's going to backfire. Because when you go into the winter stuff, will not survive in the spring. Ice melts. No matter what you do, it's going to melt. So you try to put all this knowledge about ice, and it just ain't going to work. I don't care what you do, it will not work. Ice will melt when it hits heat. There's nothing you can do about it. Ice is not going to turn heat into ice. When you understand that profoundly, fundamentally, then you understand what's going on. Because all they're talking about right now is they're trying to hold on to the winter. Because they never experienced the spring. And they think they keep a forever winter. And so the knowledge that they express, it sounds good. Oh man, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take Panama. That's winter knowledge, which will not work. Nothing they do will work. Nothing they do is working. And you see, right, what's happening? You see right now. You see all of a sudden all these plane crashes and all of a sudden you never seen it before, like every day. Super weather conditions. Pharaoh can say, watch the weather. Well, that fire in California wasn't weather. That was a fire. Say, watch the weather. But see, I'm saying he's an infiltrator. I don't blame him for being an infiltrator. I don't blame him for what he's doing, because what else is he going to do? Right? I can't blame him for what he's doing, because that way, but it's hurting our people, so we're going to hurt him. There's consequence. Consequence don't give a damn why you did it. Consequence don't care why you jumped up that building. Gravity going to tear your ass up and say, well, you made a mistake. See? So I keep talking about personification. So the negative stuff right? It's personified. And that's a hard one for you to understand, right? See? Because it's not happening now, it's just happening, bad luck. It's personified. So people causing these things to happen. Maybe intentionally, unintentionally, but they're causing to happen. The way they're thinking wrong, they're thinking backwards. They don't understand the consequences of the situation. But the devils are the ones, because I said, and as you the transition period between the winter and the spring, right? You fall into two categories. Either you let go everything in the winter, but transition period, you ain't got nothing. You had no winter, and you don't have no spring. You got nothing. But now you got all this energy. And so now you use that energy to start getting control of the spring. But see, you look at, I ain't got nothing, so then you back up and you run back to the, and that's what happened to Exodus. They want to run back to Egypt, man. We ain't got nothing out here. You let us out here, we got nothing. We was better off in Egypt. So they ran back to Egypt. And see, that's a hard call. That's a hard call. Say, well, because people, they look at it and they don't understand the mathematics of it. They think that, hey, man, the way I'm supposed to go into hereafter is I'm going to get money, I'm going to have wealth, I'll be rich and everything else. Next thing I know, I'll be so rich and everything, I'll be in hereafter. Oh, no, it don't work that way. Because what you're rich off of? You're rich off the winter, rich off of ice, and snow, man, all that kind of stuff. And that stuff, so if rich off ice money, you won't have it when you get there. But see, that's a hard one. I hate to talk about it because I know you don't understand it. And a lot of you can't deal with it. Because you got all these problems you got right now, if you're trying to do it, and all of a sudden you got these problems coming up, and you feel like, hey, you're going the wrong direction. Because me, man, all the little shit that come up every day, I deal with every day. Oh man, it's like, I don't like it either. But I know all the stuff, all the knowledge and everything that I accumulated to deal with this winter is of no value anymore. I got that house now. The house is an igloo is melting. So now I'm going to take it and get some more ice to fix the roof and all that kind of stuff. This takes a lot of energy to do that. That means the energy that you're not used to prepare for the spring. So therefore, you're going to fall in the real category, because when the spring does come, you ain't ready for it. Now you're getting burnt and scorched and every damn thing else. Because you was trying to hold on, and then Master Muhammad, he's going to help you, because that natural process will take a while for you to that transition period. But he's going to have it happen right away by killing. So you won't have no igloos, you have nothing in the winter. So it'll speed the process up for your benefit. Because if it was like a 2 or 5 year, 6, 7 year period where you in the middle, you got nothing. And say, man, I had a house over there. I had friends, had all this, and now I hear nothing. It's probably telling me, man, hold on, you're going to get all this over here, man. That's bullshit, man. I'm going back over there and get my house, man. Have all that. And that's the attitude most people are going to take. That's what I was confronted with. I gave it all up. Everything, the mansion, all of it. See, I lost my family and everything. And on the road to this. It's been a 30-year journey. Can you do a 30-year journey like that? But what did I gain? I don't have to go to the top tribulation, because I'm ready for the spring. Because because I got the angel mind. Because that's what you need to do to be successful in the spring. That's the mind. It's like you need a still by mind to be respectful, be successful in the winter. Now you need an angel mind to be successful in the spring, and you don't have it. So that means you got to go to tribulation. If you don't get it, you ain't gonna make it. Does I make it clear enough for you? And it's hard. It's a hard call. You see how Jesus said, I come with a sword, man. I ain't coming. Peter said, I'm in great distress. I got to go to this baptism. I'm in great distress because of it. What's the baptism? That's the transition. So I wish it was already done. And then that then leads you into what the story about Jonah, where you get pissed off at Frost. Man, what you holding up for? Because he got to go, he going through all, he said he wished he would have died. He was depressed. He's telling the whole story. He's totally depressed. Because he going 30 years, he going through his head, demon out and everything else. He said, man, I'm tired, man. Got this. You put it all together. It's hard. It's a hard call. And none of you can do it. That's why all you go into tribulation. Hard call. It's a hard call to do. First you got family, you got children. It's a hard call. I had to give up all that. When I went off, I lost everything. Joe still against me and everything else. But if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have this knowledge for you. I'm making sacrifice for what? Not for myself. I'm making it for you. Because it says once I put it together, I give it to Master Muhammad. But I know you hate me for it. But somebody had to do it, and I decided to go ahead and do it. And I tell you again, the reason I'm doing it, because we owe that to these sisters. I can't say it enough. We do not let anybody F around with your women. That they should never done that. That's our ultimate duty to take care of our women. They give us life. And we get them back disrespect and death. They give us life. Without them, we would not exist. They saved our nation. That's why I'm doing it. If it wasn't for them, I said, you brothers, you go for it. You go for it. You do it on your own. I mean, you're the man. But everything they do, this mathematics doesn't work anymore. Just like the mathematics of 205 years doesn't work. The mathematics of the Quran doesn't work anymore. You don't see anybody on the angel trying to explain all this stuff in the Quran because they can't. That mathematics doesn't. If the mathematics working now, they'd be in charge. That mathematics don't work, no longer work, and the mathematics just no longer works. The mathematical angel is starting to. That's the mathematics is working, and it's getting stronger every day. That's mathematics to prepare you into eternity. That's just the beginning. That's like mathematics angel is like kindergarten math. Basically, because you got to learn that, then you got to go to the first, because it's infinite. By the time you get 73 years from now, that math will be so complicated. This just be like, never even happened. But that's the door. The angel's the doorway. And you ain't doing it. Because you have to apply all your energy to do it. And you got energy trying to hold on to the old world. That's why Allah will lift you up, but you cling to the earth. Grab his vortex. You still hold on to, I gotta fix this house, man. I gotta take care. That's all this old world stuff. That's the mathematics of this world. And you're still embracing it. You're still trying to survive here. You're still trying to survive in America. That's what Farrakhan tell you. When survivors getting the hell out of here. They should be preparing to get the hell out of here. Letting America go fast as you can. Because the faster you let it go, the more you prepared. See? But can you handle a year, 2 years? Fortunately, you don't have that much. You only got a few days left now. But now you got to go tribulation because you ain't prepared at all. None of you prepared. Especially Farrakhan been for the last 40 years telling you, hey man, you don't need to prepare for that. And even worse, right? You ain't got to try to build anything else. You need to be totally involved in the marriage. You don't need no business and that kind of stuff. You need to be totally involved with these devils, totally wrapped into it. Scientology, all this kind of crap. Scientology. In other words, you had to go to a devil to learn how to think, learn how to deal with your emotions. You mean the crime was not sufficient? Allah not sufficient? And you don't see what, that's his guardian to do all this stuff. And you got the preachers, they right there pushing it. And they always get, they gonna burn, oh, they gonna burn. Because they the one had you hold you back, right? Have continuous Greek, hold on to America, hold on to America. We got to protect America, our party. And Trump's trying to get after us and all this bullshit. Us, that's them. But you saying that, it's your mind still stuck here. And like I said, that's what I said. You think you got to go through all this? You think you get to the garden without going through all that? Because it's two sides of it. One of it, like I said, either you let everything go. You might say you might be homeless. I was homeless for a while. You might, but I wasn't during that period. But you might be homeless, because you don't have this world life, and you got the hereafter yet. But you got enough energy to by preparing you on that journey to the hereafter. Because now you got all the energy to focus on that. So now you start working towards it. Now how long it take you to make that journey? A year, 2 years, a couple months, whatever. But at least you're getting close to it. But the other guy, he ain't going in the other direction. He getting further away from it. So you got two groups. One that what he has is worthless. I got $1 billion. It's worthless. That money's worthless. Oprah, you got that money's worthless. They tell you in the Bible they're gonna throw that money in the streets. It's gonna be worthless. You'll be eating shit, everything else. The money's be totally worthless. But now you think you got something, but the wind is gone, and then all of a sudden all that stuff is nothing. So you got less than nothing. So now everything is gone, and now you in the situation that the other person was in. You got nothing here and you got nothing there, and now you got a year of tribulation to go through, at least. Because you don't have, this world life is going, that's why I'm going to snatch that away from you. You can't clean that no more. And you don't have to hear that because you weren't prepared for it. And it's even worse for you because the other person at least prepared for it, but you further back. Because first you got to get, you got to get directions. You got to have somebody come and tell you, because you run around, oh, let's go to Africa, you don't know what to do. Somebody got to come and tell you and put you on the course. So you're even worse off than the other person. But same situation, other people try to avoid energy deprivation, they have those crazy ideas, and so they put themselves in the worst condition trying to avoid it, and that's what you did. By listening to Farrakhan kind of crap and everything else, they said those who love this world life will have no portion here, have no portion. And that's what you love this world life. So what does that mean to you? Was God lying? But they said there was that group, your group, who says, well, remember they says, well, can we get some of this world life in hereafter? That's you. So we'll check your deeds out. And that's why nobody's understanding Camp Low Ginger, because they got too much invested in this world life, and they can call it whatever they want to call it. That's the bottom line. That's why the situation is where it is. Because it wasn't. Because I'm the proof myself. Because I gave it all up. I start preparing, right? And every day with little creature comes I get, man, just challenge every day. It's like words and words and words and words and words. But I know where it is. I say, oh man, damn, this damn thing happened, that damn thing happened, man, and this. And he's cursing that, hey man, but damn it. Anyway, that's natural, natural response, right? But I know that all this is evaporating, and none of this math is working. So I don't get mad. I just, like you stump your toe before you think about it. Yo, God damn it, right? But hey, let it go. And I keep on studying, use my energy to get more and more in, and more, my energy mind stronger and stronger, not just for myself, but for you too. That's why I said lamb and elect, they wouldn't have to go through that period. Help me understand. All this knowledge, everything, this knowledge, this mathematical knowledge, it all will not work. So what Trump is doing will not work. He's not going to make peace with Russia like he think he's going to do. All the stuff he's doing, nothing's going to work because that's the knowledge of, and they could keep trying it because that's all they know is the knowledge of the winner. They'll keep trying it, but it's not going to work. You're going to fail, and as they get close to the winter, spring, it works even worse. That's why trains are falling, and they got problems all over the world. And I remember I told you, well, I'll talk about that in a minute, right? How all this? Let me get to that. Let me move on. Everything fails. Okay, let's get to the last part. And I'm gonna close. You see, man, I told you. I outlined to everyone that's been paying attention of what it would look like just before the end. Told everybody what it would look like. I says Russia and America be. I told about mother and father and all that kind of stuff. Iran would be. American Russia be a conflict, right? Europe would be a conflict with Britain, which means the same thing with America. Right now, all of a sudden, have you noticed in the last 2 weeks? And nobody saw that one coming. All of a sudden, there's conflict between Europe and America. America's calling out Europe, and Europe's calling America back. Anytime I separating, the animosity between Europe and America is great. And I told you this will happen. You can't deny it and tell you. Yeah, even if they just took my platform down on YouTube, they'd be great to take it down here. They took one of my videos out today again. Even the platform I have is still there. What else do we have left? I've been talking about it quite a bit for years, and especially like in the last year or so. And now you see, like I said, UE going to turn against America, and they're going to be fighting against America with Russia. And now you see EU is turning against America. America's turning against EU. Mm-hmm. And now you find the demons, they getting opposite right because of Trump. You know what I'm saying? America's going to be able to do, they're going to be in conflict with each other. Now you got more conflict between the demons and America than you ever had before. And that's going to end the war, and the wars will come together. I explain all this. So the scenario you see right now, and then I told you also, right, about, and this was years before JCPO and everything else, how they was going to end up, and now they're talking about they're preparing to attack Iran. I told you that's going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. I said that's what it'd be. It'd be the final conflict, and even that's all over the internet. Most people even say if that happens, and they don't, and Iran is not totally defeated. Let me give you a scenario. Here's Iran. Forget about mass Farmhouse for a minute. See, all this, we set all this up. So Iran is the most powerful country. Now remember, you see how technical Iran is? How technical they are? They ain't like the dragon, right? The Sunnis over there, Arabs, the jinn part, right? Because they resisted. But Iran, man, they highly technological. But I said they're on the technical side along with Master Muhammad. They're same as him, right? See how technical they are? The only one over there that. They build missiles and all that kind of stuff. None of the other Arab companies they don't build a damn thing. They can barely build a bottle of water. But Iran, highly technological. In fact, so technological that Russia have them build drones for them. China too. And these drones, you gotta understand these drones, right? And plus I'm gonna say some supersonic, that's holding on straw together. But think about it. Now they got thousand drones and everything. They don't really need a nuclear weapon. But think about it. Okay, America taxed them. They have to destroy all their military infrastructure, all of it, instantly. Because they start firing those drones off, they're not going to just fire those drones off. They already won it, Arab countries. right? And the dragon, that if they attack, if they sit back and let America attack them, they're going to attack all of them. They're going to attack the oil facilities. Now, they don't, it's already stated, but they try to hide over in the press here. You have to go on the internet to hear it. But it's logical. So they destroy the oil fields and they got the drones and everything to do it because they have no defense against it. Destroy all the oil fields in Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar, right? Maybe Iraq or not, but they don't need it because Iraq really would be under control of the Iraqis because they already are fighting with America. They'll take their country back. But just say it took all. Now remember, this whole reality is based on oil. Oil fuels it. No, all this whole thing comes to a screeching halt. Right? Now remember, they allowed Russia. So America saying they got all these oil facilities and everything else. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't believe they do. Right? But the thing is, remember, their facilities can be hit too. So they got to do is knock out their pipeline that comes from Canada to, it's a pipeline. You can have one of their little infiltrators, because Iran got a lot of people over here. They know they got people here undercover. All they got to do is go and blow up one of those pipelines, and that's the oil. Even if they got in America got a lot of oil, they still got to pump it. So blow up and there's no oil. Like they did with the pipeline they did with Russia between Russia and Europe. So all this whole society comes to each screeching halt. You don't need nuclear weapons for that. And it's easy for Iran to do it. This whole reality comes to a screeching halt. That means their military no longer works. They need all to fuel those planes, those ships and carrying on. You understand that, brothers and sisters? Let's check my sound here one more time because I'm going to close out in a minute. Okay. It comes to a screeching halt. A screeching halt. Like I said, you got to think something's wrong anyway. Because they so come out, oh, false Israel is doing all this stuff and everything over there. Well, no, they could have cut the flow of Israel off when they first started, nip in the bud. Because what was they getting that fuel to fighting with the plane that they had to put fuel in those tanks, and what was they getting the fuel from? They wasn't getting it from Israel, false Israel. They were getting it from the Arab states. It's like you give somebody bullets to shoot you. They got a gun, but they ain't got no damn bullets. So they say, here's some bullets, you know they're gonna shoot you with it. When you can just blow their head off with it when they got a blank gun. But you're going, and that's, so you know something going on the wrong, something, if you ask questions, say, what the hell, what's going on over there? They could have stopped them a long time ago. Because they ain't getting off, if they get off of America, it couldn't be fast enough because they can't ship by plane, have to ship by boat, would take weeks to get there. So they cut it all off. By the time America get there, false Israel gone. That's right now. But the point, even back then in the 1940s, that was even worse than that. Because you have all development. The thing is, false Israel was able, with tanks and all that kind of stuff, to take out because where was they getting oil from? They wasn't getting it from America. They wasn't getting it from Japan. They wasn't getting it from China. They was getting it from Arab countries that they was kicking ass. So I'm giving you some oil, now you kick my ass. See, because that's tell you something wrong with that because they was backing false Israel because they didn't want people to know that we the true seed of Abraham. Ishmael along behind it. You ask questions, say, that don't make them goddamn sense. How in the hell they would do that when they needed all to do it and only all people had was the people they were attacking? So the scenario I told you, we see it, we witness it right now. So that means it wasn't a scenario 20 years ago. It wasn't even a scenario 10 years ago, exactly like you see right now. A plague came in 2020, exactly on time, right? You got the JCPOA, they never came back to it. Now you seeing America and Russia at it. They wasn't 5 years ago, wasn't even 3 years ago, right? I think maybe 3 years ago they started the enmity, and now you got all of a sudden in the last couple of days, right? Now you got Europe and America attacking each other. They got all the political aspects, the policy, politics of America is off the page. America's never been as more riled up now as they ever been. They call Trump a dictator, going to take over. The demons are really upset. And it's going to get worse. They threatening violence. They say he's going to take over the country. They threatening violence. And he said he's going to obey the... You never seen a political climate as bad as it is right now, and especially between the demons and the devils. Because the demons are the side of the Democrats, and he's side, You see? And then hypocrisy, like it's politics, not the politics, but it's national politics, it's off the scale. Because everybody keeps saying, how can you... Everybody's got a brain that says, how can America keep supporting false Israel? How can they keep doing it? How can they keep saying, like, ignoring the fact that what's going on is so obvious, so clear. It's so obvious, so clear. So something you have falsehood, but you can mix, you take and you take some shit, you put some meal on it, you put some honey on it, you put some salt, pepper, and hot sauce on it, all that stuff, right? And so you might fool somebody. Say, oh man, don't worry about it, man. Put no salt on it, right? They don't taste the shit. That's what shitless is. You're eating shitless, ain't you? But when they just come out and just give you cold bowl of shit, and tell you gotta eat it, they say, wait a minute, hold that shit. That's how what happens when your winter goes over to the spring. Because now the winter's clear. In the winter, you think that's the only way it is. That's life is, yo. And all of a sudden, when spring comes up, you say, oh, man, that's winter. That's shit. I don't want that. Because they convince you winter's going to be forever, then you're going to try to be the best you can in winter. That's what we're trying to teach you. America's going to be in charge forever. It's going to be winter forever. They never tell you about no spring. Make America great again. We're going to move it to a better America. Otherwise, he would tell you to be moving something better. He said, no, we're going to make America great again. That means he's going to keep you in this winter. And so you say, oh, yeah. And they cover the shit with perfume and every damn thing else. But then when you find out see the spring come, you say, oh, damn, this is shit. And that's what's happening. They see false Israel say, that's shit, look what it, that's genocide. It's clearly genocide. And it's clear. Oh, no, they protect themselves. And people see, because that's why I said they escort me, pull over their head, so be clear who they are. It's so clear. That's what happened in the transition period, because the wind is exposed. That it's winter. It's exposed, totally exposed. When you did winter, all you worried about is the winter, man, trying to survive. But when you start seeing the spring in comparison, you say, I don't want no part of that goddamn winter no more. When you see spring on the horizon, I don't want to get the hell out of here. What I want the hell this shit for? You see what I'm saying? And so you see America, they already walk around like they was, right, hot shit and everything else. And now all of a sudden you see the stuff, everything they're saying is like, it's just total shit. It's not even falsehood anymore. See, we got a whole plate of falsehood for 500 years, but now we're just getting falsehood mixed up shit mixed with truth. But now you get just pure shit, unadulterated shit, because they're desperate, because the winter's closing out, and they're trying to hold on to the winter. You understand? And so that's angel come in, and with angels give them the honey, pure honey. And when you get a choice between, I don't care who you are, between pure honey and shit, you're going to choose the honey every day. And because the angel's pure honey, oh man, damn, I don't want the shit no more. I want the honey over there. But see, the point between the shit and the honey, you got nothing. I ain't got no shit, I ain't got no honey. And you don't know which one, because remember when they was in the wilderness, they didn't know, the promise, there was still a promise. Egypt was right behind them. So they was in between Egypt, that's they call Egypt and the heart. Egypt, they said between Egypt and the sea. Right? Rock and a hard place. So damn, there's a between. And they had to make a decision. Because it looked like they had to fight. Right? They got this river. I mean, how they gonna get through that? It looked like impossible. And then the winter closed in on them. And some of them say, man, let's get back to the winter. They told them, man, why would you bring us out here? We need to get back there. He said, don't have faith, man. You have to have faith. That's a period where you have to have faith, unless you got superior knowledge, which I have. So I know it's not a matter of faith, it's just a matter of patience. So God love those who are patient. So it's not a matter of faith for me, it's a matter of patience. So damn, man, you just gotta be patient. And I've been paid for 30 years, man. Woo. That's a lot of patience. But now we're here. And so that's what you're faced with right now, brothers and sisters, because you're going to go through, even in a minute. I told you in a minute, you still will go through that, even for a short period of time. Because when that mass farmer makes a move and they attack, right? Since you don't have the angel mind, you don't know, oh man, what are we going to do? The demons want to fight for America, right? This guy tells us, man, we can leave here, right? Maybe we should go back to Africa. Everybody's confused. What am I trying to panic? What am I going to do? See? So people said darkness and great light. And that means people in our were first to see it. So that means, remember, what Jesus tells me, he says, when he got his mind back, the man and the mark, he said, now you go out and, he had to go out and tell other people, because now they had the job of get everybody confused and get them on the right path. Master Suleiman's job was just to get them straight. Their job was to go out there and get all those people, and a lot of them be lost in lack of knowledge, to get all people unconfused, say, no, this is where you need to be going. That's their job. That means they're going to be in a rock and hard place. They don't know what to do. Can you help these demons fight for America? That's their call. They're in the war with the demons. Some of them will be going along with them. Man, we need to stay here and fight for America. God's with us. Remember, Farrakhan, God's with us. He's that spiritual leader. Another one's telling you, hey, man, no, we got to go over here. NY says, what you got? We ain't got nothing, man, but we know Master Muhammad going to show up. Oh, man, what the fuck? People talking Master, people talking 50, 80 years, ain't no Master Muhammad, ain't seen no Master Muhammad. What you talking about? You see what I'm saying? That's the state of mind you're going to be in. You're going to have the demons on one side, and you have the saints on the other side. And the saints are talking about faith, because you ain't got nothing. And the other one's talking about getting something, because you ain't lost everything. So you're in a position where you got nothing on each side, and you don't know what to do, and you got to make a decision. And you got America here, it's all messed up, right? But maybe we can fix it. The demons they gonna look at 17 million, they fighting. So if we help fight with them, we can take it. We got something we got something we can get our hands on. These other guys are talking about, man, something that you can't see, don't know, and you wait for some guys, some white guy coming, gonna save your ass. Right? And it's going to be at least 5, 6, 7 months, man. You want all this here, and you don't know if you even, and you're going to wait to the West Coast. You don't know what's going to happen when you get there. You got a boat or something over there. You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? And at first, you're going to have to end your mind, so you're going to have nothing but faith to deal with. So I agree with them on that part. Because it's going to seem like it makes more sense to stay here with them demons and fight for America. All we got to do is get all the stuff flowing again. Take out these devils, because they all disunited. Remember, at that time, they're going to be totally disunited, work, fight. So the only one's going to be united is the demons, because they got some of us in them, so they got enough strength to be united. But the devil's going to be totally disunited, so they say they're going to be defeated at the end. But the point is, you got some over here you look at that you could probably work with. You got some over here that you don't know. Somebody named Master Muhammad's gonna come and deliver us. And the goat, the China, India on the way over here. We need to get America strong, so we're ready to fight them when they show up. That's the argument you're gonna be hearing. So what's gonna move you? Because some of you that's hitting the injury, you probably gonna make the bad decision too. Because your faith ain't that strong now, so how is it gonna be strong then when it's really challenged? If your faith was strong now, you would have to go to tribulation. You already made that move. See? So what's gonna happen when you in that? I'm telling you about, bro, that's that little dark space. People said in darkness. That little dark space, you're going to go have a call panic mode. A little space you're going to be in where there's a transition, where the Quran tells you. You think you'll be afflicted, tried, you suffer all kinds of Because that's that beast right there, and you have to make a decision. The valid decision. Some of you are going to be lost for lack of knowledge, which means, how you lost for lack of knowledge? Because they're going to make the wrong decision. They're going to do the demons. That's how they lost for lack of knowledge. They have no faith. They say they lost lack of faith, lack of knowledge. Hey man, this makes I'm here familiar with America. And those guys talking about something that, and then after we get here, how we gonna get Arabia? I mean, the whole thing sounds like it's an impossible mission. First we got to take, and then we got to get the West Coast, and then then with China engines on the way over here, then we got to get how we gonna get past them? And then once we get to Arabia, then we got to fight all them, take it. That's your promise. And if you don't have, you just not solid in your mind, you're not going to be able to handle that. That's the promise. That's all requires faith. On the other side, you got something right here. Yeah, well, the igloo's gone and everything is melting, right? Maybe we can turn some fans or something to cool it off and cool it back up again, because we got buildings here, we got all this stuff. Or we just turn the oil on and work together and defeat these devils, and we got it's all ours. This is the promised land. They're setting you up for it right now. That's what you're faced with, brothers and sisters. And some of you, just thinking about it right now, I look at it, I say, man, woo, if I ain't know any better, right? I said, man, I don't want to be in that position. And thankfully, after 30-some years, I won't be in that position because I'll be out of here. Because not a matter of faith, it's a matter of knowledge. But for you, you ain't going to be out of here. Because if you be out here, you'd already made that decision a long time ago. You didn't make it. And now you have to make it. You're going to have to believe. And Master and Suleiman are not going to be here with you. Your own people are going to be here with you. The same ones that listen to Farrakhan. Or you went, man, you listen to Farrakhan shit. How you know this king getting shit from him too? You listen to all kinds of that bullshit. Maybe it's you don't know what you're up against, brothers and sisters. And you got your people saying that too. Man, look, you listen to that damn Baron shit, and that was wrong. And now you're gonna listen to him talking about you gonna Master Muhammad, some white guy gonna come over here and save our ass and this and that, and we ain't got nothing, and we ain't gonna have nothing, and right? Well, you say you're gonna give us some food every day. Well, I ain't seen no food yet. Well, you're gonna get that once you make that decision and go on that path. But you got to be pure. You ain't gonna have that. But then you ain't gonna see them. You're just gonna see food. So that'll help you with your faith a little bit, right? Because at least you have some food. That's about it you're gonna get. And then you're in that dark space right there. You say, oh, damn, what the hell? And you know how weak-minded most of our people are anyway? Now they got more energy. They're going to be fired up. But the point is how they're going to use it. What they're going to say, what decision they're going to make. And run with those demons? Or they're going to take a chance? Because that's what they're going to look at, man. But take a chance is right. Especially being attacked and everything else. Let me run, brothers and sisters. I'm going to close out. So right here, it's easy. If you watch, all you got to just follow scripture tells you right now. This guy's is shit, 100% shit, shitstorm. That's what he is. And the Quran and Bible both call him a shitstorm. There's nothing good about him. Nothing. I tell you, the son of perdition, working after Satan, works for Satan. He's worked for them. He's knowingly worked for them. Worked for them all a long time, for more than 42 years. He's infiltrated. He was sent in to do what he's doing. You're going to find out in a minute. I ain't never took it that deep. See? Because he said, why he let laws get charged then? When he was the man. He's a coward for one. But that was a decision the devils made. Because they said, man, well, if his son turns against him, that means he must have been messed up. So he said, let's use Wallace, put him up there. Because that's what he did, turn against Father, every way possible. He didn't use Elijah's name. But that didn't work. Well, it worked to some degree because it caused a lot of confusion, caused a lot of breakup. Then he said Farrakhan there. Well, he does use Elijah's name undercover. He's an infiltrator. Wallace didn't pretend to be an infiltrator. He pretended to be a total traitor. He was a traitor. See, for Farrakhan, he was an infiltrator. Because Wallace, he was a traitor. He betrayed. For Farrakhan to betray us, he was an infiltrator. He came in and just disrupt this whole thing, destroy it. And that's what he's been doing. And it's our people. They get energized. They get their nature is becoming online. Enough energy to manifest it, to fuel their nature. Put it that way. Have enough energy to fuel their nature. Because in deprivation, we have enough energy to fuel our even nature. They act like animals and everything else. But now they fuel their nature. But now that nature's turned against themselves. So once now they get their mind back, oh goddamn, then you got a problem. And that's what devils are watching for. Is sign Jonah. They want that to happen. Because know what happened? Their ass is cooked, toast. Like father, like son. Farrakhan's mother. That's his son, and then he raping Nation for Islam. Infiltrator. Okay, I'm gonna let it go, brothers and sisters. I'm definitely let it go right now. I'll try to maybe do this like I really want to do tomorrow if I can get my sound properly, right? But I'm gonna have to let it go here. Okay, do you think you are the God here? While there is not before in your like with those who have passed away before you, they had to go to a transition period too. Stress and affliction befell them. They were shaken violently, so the message of those who believed in him said, well, help Allah come, then sure help Allah is nigh. You got a similar situation. Well, I'm not going there. It's just too complicated. So I'm going to go ahead and play this, brothers, and then I'm going to close. That's what it says. Stress and affliction befell them. They were shaken violently. So the messenger with them, believing him, said, well, help come. That's what I'm saying. Who was the messenger at that point? He ain't somebody lied to Muhammad. The messenger coming. Because he's saying, that's what Jonah was saying. When you going to make your move? So I'm about to do it. See, the stress. Even Jonah was pissed off about it. That's transition period. Before you guys, what a transition period would be like. Shaken violently, affliction, you'd be attacked and everything else. Then, I already went through that. I was attacked, I was thrown in jail, put on trial, taking everything, I lost everything I had, my mansion, everything. I already went through all that. But I made the choice for the angel. I gave up the other side. I made my decision 30 years ago. Now you're gonna have to make that decision in a minute. Well, you really need to have made a decision already, but most of you haven't. You had faith to do it, or knowledge to do it, whatever. You didn't do it. So don't get all jumped up now because I'm gonna go out here and go homeless. Right? Well, if you ain't made a decision by now, it's kind of too late to jump on board now because we're days away. I might as well just chalk it up and deal with it. We're days away. If it's 10 years ago, man, that was I never talked about this before. I know nobody was ready for it, and that's why you don't see anybody around anyway. Because I know damn well, man, 10 years ago, if you was told, man, you got to give up all that stuff that you think you got, you've been holding on to, they weren't going to do it no way. They showed that I was crazy. They did do it. They would curse me like a sailor. Man, look, I've been listening to you, man, for 10 years, man. I ain't got nothing. I'm homeless. I ain't got no friends and everything else, man. I be hearing that 24/7. They wouldn't do it, but I'm telling you, that's what would happen. Because they wouldn't see what they're achieving. They'd see just what I'm telling them. They believe in it. And man, being with you, look, I'm not successful being with you. But that's what success looks like. That you'll be experiencing this. Because you're giving up everything that you had for something that's better. But you got to give up the first floor to get to the second floor. You can't get on both at the same time. You want to get second floor, and you don't know what's on the second floor. You don't know what's up there. It could be a monster up there, but you know what's on the first floor. But you know a flood is coming on that first floor. But or maybe we can weather the flood, man. We know it's happening first. Let's weather the flood. Maybe we can go in there, maybe we can swim, get a little boat and everything. Then once the flood goes, we clean everything up. You see the attitude? But we got that second floor, man. What the hell up there? It may not be the food up there, may not be the electricity, may not be nothing up there. I don't know if we're gonna go up there, man, but we can handle the second floor. Just go ahead. We know there's a flood coming, but maybe we can deal with it. You see, same idea. So you're trying to hold on to this, and then you end up losing everything on the first floor. And then you say, well, man, I said, yeah, but I don't want, man, we lost everything, man. We ain't got nothing. Yeah, but the house is still there, and the car is still there. It's flooded out and everything else, man. So let's see if we can revive it. See? Instead of saying, man, let's go down the second floor. I don't know what the hell's up there. I had no idea what's up there. Maybe worse up there than down here. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Okay, I'm gonna let this play, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. One. Okay, we'll move on. Oh, shit.
Mr. Trump is an anomaly. He's someone that doesn't fit the norm. You expected a man to be like the other presidents. You wanted him to be more presidential. He's so transparent.
Hello guys, this is Jibril on Authentic Plus TV. Kindly subscribe to the channel if today happens to be your first time. Give me your like, share this video, and as usual, let's discuss the video in the comment section. I really appreciate your comments. You know, some actually fire me, some giving detailed information about the subject matter. I really appreciate them all. Kindly keep them coming. Today I want to do something about coming from the black community, Louis Farrakhan. And I'm sure, frankly speaking, most of the black community are going to be, you know, kind of disappointed in a way because Louis Farrakhan is the current, if you ask me, I would say the Pan-Africanist in the US. If you put Dr. Umar, the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Louis Farrakhan is highly noted for his Pan-African views about the black community and wanting to ensure that everything that is done against the black community is actually annihilated. So he's a man of the black community, but in the way he eulogized Donald Trump, in a recent video, he showed Donald Trump so much love that you cannot describe.
Mr. Trump is an anomaly. He's someone that doesn't fit the norm. You expected a man to be like
Can we use your house to trial our new energy-saving windows? We're looking for homeowners within valid states to test our new innovative...
And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Break our 7 seals. Had a bit of a sound problem, but I'm going to let it pass. Great fear, brothers and sisters. It says time of unprecedented trouble. Exactly what they mean. I'm going to talk a little about that today. Time of unprecedented trouble. Great fear. fear of danger, fear of destruction, fear of justice, the fear of justice, the fear of justice, consequence. Because at that point, they're going to really recognize the truth. And they fully recognize all they have done. They'll come to the realization that they must pay for what they've done. They must reap what they've sown. They know what they've sown. They don't want you to know. It's slowly coming out over the internet for those who's paying attention. Great fear, brothers and sisters. I'm going to talk a little about that. Great fear. Beyond comprehension. Beyond comprehension. So let's talk about a few things, brothers and sisters. I'm going to try to keep this short. My Alexa had an issue I had dressed today, and ooh, you don't even want to know. Let me read this for you quickly. That's good right there. Then he left the crowds and went to the house. His disciples came and said, "Explain to us the parable of the weeds of the field." And he said, "The one who sows the good seed is the Son of Man." Now right there you got a problem, Son of Man. Now Elijah Muhammad told you Son of Man was Master Prophet Muhammad. That was an error. Oh, Elijah don't make errors. That's what they said Sunday. No, Elijah did make errors. He made a lot of errors. He was only a messenger. Wasn't a prophet. In fact, he took umbrance. If you call him a prophet, so no, I'm saying, no, I'm not a prophet. And the lessons themselves says he didn't get 100% correct. The lessons say that if you don't get something 100% correct, that means you're making errors. I mean, what's the backstory to that? If you're not getting everything 100%, that means you're making errors. That's what errors mean. You're not getting it right. So you got some things wrong. Lessons say it. He said, and so the Son of Man is a play on words. Oh, here we go. Son of Man is a play on words. Sul Oman, Son of Man, Sul Oman. Son of Man is Solomon. And then by connection, association, David must be Master Prophet Muhammad, and he is. He's a king. That story is about David and about that story of David and Solomon. Solomon be the greatest wise man ever lived. Well, we say Son of Man is they have share same characteristics. Plus, Solomon said he's black. And he said Son of Man would be dark, black, be black with woolly hair. And Solomon says, "I'm black." So Master Prophet Muhammad was not black. I mean, that's clear. His picture is clear. Elijah Muhammad said he came with white complexion. So that was wrong right there. And it can't be Farrakhan with his woolly hair. We're going to get to that in a minute. The one sows good seed is Son of Man. So what seed is they sowing? He says good seed. I mean, come on here, brothers and sisters. Oh, let me turn this off. That was it. Okay. And so, Son of Man, and it fills the world. As for the good seed, these are the sons of the kingdom. So when you understand angel and you understand revelations and you understand, right, then you understand what they're saying here. That's why you need a key. They said, okay, for the good seed, these are the sons of the kingdom. Those ones in the Lamb's book of life. Son of Man is the wisest man ever lived. That means he had to be the Lamb, because the Lamb was the only one who could break those seals. No one could do it. Heaven's earth, not even the God could do it. So the one who had the book couldn't have been the God, because if he wrote the book, how could he understand the book he wrote? Why could he not understand the book that he wrote? Let me move on. Right? And those are elected in the Lamb's book of life. Those for good seed. And these are sons of the kingdom. These are sons of the evil one. There's another group. There's two groups there. And the enemy has sold them. That means it's a seed that looks like, right? But it's really, it looks like it looks like similar. But remember, the male carries the seed. So he says, there's an evil one they're sowing their seed amongst our seed. What does that mean? Well, they're sowing our seed. Well, that means if they're doing it amongst us, that means they're putting their seed in our women. They're putting their seed in our women. But they're their seed. That's the sheep and wolves. That's the wolves and sheep clothing. You got sooner or later you're going to learn to break these things down, but you need an angel key to have something associated with a reference, right? To get a guideline, right? And for good seed, these are the sons of the kingdom, and the weeds are the sons of the evil one. Remember, the weeds always grow up amongst they don't grow up amongst themselves. They always grow up amongst the good flowers and plants, right? Are the sons of the evil one, right? And the enemy who sold them is the devil. See, they're the sons of the devil. The evil one's the devil. Farrakhan said they're not devils anymore. Okay, pardon me, since I had it. And these are sons of the kingdom. These are the sons of the evil one. So that's two, right? There's another group in there that sows among us. So it's not just us, but they mixed in with us. And evil one sold the devil, and heart's the end of the age. In other words, they're all together, or they're going to stay together until the end of the age. So there's a period between the time they were sold and the time it was harvested. So there's a time frame there where they sold in, and now, and the end of the age is when they all pull up together. That's the resurrection, all come together. And just as the weeds are gathered up, then they're separated and burned with fire. Then that's what happens to the weeds, those wolves that was pretend to be lamb, look like lamb. See, they separated out and burn in the fire. That's the demons. Half devil, half man. That's what demon is. The demon is your father. You look like a lamb, but your father's a devil. Half devil, half man. That's where demon come from. It's another play on words like son of man. Demon. Like Nicodemus. Remember Nicodemus? Jesus said you couldn't come in no matter what, because he was a demon. Nicodemus. Right? That's what demon. There's no spirit beings you can't see. You're not possessed by demons. You either a demon or you ain't. You possessed by demons? You are a demon. If your father's a devil, right, and your mother's not a devil, then you're a demon. And it's just demons, not just wolves and lamb clothing. They be wolves and wolves pretend to be like calves. In Arabia, you got a whole bunch of demons over there. Elijah Muhammad told, but you have to read the backstory. He told you that when they was forced out of Arabia into Europe, that the women healed the babies, they felt sorry for them. And so when those babies grew up and there's devil babies. And the males grew up right? And then people begin to, it's a long story, right? But anyway, the point is you got a lot of demons over there, right? You got a lot of demons, right? In Oriental, over in China stuff. See, and they're the ones causing all the confusion in the world. Because when you have a homogeneous society, that means everybody's the same. Everybody thinks pretty much the same, so you have very little conflict. And so when you had China, right, before the devils came along, China was pretty, well, hold on to that one, because there's a whole backstory behind China, right? So let's just move side by China. Before India, right, they was pretty homogeneous. I mean, it was like Hindus and everybody, on the same wavelength. Okay? And then they put it, now, we don't want to be Hindus no more. We want to be Christian. And we want democracy. We don't want kingdom. We don't want, see, they start talking just like the devils talk. Because that's the problem with wolves and demons, specifically wolves, right? They may look like lambs, but they can't stop, they can still going to sound like wolves. Because that's what they are. You can take a wolf and you can cover him with sheep clothing, he's still going to sound like a wolf. So you say, hey, man, how come that sheep, why are you barking? Why are you howling? Because he's a wolf, he just looked like a lamb. And if you don't understand that, then you're going to be turned into wolf shit. And our people don't understand that yet, because that's what you see. When you see these on the TVs, you're seeing demons. America, and we gotta stand for America, and they're attacking us, and we gotta maintain our where shit come from? Because like Farrakhan, he always making concessions for the devils. They ain't devils anymore. Ishmael also devil. Ishmael's mother-in-law is a devil. That's why he's compromised. He can't call his wife's mother a devil. He ain't gonna have a wife. He don't want to call his children's grandmother a devil. So that's why they can't call devils anymore. Farrakhan don't want to tell his children that their father's a devil. His father's a devil, their grandfather's a devil. He don't want his children to call him a devil. And because they devils too. That's why they stopped that. Elijah Muhammad that's a goddamn lie. Elijah Muhammad never told anybody not to call people devils anymore. He used the term all the way up to the time he departed. No other minister heard it. It's just Farrakhan. And he didn't come out with it initially anyway, did he? See, that's what a demon is, so get it to your head. Separate ejected, I don't give a damn when you're separate ejected. Do you see me begging you for anything? You ask me to do anything? Ask me to come over here and give me any money? I don't give a damn whether you accept this or not. In fact, I'd rather you don't. If you're that damn ignorant, because we will accept you. So son of man, he's only going to accept the very best. And we're going to talk about that in a minute too. So you think I'm not trying to gain followers. I've been doing 30-some years. And if anybody knows me, I run more people away than you could imagine. That's why a lot of people not here, because I ain't gonna tolerate no bullshit, and I run people away quick. Why you running people away? Because they ain't ready. I ain't got time for the bullshit. Because it ain't about that. We're not here to just pick any. If that's the case, we keep the weeds too, wouldn't we? Why are we separating the weeds out if we're going to take everybody? We check that backstory out. Okay, so the weeds are getting burned up. They burn them up. I just told you, right? And the Son of Man was set for his angel. They will get out his kingdom. That's another group. These are not the weeds anymore. Right? See? And we got our king, all stumbling blocks, those who commit lawlessness. And then he would throw them to the first, he's going to torment them. In that place they were weeping and gnashing of teeth. And then the righteous will shine forth like the sun, the kingdom of their father. That means then that house is clean, he clean house. They say, it says, soon will come full of soap. What you do with full of soap? What you do with full of soap? You clean up you clean things up. You get rid of the garbage, the stink, the filth, the funk. That's what you come with soap for. If the glaze is clean, you don't need any damn soap, do you? So you mean you come to clean house. Get rid of funk. Get rid of shit. Oh, you don't like the way you talk, then get the hell out of here then. I don't care whether you like the way I talk or not. Do you see me bugging with that? Because if you concentrate on that, then we don't want you no way. We want those, they got something going on here. And that's not boo about all that stuff. See? Because if you say shit, F or whatever, that light's not going to blink, is it? That car is not going to run, is it? Because they're based on mathematics, not your emotional bullshit. And I do this on purpose to weed out fools like those of you that be offended by stuff like that. So you go ahead and you can go right in the fire and you can sit in that fire weeping in national teeth. Oh man, he said shit. I don't know why he talk like that. Okay. You know, you don't know how Master Father Mama used to talk. And in fact, you don't know how Elijah used to talk. You talk those old timers stuff, the words Elijah used to use in the day earlier. You know, he kind of like, well, when I came along, it was like, you know, but I hear some old timers, they said, oh boy, you'd be surprised. Because our people talk like that back in the day. And he wants to stay on the same wavelength for them so he can relate to them. Now, that's no story. I can't speak for Elijah. He speaks for himself. So what am I talking here, bro? Says, well, let me move on. See, I'm going to get to some point here. See what's about to happen here. Son of man. Now, a great destruction is coming, brothers and sisters. Unimaginable destruction. It says, the day of their wrath has come. I looked up wrath. Wrath is extreme anger. So it's nothing worse than that. Extreme anger, how can you be more than angry? Because wrath is a phase of anger. So anger that's the worst stage you can get. And wrath is an extreme point. You got to the extreme point of anger. Extreme anger. So I define wrath in terms of anger because anger is the worst emotion you can have. When you instead you're in a point of vengeance or you know, there the wrath has come, who's able to stand? So who can withstand it? And where is the wrath coming from? See? Because when you go and read Abraham a covenant, check my sound here, brothers and sisters, make sure I'm communicating. Anger. Yeah. Because I don't know if maybe it's just my computer, but you have to keep checking sound levels. Because it just keep adjusting on its own. I looked at it, set it up, and I looked at it, it was down. I checked it again today, it was down again. I don't know why. Somebody in there changing it or what? You know, these devils, they make this stuff, they don't understand what they make. And I used to, you know, I said my business was IT. And I work with these devils, and they ain't anywhere as smart as they pretend to be. And the stuff they do is stupid. You get these devices and stuff, because they're stupid. That's all I can tell you. And you're going to realize after a while, you think they're so smart. No, they're stupid. Their brain power is much less. The only problem is that you're as stupid as they are because you're not using this. You have it. It's like if you're being kicked around by, no disrespect to our women, being kicked around by women, right? but you're naturally stronger, but you ain't going to the gym or nothing. So you out here 100 pounds weaker, they whooping your ass. Well, that's because you don't develop what you got. If you develop what you got, there's no way they can compete with you, not physically. So I just try to use that as an analogy, maybe helpful not. But like I said, Son of Man means Su Oman. And a great destruction is coming. Unimaginable destruction like never before. It says unprecedented. That means worse than the destruction that came about when the earth was blown away from the moon was blown away from the earth. Great destruction, unparalleled, unimaginable. Because their wrath has come. And why is the wrath so great? Because you read Abraham, a covenant, Abraham said, oh man, knew we had to go to energy deprivation, knew we had to go through that. All the scientists knew that. They knew that. They agreed. They disagreed on, how to deal with it. Well, how to deal with it. And so Master Dr. Shabbat said, no, we're going to deal with it head on. See, he said, because we're gonna make this benefit out of us, but it's gonna cost. No pain, no gain. It's gonna cost, right? But we're gonna use this, right, to benefit, turn it to our right profit. A good for us, turn it into a good for us, right? So he took it head on. And so when you say Abraham a covenant, the Holocaust, we did not have to go to the Holocaust. We could have had to go to energy deprivation. We had to suffer. But the Holocaust was a whole different animal. That's why when Abraham saw it, he said, damn. God damn. He saw horror. Horror? I ain't too many horror movies. Real horror. See, horror movies. But you experience real horror. He saw horror. God damn, what these people going to do? They know these devils was bad, but damn. They afflict us and just oppress us. But God, horror. People going to go through horror. When God showed me the vision, I said, God damn. Right? But God told me, I'm going to judge these people because the consequence cannot be silenced. It can only be dammed up. But it can't be stopped. And you can't dam it up forever. And once it breaks the dam breaks, all the consequence, all of it, every drop of it comes rolling in. You had a stream going through, you block that stream up, next thing come in as a flood. It's a horror. Especially what they did to our women. No one's ever had to do what they did to us. It's not even close. That shows you find out the nature of people. Like I said, you can tell which way the wind is blowing by the leaves, which way the wind is blowing, where leaves are going. So if the horror he saw, that means the people that did this, they weren't people, they were beasts. Because only a beast could commit that kind of horror on us. That's why the Quran calls them beasts. Angel call them beasts. He says, because look at their actions. You can determine who they are by their actions. He said, know them by their works. Beasts. Only outright beasts could have done what they did. Not human. Not human. Absolute beasts. You call them devils, and devils is really not a good enough term. Beast is better. Beast. Because he saw what the nonsense, then he could tell what kind of we was dealing with, because that went behind. He said, oh man, we got to go to Holocaust for that? And the problem is, the Holocaust was enough pressure to turn us into diamonds, but it went beyond that. See, once you put enough pressure to turn a diamond to a diamond, it's the hardest substance that's known to the devils anyway. There may be a harder substance than that. But you put more pressure on it, it's still a diamond. It's not going to transform into anything else. It's still a diamond. Once you turn a diamond, you put more pressure on it, well, you just understand pressure longer, but it's still a diamond. See? I don't know what kind of pressure it would take to crush a diamond. I'm not a diamondologist. But they went beyond that. That's why I tell you, do not touch that tree. Because the whole thing, depression and servitude was enough pressure to turn into diamonds. That was enough to turn into diamonds. They said that would have been enough to turn into diamonds. But they went beyond that. See? That's why the fulcrum, when you understand the fulcrum, see, if they did it while the fulcrum was at even, equal, stop there. But they went beyond that. So they're still doing it even when the fulcrum went past that. That's why we're going to do double to them. Because they went beyond what they were supposed to do. Way beyond it. Okay, so look at another way. And so, but we're told to submit to it. Damn! How in the hell you submit to something like that? But see, we're the true Muslims. So these goddamn Sunnis come with that bullshit. See, we submit. If Islam means those who submit to the will of Allah, we submitted. And you did not. You the jinn. You said, I ain't going to do it. And you see right now, this devil ideology, devil civilization, his mathematics, everything else, they don't have nothing to do with that. You go with Sunni land, you 1,500 years back in the future. 1,500 years back in the past. If you go with Sunni land, right, you're talking about Arabia, you're talking about 1,500 years in the past. They don't have any industry. They don't do any of that kind of stuff. They bring people in to build stuff for them. They try to drag you 1,500 years back in the past. They want to revive the Prophet Muhammad's empire 1,500 years ago. There weren't no banks. They don't build any cars. And you don't buy anything from the industry. You buy some prayer rugs, Quran, some beads. That show you right there. They resist Adam's reality. So they're jinn. And look at them eating pork, man. Remember the prodigal son where they stole over the weekend? They eating pork, man. They don't eat pork. They fornicating, man, and they drinking wine. Oh, look out there. Look at those damn niggas over there. Okay. Then where God says, see, what he sees is Muslims over here. And we see goddamn jinn over there. See? But they went beyond. And so now, that's why I said Holocaust. Holocaust. And so that's where the vengeance come from. Because the scientists got angry when they saw that. They got angry. Abraham was angry. And he was like, oh man, goddamn. Scientists were angry. Remember how people, Dr. Boz was angry. Everybody was angry. So we got to go to the unprecedented. We got to go to energy deprivation, but not damn Holocaust. Remember, they're not being judged for taking us into servitude. That was part of, we're supposed to submit to them and serve them. See? It's the affliction part they've been judged for. Because they was told not to touch it. They would possess the tree. It just says, don't harm the tree. And they did anyway. That's what they've been judged for. And they judged, they effed. I want to say that word so bad, brothers and sisters, because I tell you the way I feel about these folks, but I don't know, I'm trying to be nice or what, because I tell you, that's the word that you need to say for these folks. And in fact, that's not word strong enough. That's not word strong enough. Because what they did is unconscionable. And then they did to our women, and that's the one that gets me. I mean, when you all bets off on that one, you don't go in another nation and mess their women. You just don't do it. And if you sit around and allow somebody to do that and you don't say anything about it, you fist bump with them, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Because you don't give a damn about your ancestors, so ancestors ain't gonna give a damn about you. Because ancestors, our ancestors, remember, they're before us, right? And Dr. Bob was like, when our ancestors, right? The science were ancestors, right? And they saw what their seed, and if you understand how things work, including them would have to go through this, they looked ahead and saw some of their seed with their head up the beast's ass. What do you think they're gonna think about them? Oh no. I know you don't see it this way. The sign looked ahead and said, oh man, we gotta go through that. And they look a little further ahead and said, wait a minute, hold it. Oh, what is that? Yeah, there, fist bump. After all we went through, remember, after all we went through, and that clown is up there fist bumping and kissing their ass and marrying them and all this stuff. That's a cancer. It may be one of our cells, but it's a cancer cell. And we're going to get rid of it. Because some things just go without saying. If you have any knowledge about history, there's no way in the world you'd be doing that. That I'm trying to get you to understand the judgment that's coming, brothers and sisters. And that's one of the reasons I said the other day, I gave you a little hint. Now, I can't speak to this for sure. But they wanted to make sure that the Lamb was totally a lion, roaring like a lion, and was totally angry. Because we were basically forgiving people. That's what Jonah said. He said, I know you're forgiving God. I know you're forgiving people. We like, well, let bygones be bygones, move on. And so to make sure that lamb genes was turned off and lion genes was turned on. That's why you see the lamb as the lion from the tribe of Judah, and a lamb. He wanted to turn those lambs off. He took the lamb to break the seals, but the lion to do the judgment. Because he didn't want the lamb doing that judgment. See, the lamb will make war with the beast and take out the beast, but when it comes to judgment, he wanted the lion on that one. Because they said, we're going to deal with these folks. We ain't going to leave it to just mathematics. We're going to deal with this directly ourselves. We're going to be the personification of their destruction. Okay? And we're going to make sure that the lamb, or Saul Suleiman, son of man, that his anger is totally kindled. And you see it in there. I'm talking about that in a minute. Where he says, oh, I had to go through a baptism and I was stressed. And that's what I said. I said, one way to make this, because like I said, if you're going through pain, and the longer you have to go through the pain, the more angry you're going to be. If you don't know how long the pain is going to last, that makes you more angry. Because, you got to go through pain. Like, I went to, had a dental issue, right? And the guy said, okay, man, and it was painful. And if you know it's going to be 2 or 3 minutes, you say, okay, man, you hold your breath, right? But if you don't know how it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be maybe an hour or two. Man, then your brain gets scattered. I mean, you get like, because the pain is much, much greater because you have, like somebody put you in jail, say, okay, you got 3 years, okay, I got 3 years, okay, I start counting. But I don't know how long you're going to be in here. You don't have, oh man, then you're in stress. How long? I don't know, you might be here 10, 20 years. Can't you give me a number? Just give me a number so I can adjust to it. I ain't telling you nothing. We'll let you know. Then you see, not knowing makes a finite situation infinite. It turns a finite situation into infinite, which is overbearing. And that's the only thing I can come up with why they didn't want Suleiman to know exactly the date and time. That's the only thing I come up with. Because why would they hide that from him? Everything else, but just would tell them the date and the time. And see, Master Mom don't have that problem because he knows. He's out above all this. He got to go through his trials and tribulations, whatever they are, right? But I don't know, that's his side. That's the analytical side. But not knowing, it puts a lot of, and so, but when it does come, man, he's so angry. The anger is turned infinite. Because the longer, even if you know, the longer you stay doing in the pain, the worse it gets. Right? And so, but on a quantitative point, if somebody punch you 1,000 times, right? A heavy punch, bam. But you do it one a day for 1,000 days, once a day, boom. Then yeah, it might hurt. You might get, and then you might get strong because you took all this pounding every day for 1,000 days. So then you might be strong because look at it like an exercise, right? But what if somebody gave you all that 1,000 punches in one day? Could you survive it? Could you survive it? Probably not. Because every day, boom, you get a chance to recover, right? I mean, they hit you, pow, it's one of those Hulk punches that knocks you across the room, right? So every day, man, you sleep all day and everything, try to recover, right? And then next day, boom! But then they hit you all at once. You scatter you atomize you, right? Reduce the atoms all over the place. Well, see, that's what the Holocaust was. Because we had to go through that, but it was, see, the Holocaust, the scientists decided how long we had to go through it. So the shorter it was, the more intense it would be. I'm going to do a lot of math here, brothers and sisters. So I said, if it's going to be 100 years, that means it was 400 years, right? If it's been 100 years, that means Holocaust been 4 times worse than it was. Because all that time would have been in 100 years. So they can't do that. They can't do that. They be turning diamonds and they be turning diamonds quick, right? But then they still be under that. And they're suffering all that. That'd be too much. They can't do it. Right? So 200 years, that'd be double as double as it was if, right? 4 times as much. Now 2 times as much. So I said, put it 400 years. Okay, that'd be terrible, but they can do it. They'll turn to diamonds. They'll survive it. Right? That's what we want to make man in our likeness and our image. And so now they're strong enough to survive. Right? The other terror, time of unprecedented trouble. Because see, we had to be transformed and also be prepared at the time. Because remember, it says the Holocaust was not the time of unprecedented trouble. That prepared you for the time of unprecedented trouble, which we was about to enter into. You got to put this thing in perspective. So it says, we got to go to the time of unprecedented trouble, so let's prepare our people so they can survive the time of unprecedented trouble. Now you got to train. You got to go in this fight, man. So you got to train. You got to train hard, because it's going to be a hard fight you ever had, so you got to train hard. So Holocaust was training us to go through tribulation, which was the time of unprecedented trouble. And so if you didn't go through that, then you would not survive it, right? If you got this heavy fight and you don't go out there and train, then you're going to get your ass kicked and get knocked out. And it was a preparatory stage. Dr. Shabbat says, no, make you as strong as you possibly can be. That was part of the process. So the time of present trouble, you get through it. You'll be ready for it. See, so how do we make you strong enough? And that's that comes with the Holocaust. We didn't have to go through the Holocaust. I keep telling you. We didn't have to go through slavery. We didn't have to go any of that. Right? We have to go. We'd go through the energy deprivation. It would have been a whole different process. We wouldn't have been under control of the devils, but we'd have been going through hell. But not like that. Not the Holocaust. But that was designed to say, okay, because it said in the Bible, it says, I brought you into Egypt for your own good. You say, what the hell? That was designed like that. Put under control of them. I give you all kinds of reasons why it was done that way. But in order to turn us, and Jesus tells you the same thing, the last 500 years, to turn us into gods. So I said, okay, it's going to be a 40-year process. We can't do it 20 years because they would never survive it. 100 years, definitely not. 300 years, no. 20 years. See? And the best would survive. A lot wouldn't survive that. A lot of people didn't survive. A lot of people got crushed to dust. You can see them right here now. They don't know what they're doing. They're all messed up. They ain't necessarily getting in the way. They're dust. They're still around, but they got broken and they can't be fixed. That's why you went to the Exodus 40 years in the field to get rid of them. The older folk and everything else, it ain't their fault. They shouldn't make it. Only the best, the strongest man to the Holocaust submitted. And some just couldn't submit. Haitians couldn't submit, so they're not prepared. They're not prepared for the trial and tribulation. But you are. You don't know it yet. See? So that was preparation. And so 40 years, right, of beast treatment. Because when they saw it, said if he was dealing with beast, it wasn't dealing with beast. Wouldn't have to be 40, wasn't dealing with beast. The beast is, he said, well, okay, not with beast. So make it 40 years. Make it stretch out even longer. Because deal with these beasts, but 40 years. That's why I came for 40 years. So now it's over. See? So now remember, they got consequence for what they did. So now remember, so we got punched, spread over 40 years. But what if you take that same force? Remember that force, that's the consequence, they got to pay for it. Put it into 1 year. Into 1 year. That's time of unprecedented trouble. 1 year. That's when dam breaks. A time of unprecedented trouble. Destruction unimaginable. You can't imagine it. They would go to the Holocaust in 1 year. The full power blast of the Holocaust in 1 year. In 1 year. What they did 40 years, like I said, if you get punched, but you spread out over 1,000 days, a punch a day. But if you put all that 1,000 in 1 day, damn, how you can? That's what's about to happen to them. It says, sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. So that dam breaks, and Master Muhammad's going to make sure that the dam's cracking now, but it ain't broke yet. He's going to break it. And when it breaks, unimaginable. See? But you are ready for it. I ain't saying you're happy about it. I ain't happy about it. I ain't happy about none of this. Nobody was happy about being in the Holocaust. Angels, they would like to be moved to elevate to God, but they didn't want to go through that. But they said, we'll submit. Nobody liked this process. We didn't like it. The gods are scientists. They didn't like energy deprivation. We can't change the nature of the universe. We can only control the quality of it. We cannot change the quality of it, the mechanism of it. We can't change that. It's impossible. See? So we can change, right? We can change the function of it. We can change the quality of it. Stars, we can make galaxies, put stars together, and planets, using the information, right, the atoms, everything, to mold them the way we want to mold them. That's what it is. I don't like it. Okay? Nobody liked this. That's why you saw a vision of horror. And so therefore, they make sure the Son of Man is on board with that 100%. So he'd be totally angry. Because we don't want nobody just a chance. I mean, they're going to suffer. We want to make sure they suffer directly. They say, do to them as done to you. It's coming directly from us. And mostly because they touched our women. Now, we ain't going to rape their women. Nobody want their funky ass. Right? We don't. I don't. But the other people will. When the Chinese and Indians roll in here, ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. When they roll up in here, And remember, he's saying, I thought y'all was doing it. Read chapter 17 again. They was doing our will. He said, we put the Spirit in them to do it. You better start. Well, anyway, a great destruction is coming. And then the other side is this move on, brothers and sisters. Oh boy. You don't have to go. The other side is, I said there was two groups, right? So the anger is not going to be on just the devils, the demons. They'll get theirs. See? But we're just going to burn them up. And then that's like compassion to them, to some extent. Not Farrakhan. He don't get that easy. Right? Because they devils, right? But they ain't do to us as much as devil daddies did, because devil dad was doing to them too. But still, no, just burn them up. Get them out of our way, burn them up. Right? Right? But see, the truth of the matter is right here. See, those liars over there, so you got two groups. Well, we got a bunch, you got the demons, right? Okay, we got our people. We're at war. They declared war against us 500 years ago. 500 years. And the war is not over. Right? The war is over. There's one warrior standing. That's Suleiman. Right? And I ain't forgiving a goddamn thing. Okay. They sowed their seed amongst, they got demons amongst us. That's keeping confusion because they want to keep us separated and divided. Okay. So we got demons, that's confusion. That's the one they said, let's burn them up. That's the seed that was sown. And then it says, this kingdom gather those that, okay, we know the ones that just got crushed and, they just didn't make it. We're talking about the other ones, the traitors. So when you have a military, somebody have traitors. Okay? So they go along the other side. They wanted you. I ain't talking about demons, because demons lie. And demons, they betray us. They're not betraying us because they devils. They're infiltrators. So infiltrators are people, they're the enemy that infiltrators look like you. So demons are infiltrators. And when you infiltrate, right? You don't torment them, you just shoot them. Because they're part of the war, they're infiltrators. So yes, you execute them. Right? And that's what we're going to do, get rid of demons. Then you got the collaborators. That's our people who collaborate with the devils. Sympathizers and so forth. And says those, we put them in the furnace, we don't burn them up, we put them in the furnace, torment them. In a extremely high furnace. They be tormented, they be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And that's what's about to happen. I tell you, this hell is about to break loose. And when it breaks loose, they say, who will be able to stand? See? And that's like those who are with Farrakhan. I ain't talking about the demons, like Ishmael, collaborator. Daniel and the other one, they may be collaborators too. They may be demons. You got a lot of demons, already got a lot of collaborators. But they're going to suffer intense torment. They won't be allowed to die. They'll pray for it, they wish for it. They won't be allowed to. Because the crush is going to be terrible. Because why you do that? Because you cause